Sí. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. A very, very good morning to each and everyone over here. My name is Sheikh Hafifa, and I'll be hosting this amazing, prestigious Internet 2.0 conference right now. And it's been a very exciting day yesterday. Like, we met a lot of leaders, and they spoke very well about, they were sharing amazing knowledges, which I think the audience, they were enjoying as well. So day 2, it's going to be really, really exciting. We'll be having a lot of interactive sessions, awards, and recognition ceremony. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready for the panel discussion? Tell me, come on, yes or no? Shall we begin with the event? The Internet 2.0 conference. All of you, please put your hands together for yourself first. And I hope that all of you had grabbed your coffees, drinks, and we will be having really great panel discussions. There's going to be fireside chat as well. So right now, we'll begin with the first panel discussion, but before that, I request everyone to please be seated and please make sure that you've put your mobile phones on silent mode to avoid any kinds of distractions during the conference. Now the time has come that I will be calling our moderator for the panel discussion. The topic is examining the vulnerabilities and privacy risks associated with AI tools. Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator is K. Praveen Kumar Reddy. Please, all of you, give a big round of applause to K. Praveen Kumar Reddy. He is the Principal Product Manager of ServiceNow.
Check, check. Good morning, Dubai. It's amazing to see you all on the very early mornings. AI, AI, AI. That seems to be the new normal. But did you ever imagine what goes through behind the scenes, especially for our intellectual esteemed panelists who have to work it out through diverse backgrounds like tech, advocacy, legal, cybersecurity, you name it. We have everything encapsulated in terms of the experience that our esteemed panelists cover through. Let me take the pleasure to invite our panelists. We have first Vidhi Chung. She is someone who is passionate about responsible AI. She makes sure we have all the set of right properties in place to make sure our AI goes as we speak. Thank you very much, Vidhi. It's a pleasure to have you here. Followed up with, we have George. He is a tech entrepreneur with 20 years of experience, completely into cybersecurity and compliance, and he has dealt with industries like healthcare, banking, and hospitality. Thank you very much, George, for joining us. Now we have Kenneth. He's from London. He's a tech lawyer, and he has the experience of working on policies, coming up with responsible regulations as to how enterprises can actually go ahead and deal with AI in the future and as we speak today. Thank you very much, Kenny. All right, and the final panelist, Mr. Mohammed. He is from Jordan, and he is a system architect, and his core skills are into cloud computing. As we speak, we are all talking about applications on AI, but we will check with him and get the knowledge as to how systems and devices will play around. Thank you very much, Mohammed. It's a pleasure to have you here. You can take the chair. Check, check. Thank you. All right. So I've categorized our panel discussion into three modes, basically. We'll try to understand the landscape in the first place. Then we will talk about how we will tackle the pros and cons associated with AI, basically talking on issues like risks and so forth. And in the end, we will talk about future looking as to how we want to look forward as to how we approach the AI tech space. We'll get started with you, Vidhi, someone who is really passionate into responsible AI. She's the one who talks to the machines and the algorithms to stay relevant and be within their boundaries. We wanted to understand there's so much of increased awareness about responsible AI. So given that you've recently launched your course on AI generative on LinkedIn Learning, we want to understand what is your stand on this? How do you foresee this taking shape?
Yeah. So responsible AI, ethical AI, these are the words that we all hear a lot these days, and the awareness has increased as well as the requirement that is needed considering we are living in generative AI era. So I'll quickly give an anecdote, a story of how my journey into ethics started. Several years ago, there was this, I heard this warning from Professor Stephen Hawking that AI, full AI is going to bring doomsday and all those things. And that got me worried. I was just thinking about it that ethical AI, I think I know AI and I am ethical to my standards. So in ethics plus AI, what is it that is still missing in this puzzle because of which we are talking about the need of having ethical AI? So I was wondering, and in coffee chat, I asked one of my colleagues that, this is the topic people are talking about. Is there something wrong we are missing? Then my colleague mentions, hey Vidhi, you are doing good, you are making innovations, you are writing codes, you are making algorithms. Why do you need to bother about this? And that was the seed point for me to realize that this exactly is the reason I need to talk and create more awareness, because if everybody on the planet is thinking that there is somebody out there who would look after the responsible side of AI, then believe me, nobody is going to do that. So that's when I started my journey of talking about responsible AI and ethical AI. But the one point that I want to mention is that AI in itself is not unethical or cannot be irresponsible. So it's an algorithm. It's a technology. It's how we put it to use that becomes ethical and responsible. So we are going to say that it's a responsible use, development, and deployment of AI. So that's the premise of ethical and responsible AI, which confuses a lot of people. Vidhi, tell me the words about there are best practices, guidelines, and policy, law. We are all aware about the AI Act, right, by EU. Then how do you bring everything together? And I think we are almost aware of the term as governance, corporate governance, data governance, and that's the premise of AI governance, the course that we are talking about. I authored a course on this. The whole concept is, what does governance make you do? It's exactly what we are discussing. It lets you address those risks and vulnerabilities, the other side that comes with AI. Talking about the risk, there are a lot. I believe no one person can foresee them all, but there are few that deeply bother me, and I'm going to mention that the core of AI is data. So how you access the data, how do you, it can even start from an ideation stage, right? If there was a discussion yesterday in this room that if I take input from almost all of you here and go and build the model, that model is going to not represent the entire population, right? So it's not representing the entire world on which AI is going to make the predictions. On top of that, how my data is being accessed, used, utilized, manipulated, right? Where it is going, where is it exchanging hands? If I don't know that, that bothers me. So that is data privacy, which is at peak of what can go wrong with AI. So I think these are the things, and you would say that these existed quite a bit, right? These are the things that have been in existence. What exactly has changed since generative AI? Talk about copyright infringement. These models are trained on data from almost all of the internet. That creates issues. The one that bothers me a lot is deepfakes. There is a recent case that has come to news, which is an employee going into a call with the executives of the company who mandate the person to make a transaction to a certain account. And the crux here is, the person does that. He follows those orders and ends up making $25 million of transaction. The catch is that person comes out of the call and realizes that those people on the call were deep fakes. Executives being, and it's not just one executive, the other people that person is monitoring were deep fakes. And if that's the extent, you can understand and imagine that I don't know what is real. Whom am I talking to? What am I talking about? Can I even take action on top of this? I can't trust anything now these days. You won't believe the calls I receive, I take it with a pinch of salt that the other person might not be real on the other side of the call. So I think these are the things which give birth to having cyber secure systems by design. And we are in need of having solutions that can address these problems. So yeah, I think these are the top key concerns about AI tools that bother me.
That's amazing, Vidhi. Some of the points that really scares me is like manipulation, deep fakes.
Yeah.
How do we contain them? So yeah, George, carrying on from what Vidhi said, imagine yourself being in those shoes and given your experience more into cybersecurity and compliance, I wanted to understand, like, do you wish to have AI tools which would reduce your burden because they do all the monotonous day-to-day job, or how do you see it?
Well, generally, AI comes and it's a playground for penetration testers, but also for hackers. Okay, so it's a double-sided blade. In this case, I see like AI also helping because it's the same way that it's going to help the attackers taking advantage of AI by using deepfakes in social engineering, stuff like that. On the same time, we have AI on the defense. Okay, it's like the red team and the blue team. So we have the blue team AI that comes here to protect us, that can understand and identify the points that, okay, this is an AI attack. Okay, so feel a bit more comfortable that there are already AI tools there trying to defend us, our systems and everything. And mainly, as Vidi said, data, because data is of the most importance. Because for me, as a penetration tester, I can go there, just do some data poisoning, you know, change a word, change something, and suddenly all your model is destroyed, and you don't know it. It seems like that. But this is why AI is also important in the defense, so it will help us also identify attacks like that. In terms of compliance, obviously, people that are around the EU know GDPR, stuff like that, so for the personal information of the individuals need to be protected. More and more solutions come that you're using AI models and machine learning that also provide flexibility and ease of use to the physical people to identify what's going on around that landscape. There are too many things that we can identify there, but generally keep in mind that we have the attackers, but we also use AI to defend ourselves.
That's a fantastic insight, George. So basically what we are saying is like, yes, there are pros and cons associated with. It's all up to us as to how we go ahead and start using those AI tools. Thank you. Kenny, you come from a completely different background, basically talking about advocacy in tests. So I wanted to understand, given the risk that we spoke of right now, what are the things that enterprises needs to keep in mind when they are trying to scale up? Basically, we are talking about components like intellectual property, then privacy, then how does the contractual obligations play out? Something from the legal standpoint as.
First of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for your time. I think this is a key question, Praveen, and I think the interesting thing about this problem, or the problem of compliance within the tech sector generally as applied to AI, is the basic structures of what's going on is actually very similar to what's already happened. In that, if you look at the EU AI Act, in terms of the core provisions, there are things in terms of risking AI systems, there's things in terms of that are novel, that haven't come before. But the actual nature of the compliance is very much, meat and potato stuff. Track what's going on, being able to explain it, being able to understand if there's a problem within the system to be able to, address it. I think, so we mentioned the EU kind of landscape, but I think there's some very interesting things in terms of the way the US, certain US regulators are talking about this. So the FTC recently, which is the Federal Trade Commission in the US, basically mentioned that a core part of its AI regulation strategy will be what's called algorithmic disgorgement, which basically means that if it feels that there's a part of the system that needs to be, for whatever reason, there's a bias in the system. There's a part of the system that's causing problems. You, as an organization, need to be able to pull that out. And obviously, large organizations want to keep functioning. So I think there's going to be a lot of details that come out in terms of the regulatory landscape that hasn't settled yet. But I think if you look in terms of the processes that a lot of organizations went through to, for example, become GDPR compliant, the structures of how that is put about is very similar. Now, the major difference is not the law. The major difference is the technology. If the promise of AI is upheld, it's going to become ubiquitous. It's going to be everywhere. And everyone in your organization is going to be playing with it. Now, specifically in relation to AI, I think you mentioned IP, you mentioned confidentiality, you mentioned a bunch of things. I think all of those processes will happen from a due diligence standpoint as you're onboarding new systems anyway. I think the interesting thing is there's only a couple of players in the market right now that you're probably going to be dealing with. And I think a core thing to bear in mind when you're dealing with them is what they're saying in their marketing reflected in the deals that you're striking with them. Because I think it's going to be interesting to see, but anecdotally from speaking to people within my industry, the answer is very much, it depends, and sometimes even just plain no. And I think because the market has not settled, you should also think about building model-agnostic solutions. Can you switch if there is a problem with a certain provider, a certain algorithm, a certain solution? So yeah, I think it's a very exciting space to be in as a young lawyer, I have to say, because it's very dynamic in this way. But I think the challenges are 10x what they've been before.
Thank you very much, Kenny. Some of the points that I can make note of is basically talking on how the regulatory landscape is going to change given the GDPR enforcement. We've been hit with almost like $8 million cap for just being compliant around it. So that's the cost of leveraging system which we want to scale up. So as you said, it's a wonderful space to be operating in. We're looking forward to your journey as to how you take shape too. Well, Mohammed, given your vast experience into cloud computing, all that you've seen, the risk, the deepfakes, the manipulations that can happen at the systems level, we wanted to understand from you, like, do we have those systems in place? How does the infra play out in the future?
Thank you. Of course, when we talk about AI, and especially with the advanced enhancements lately in the AI applications, and what infrastructure is required for it, it's quite complex ecosystem. So it's not like you just need a powerful computers. It's like these computational resources need to be optimized, especially for AI tasks. For example, if you have like thousands of powerful computers, and each equipped with like really powerful hardware, let's, for example, the GPUs, which are very used for AI tasks, especially for parallel processing tasks that the AI use. It's very important that these be interconnected and how they talk to each other in the system. And take the cloud, for example, which the big providers like Google or Azure or Alibaba Cloud even, they will allow us to dynamically allocate more resources as needed for the workload of the AI. And that gives us the flexibility of running massive computation powers on that. And this is really empowering the AI tools. In the same time, there's the aspect of data. There's massive data sets that need to be stored, accessed, and efficiently stored in the systems. Without that, you will not have that data models that the AI uses. And let's not forget the backbone of all this is the software, the actual orchestration tools that needs to talk with all these resources. The algorithm that needs to keep all that in energy efficient, in an efficient way. So it's like you need to conduct an orchestra. Every single piece needs to be tuned to achieve that.
That's amazing, Mohammed. So you're talking about bringing a synchronous activity between both the hardware and the software system so that they are relying on each other efficiently, and we will be able to scale up accordingly. And that's amazing. We'll change this flow of our thoughts. Vidhi, I wanted to start with you. Like, how do you want to tackle this risk and issues? Given your exposure and enthusiasm into responsible AI, what do you prefer? Like, self-regulating is something that we want to induce into all of the enterprises that are in, or you want an external body like a legal landscape actually to come in and give you those regulations for you to follow?
Yeah. I think law of land dictates everything. That cannot be a secondary stance. But till the time that happens, like there are some precedences set, like with one of the most comprehensive legal framework already out there, it sets a North Star for us, which is definitely good. And even if I'm a pro-technologist, I would say that to err on the side of having a stricter norm is still good. There are notions that, are we really curbing innovation if we are being too strict in terms of regulating AI? Are we erring on the side of over-regulating it? But I think its initial days and benefit of doubt should always go to humanity, the impact it has on society, and innovation is not gonna dampen because of this. So I think definitely law of land, that's first, regulating is important. But what happens by the time that comes into action, right? Because I believe for EU AI Act, I think Ken can also put light that it takes a long legislative journey for an act to come into the picture. What would you do till then? Would you wait for the government authorities to come into the picture? And there is this important notion that they are not the experts in AI. The ones who are already experts in AI, the policymakers are not. The ones who are already experts are already finding it difficult to put it into action. That where do I draw the line? We always need to have the boundary, right? How much is enough? Where do I say that that's enough? That's beyond this, you can't cross the line. Already there are classification of risk. You can say that this is low impact and high impact and the kind of no-fly zone. You can't even think about making an AI on those lines, right? This is good. But would you really, wait for anyone to give you action? That's when self-regulation comes into the picture, that every organization, every enterprise, definitely they have a corporate governance in place. Having those lens through which AI algorithms are made into each of the organization is important, because you are kind of already preparing yourself by the time your legal landscape evolves and those regulations are evolving as you speak. It becomes easy for you to catch pace with those. And self-regulation also has two nuances. One, do we really think it needs to be at org level? Every enterprise is responsible, because accountability is another aspect of being responsible. I think the way I look at it is very atomic level. Anyone and everyone who is touching an AI system development is responsible for it. It can start from the developer who is building that model. And it can be a role of an AI ethicist, like the role that I do. That ethics is a very abstract, theoretical, esoteric term. If I tell the developer, build an ethical system, they would say, but how? How can I convert ethics into code? Can you codify it? And if you can, tell me and I'll write the code. So this is such a big problem. From developer, you go and talk to the team. That gives you extra pair of eyes. And then from the technical team, you bring cross-functional teams, a product, apart from engineering, you have legal and compliance teams who come together. So having those additional pair of lenses is important. To audit a solution, there is a concept of having an ethics board. They are having an independent judgment about how good is your model, how beneficial it is for the society at large, or the market in which you are placing, right? So I think if you start looking at self-regulation to the level that every person who is involved into this process is able to do the due diligence on their part, the stakes are already high, and we are able to manage that at a level where it originates. There's a concept of shift left in the data world, which is like the kind of errors that can happen if you handle them to the left, which is the origin from where they are stemming up. The better it is, because the cost increases exponentially by the time it reaches to the downstream users. So yeah, that's
fantastic.
Do you mind, Praveen, if I just comment on that? I think it's a very interesting comment Vidhi made, which is, if you view regulation as a technology in and of itself to course correct societal harms, it's quite, it's like some software that was written, back in the 80s. It takes 2 to 3 years to launch something on a national scale. On an EU-wide scale, the GDPR was, in development for years before it came into effect in 2018. And at a very basic level, as a tech lawyer, hand on heart, I can say I don't think we're going to regulate our way out of the problems that AI are going to throw up, especially not from a top-down approach. One thing I think is a very interesting development is the kind of organic sector-specific or country-specific. In the US, actually, there's a couple of state-specific laws. I think Colorado has an insurance-led AI regulation that's hit the books. New York has something in relation to human resourcing and recruitment. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how the legal market for AI risk develops organically, not from a top-down GDPR kind of approach, but like how, because I think the flip side is, to Vidi's point, I think if you ask most organizations, do you want to be self-regulated or be externally regulated, we kind of know what the answer is going to be. But what's the benefit of being externally regulated? It gives everyone certainty that you're playing by the same rules. And I think that's very important when it comes to theories of AI harm. Because usually with any other theory of harm, the market will course correct. You'll have a scandal and it will attach to a set of regulations that then gets everyone to fall in line. The problem with AI is the stakes are, much, much higher. And if if some people are to believe, they could even be existential. So, yeah.
That's wonderful. As we speak, I am able to recollect, though EU GDPR principles was implemented in 2018, it took us 18 months to basically bring our system to be compliant to that. So that's a lot of time that we have across the time, so that we can go ahead and play with our systems and then make things go bad.
Yeah. And one thing, right, Praveen, I think rate of development is always going to be faster than the rate of regulation, right? So what you do in between, so you have to kind of balance it off. The ones who are able to do that are industry leaders who will have the customer trust or the user trust, which is going to be their brand loyalty in the long run. So I think that's going to be their differentiator.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So Vidi is basically saying responsible AI is responsible you.
Yeah, you can say it like that.
That's fantastic. So to take it forward from there, George, everyone seems to be speaking about privacy risks, systems being vulnerable. Would you shed some light on real-time examples or something that you've seen in your career which would help our audience and us to envisage where we are going actually?
Well, this is... there are too many examples right now that I can discuss. You know already that OpenAI, ChatGPT, when you start using it, it tells you that don't put your own personal information there because everything is being stored and most people are searching about themselves or other people or whatever. So they're feeding the model themselves. So where's privacy there? Nowhere, because we're feeding it. On the same side, the model goes to other entities, other websites, and feeds itself with that data. And imagine that. Have you ever Googled yourself, your name and your surname to check where are you, your personal details are? If you haven't, do it. It's very funny because every now and then I'm going there and I'm deleting everything. Because there are too many data brokers around the world that collecting without consent our data, and you need especially to go to each browser that you're using per device in order to say that no, I don't want you to collect it. Browser per device. And imagine right now you have AI and it's collecting from everywhere. Privacy is a big issue right now because as we said already, it hasn't been regulated in that extent, okay? Because each company checks like the self-regulation about their own stuff. But what is public, now AI comes and collects, just collects. Doesn't know that they can collect or not. That's why also New York Times are, putting a legal case against OpenAI. But because the system gets, all the data from New York Times to their model and providing answers, so we need more legislation there. But whatever, even the example that Vidi said about the deep fake, that it was like, I don't know, only recently that happened. this is also, break of privacy. Someone took the face of someone else and, did something. And imagine that with all the fake news going around, how many things can go wrong, and already are going wrong. So this is where we need also to put in place, some mechanics that can protect us from that. AI will help us also, because as I said earlier, AI can also use the attacker, but can also be used from the defender. But always have in mind that the attackers are way ahead than the defense. Okay? So, and when I'm saying that AI is a playground for hackers and people that want to manipulate things in order for their effort and for the profit, don't take this slightly. Playground for a hacker is a very dangerous word. It's like a child going to a playground. They're playing all around. They find things to play. If they have games to play, they'll be using that for a long time. And right now they're doing that. They're making AI making their lives much, much easier. So we need to be prepared in terms of privacy. I don't know how this will going to be done like in the following years, because for me it's like, it's huge. Imagine the data, we're talking about petabytes of data all around the world, and how we're gonna harden, defend, and generally protect them. It's something that probably our friend here can help us out. Please, can do something.
Yeah, I'll just add a point. I think whenever new technology comes, right, I've seen this is at the cost of generalization. Bad actors are faster than good actors. It's very difficult to bring one good model out there, but you have many, many people who are, able to create havoc and then, try the best of technology and see the other side of it. So it's about, it's a tug of war actually, and then we are constantly on the offense.
Yeah. That's a wonderful analogy that you brought out, George. Like, AI is like a big playground and people are playing around. It's interesting and equally scary. Yeah. And I wanted to understand from you, Kenny, there's so much happening. We saw Cambridge Analytica episode, then now the nuances of economic landscape completely changing. It's just getting started. You're seeing what ChatGPT and Bard are up to. So I wanted to understand, like, what is the impact of these next-gen AI tools, and how is it going to change the landscape altogether?
So from regulatory landscape? Or just
well, absolutely, we would want to stick to regulatory landscape. And before you answer that, I wanted to just put across to our audience, all that they're speaking is in their personal capacity, and please don't associate that to their enterprises as such. Just making sure we will get all the knowledge out of them.
So I'll answer in two kind of veins. So I think, the impact of, so first of all, you mentioned Cambridge Analytica and kind of, let's deal with things from a tech risk and a regulatory perspective. And just as an FYI to everyone, I'm giving a keynote later on today. So I'm looking to delve into this in a bit more detail. So I'll just touch upon it briefly. But I think the very interesting thing about Cambridge Analytica is Cambridge Analytica made the GDPR, and the GDPR made Cambridge Analytica and founded the new norm. So I think Vidya was talking about business as usual, business as normal and business norms and legal norms. I don't think you can legislate for things in a vacuum. I think usually what happens is the law tries to address a theory of harm, and then when you have a fact pattern that matches that, it allows courts, regulators, whoever to intervene, and it changes the way we view a certain risk. And for Cambridge Analytica, it was almost, it was a very unique set of circumstances. So I think the story broke in March of 2018, and the EU GDPR actually entered into force in May of 2018. So both these together, I think, reshaped how we think about privacy risks. So the key question there is basically, are we going to have an AI Cambridge Analytica? I think we probably are, and I think it's probably going to give us a better understanding of kind of what the nature of AI risk is and what we're comfortable with as a society. I do think, however, that I don't think I think this is going to be more technological norms than legal norms. Because I think the Cambridge Analytica, the nature of the bad faith use of data, the nature of the use case was, or the case study, was seismic at its time. It was about using people's data without their consent in a manner they didn't consent to swing an election. So that is massive. But I think the use case and the scope of AI is going to be much bigger than that. So what an AI Cambridge Analytica to look like could be Cambridge Analytica and SolarWinds and a bunch of other kind of scandals that we've thought about in the past, all rolled into one. In terms of the wider impact on the market and society, that's whatever it is, the multi-trillion-dollar question. I think there's definitely going to be an upending of industries and jobs. I think the interesting thing for me, so just as an FYI to everyone, I work as a tech lawyer, but also the reason I'm on this stage, I think, is because I founded my own tech conference based out of the London School of Economics, and we look at technology trends from a societal impact. I think, and from some of the research that we've done in that regard, I think there's definitely going to be impact on jobs. That's a given. The really interesting thing for me is it's happening backwards to what a lot of experts thought it was going to be. We thought it was going to be, blue-collar jobs first, then white-collar, and then creative jobs would be the first to go. And it's happened completely inverse. And I think it says something about the way we think about technology and technology trends. But I think for all the people in this room, I think the interesting thing about AI is it's basically an all-accessible superpower for anyone, smaller players in an industry in theory, to flip over larger players in that industry. Now, there's a large kind of caveat to that, in that the people who are holding the chips in relation to that are big tech players. Now, is it going to be the case that this technology is so transformational that it upends those markets? I don't know, but I think there's every possibility that is the case. I think if you asked people, at any of the big tech companies who they thought the AI leader is, they'd all think it was themselves. But really, the kind of turnkey that flipped the whole thing was OpenAI, which had nothing to do with any of them. It definitely changed the conversation. Yep.
Kenny is being very modest here. We thought he would give us who the next big players would be. But thank you very much, Kenny, for adding your thoughts there. Because you touched upon how large enterprises are keeping their cards close to their chest and how they want to evolve. And no one is basically giving us the right direction as to how the technology trend would be next, what's going to be.
I think that's a big question.
Yeah. So given that, Mohammed, I wanted to understand, today OpenAI is the Microsoft, the Google, so spending tons of money in having the infrastructural systems in place to be able to cater the needs of tomorrow. We've seen NVIDIA CEO recently saying it's not going to be AI all alone, but it's going to be sovereign AI, where he focuses more on having data centers exclusively for their own countries. So for example, if we are talking today, Dubai or UAE at large should have their own data centers, so forth for the other institutions and other larger economies as such. So we wanted to understand from you, are all economies in the world ready for this change? Or how do you foresee as to how infrastructure side of things can add value here?
Definitely. I mean, even for AI, all the major cloud providers, what distinguishes them is having more data regions in the world. And that's what advances one cloud provider than another, because not only for the data security, but also for the network speed, because the more you're close to your customers and audiences, the more you have, less you have network latency. And also in the regulation part, where governments like UAE or US have their own Azure tenants or AWS tenants, because they need the data residency on specific regulations. AI is no different, but in the same time, it cannot have all the data in one place, in my opinion, because it depends, and that's the powerful of AI, that it's processing massive data sets in the same time, and these data sets need a huge and robust storage solution. And I don't think you can have it in one data region.
So it's all going to be a decentralized system that we will be going forward to look in.
Yeah, especially that I don't think any entity can own the data.
True, makes sense.
So even if I'm using an AI for like government applications, I need to read all the data that I gathered all these years from these data models or pre-trained data models somewhere.
True, true. Thank you, Mohammed. Now let's switch gears, guys, and see how we want to shape our future. So given that the risks and vulnerabilities that we have spoken about, we wanted to understand like how do we go about addressing those vulnerabilities? Is it a risk that we want to mitigate, or is it a risk we want to absorb?
Definitely not absorb. The cost is too high. Okay, so I think the way we are going to handle this is, and first of all, I think when we are discussing about law of land as well, the previous topic that I brought up, one of the things that we all need to keep in mind, and I personally feel, is that AI is a global thing. It's transcending boundaries, right? So I am having a model developed here, but the predictions are going, I mean, it's not just contained within the particular country, right? And the impact is far and wide. It's not just dictated by the boundaries in which it is built, but where it is deployed, used, utilized, and impacting the people on which it's making predictions. If it is excluding a certain section of the society, then it's not just a particular law problem, right? So when we talk about handling issues of a technology which is as sophisticated and as advanced and powerful as AI and generative AI, I just want to call out that the problems have increased with the scale of AI. The scale increased with Gen AI, and so is the problems that have come with it. Definitely there is a good side, but it's like two sides of the coin. So when we have such kind of issues, we need a global solution, but there are challenges in bringing a global solution because everyone wants to handle these problems at their own disposal. Think about all those non-profits coming together, sharing the guidelines, these are the best practices for you to do, then the governments and the organizations themselves also want to mitigate the risk, right? And how do you deal it at a level which is beyond your nation's boundaries? So there are challenges, multiple parties involved. How do you bring coherence? How do you bring everyone at the same page and convince them that this is what works for all? There is no thumb rule, there is no guidebook, nobody gave us the playbook. We are being we are being given the technology, but not the ways how to handle this. And we are just surfacing the things, we are handling the things as they are surfacing up, right? So that's one thing. One of the ways we can handle the risk is what I believe is educating, creating awareness, because the deepfake example that I shared, that person did not even know that this is happening, right? There is a report by Gartner which shows a survey result which tells that there are a percentage of people who don't even know this side of the technology that they need to be aware of. No, you can't be even scrutinizing the other side, so you don't know what these are the problems of unknown unknowns. Sensitizing the employees. I was recently devising a responsible AI policy for a company that if we want to communicate to our employees how best to use this technology, and they came up to me and I'm like, exactly this is what we need. We need to communicate it to our companies, to the people who are working on this technology. What data? Like we were seeing that we need to prompt the data, and if that has sensitive information, you yourself have inputted that into the system, and if that's being used for training purpose, unless you check the option that I'm opting out, you shouldn't be using my data, I have a right to be forgotten, right? So these are the things you need to communicate. There should be an organizational standard to ensure that you are curbing the risk at the right level. And having said that, I think one of the things that poses challenge in curbing the risk, we can't absorb it, definitely that's given. In curbing the risk, one of the challenge is that are we regulating technology or the use of it? So facial recognition done at the right place is useful, but elsewhere it feels like surveillance. You are being monitored constantly. Does it give you, so I think there was this advertisement, a video which if you happen to watch after this session, by Apple several years ago, which shows a person who starts the day by going into a coffee shop and buys the coffee, right? And then starts the day, takes the cab, goes for an interview, so every single detail has been saved. That person's name is saved. They know what kind of, so you are being profiled. Profiling is the word, right? What do you do at 5 p.m. after work? Do you go for gym? Here is the athleisure for you. So these are the things that kind of create that ecosystem where we want benefits of AI, personalized recommendations. Who doesn't want that? But what comes is the next part which is crucial, is at what cost? Are we paying a cost, and are we aware about the cost? So creating awareness is important to curb that risk, and having it at every singular level where it can be controlled is very crucial. Again, because the stakes is very high.
Absolutely. Just to follow up on that, because you touched on a lot of points like awareness is what would be the primary task that we want to do. Imagine you're given the card to hold and put in a place where you want to go ahead and define those guardrails and a mechanism system. What would be the first one that you want to opt for?
Sorry, the question is
I'm
about
saying if you are given the mechanism to roll out, what would be the first thing that you want to put in place that all systems are doing the right thing at the right point?
Yeah, there is an interesting concept of sandbox. So I'll make sure, so the way I build models, I make sure that all the guardrails in place, because I put myself in the user's shoes and sees that how would they be comfortable sharing their data. I think the origin of the problem starts with data accessibility and availability. Even if you have data available, are you allowed to access that data is the thing. Can you use that data? Does it have any PII information in it? I want to make sure none of this goes into building my model, right? So and it's very specific to how you as an industry expert handle these kind of scenarios. Test it where it breaks, and then what kind of repercussions it can do. Like I mentioned in the idea stage, for example, I think there was a case of giving credit loan. And imagine there is a bank who is making an algorithm, says that tell me the good risk and the bad risk. I think this is what we discussed yesterday as well. Good risk is what bank is ready to absorb, but not the bad risk. And if I want to profile a customer who comes next and tell that, sorry, I cannot give you the loan. And the person says, but why? And I don't have a reason for it. I can say, well, the machine says so. Your probability score is, it tells me that you are a very high risk person and you're going to take the loan and not turn up, right? This is not how machines can react. Now the problem the machine is giving probably the wrong prediction is, it has not seen the data of that person in the training time. The person who is in actual need of credit loan maybe does not even have a bank account or a digital footprint or a credit score that decides whether to give that person loan or not. If that is not there in the data, machine doesn't see it, does not give the right prediction, and the person who is in actual need of that gets suffered, becomes a victim of the situation, because that person doesn't have a say in the room. That's not even present. It's considered under minorities, right? So that is what I just try to see as guardrails, is who is missing out in this picture? Whom am I missing out, right? Who should be part of this scenario which is not being captured? Because again, machine is not going to be biased on its own. It's the data which is not letting machine see the other side. So these are the guardrails that I generally take care of.
Absolutely, Vidhi. So what Vidhi is basically saying is like the 80-20 Pareto rule might not be applicable for AI systems in the future.
Yeah.
Carrying on from there, Judge, how do you foresee the future, especially for cybersecurity, risk, compliance? How does that come into picture for AI tools? And given risk, compliance, something is that people generally keep it in as non-functional requirements as such, which eventually have to become the new norm. How do you foresee that?
Well, the whole cybersecurity thing is going, right now it's going wild. So I'm not sure if I can predict something specific, but I see that the whole thing goes in a fast pace. So even in, as I told you, the attacker, the reteaming is going very fast, and the systems and the tools that are being applied right now and being developed are getting more and more precise. And as Vidhi said already, we're talking about the data that's on the back. So in order all this to work, we need data, we need clean data. So one question is like, who's going to clean the data? Do you think that the data that we have right now are cleaned? Are pure in the meaning that this is valid information that we have? This is a big question. So I don't think that a machine, AI, can identify what's good data or not. So we are the ones that we need to put our understanding and do that job for it. And on the same time, we need to get the data in such a way in order not to be biased. Imagine that, as Vidhi said about the bank loan, from my side, imagine that you're not getting any access to your systems because something in the data seems a bit biased, and you're like, okay, you won't get there. Why? So we have a lot of things in order to test and to prepare about the cybersecurity aspect, but generally in terms of tools, for me it's like making myself like easier, because many of the things that I was checking out again and again and again, the threat hunting and the things that we do like in the blue team, in the defending part, it was like more difficult to do. Now it's getting much easier because everything is being identified much faster. Okay, there are ways in terms like not to block everybody, but let's say I'm spotted to be a malware, whatever. The system itself can, isolate the threat. So this is something good for everybody. But generally, I'm getting back on the data. So I think this will be our main issue about the pureness of the data, how clean, and if we have the correct data.
Fantastic, George. As you spoke about we being responsible to identify data as good or bad, I remember a use case that Netflix generally runs, what they call it as chaos engineering. What they do is they try to test the vulnerability in the systems, and in a given span of hour, irrespective of what time zones they are, they completely shut down their systems and try to bring them up in no matter of time. So that's kind of engineering excellence that we need to check the vulnerabilities within our system.
Yeah, and Praveen, just on a lighter note, right? So I do give a lot of workshops and webinars, and a student asked me the question, right? Apart from just being in the field of AI, you were asking about the future of cybersecurity, right? And this is the field to be in if anybody is looking for, because it's going to play a big role in how we get AI right. We can do AI, how to get it right. Cybersecurity is the thing.
That's fantastic. I just want to open a question. How many of you feel like legal, cybersecurity, compliance, all are like obstacles in our path to actually go ahead and create miracles from technology landscape? How many of you will? Maybe just a quick raise of hands. Okay, I see only one, two. Maybe you are all reluctant to express your views here, but I generally feel like these are all too much of an add-ons to basically meet the customer requirements, but the cost of it is really high. So I want to put you on the spot, Kenny, and understand, like, does the legal landscape and the people who are working on the technology legal aspects, would they want to shoulder in and partner with technology leaders to bring the systems to do good, or are you still going to be that a role that you want to play and come in as an obstacle, or I wouldn't say an obstacle, but play the role of a regulator as such?
So you're saying you don't like lawyers, is basically what I'm getting from this, which I think is fair enough. I think the problem, Praveen, is not so. I think in implementing regulations and laws, there's definitely a split between trying to contain bad faith actors and imposing standards on everyone to deal with that sense of harm. And I'll be the first to say, like, I routinely deal with certain privacy issues. So just, case in point, I'm a deal lawyer. I'm not necessarily a compliance person. So I'm actually most of the time trying to help people get the deal over the line rather than, not to say any of my compliance colleagues are doing the opposite, but I do in many instances see myself as a salesman alongside my sales colleagues, and my product is legal risk. Yeah. So I've got to try and sell the other side on my reasons for, why the deal should proceed and the way it should proceed. But I think what you touch on is of fundamental importance, in that in order to actualize the promise of AI, there is going to have to be better partnership between not just regulators, but I think old world institutions and new innovators. And I don't just think it's. I think an aspect of it is unpicking this idea of regulators being blockers to technologies and all of that. But I think, maybe this is not the right forum for it, but I think the social contract between all of us in a society, the fabric of that has been shattered somewhat by the way we're dealing with technology and trying to react to it. I think, for example, you guys can probably Google Senate hearings between, Mark Zuckerberg, and the types of, as someone in the regulatory space, I think the types of questions that he gets asked are just frustrating for me, because then they show a fundamental lack, and I haven't seen the most recent ones, I'm talking about the old ones, shows a fundamental lack of how the technology operates and what is actually going on. And I think it's a two-way street. So I think there is a need for regulators to better understand the technology and to facilitate it in a way that the good use cases get a bit more prevalent. But quite honestly, speaking as a tech lawyer within the tech space, I think we also, all of us in the technology sector have to be honest that it's become a lot more widespread and a lot more a part of the fabric of society than we'd care to admit. Even private companies, a lot of the stuff, I think, Mohammed, you mentioned the cloud industry and things like that. It's critical business infrastructure for a lot of us. So it's something that, very much, I think, a good faith partnership across multiple lines could definitely reap rewards.
That's very well played. So what Kenny is saying basically is like, if the social fabric of the society gets trouble, I will step in.
Not quite.
Thank you very much for that. And Mohammed, as the last point I wanted to understand from you, like, are we ready? I mean, from the cloud computing standpoint, what else needs to be done so that the amount of data that we are speaking is in place?
Of course, it's an emerging market and industry, and there's a lot of money spending on that. I mean, the latest reports say that OpenAI spends like $700K daily, and that's on the GPT-3 model, so it's much more on the GPT-4. But in my opinion, the future should be optimistic, but at the same time, we be cautious with it. And as Kenny said, I think regulation and standards must take place like right now, if it's not too late. I mean, part of we here today is because of the massive success of the World Wide Web. And in my opinion, one of the main reasons for that is that these guys started the W3C consortium very early stage, and that's why it helped the companies talk one language in developing all these websites and tools in the internet. And the AI should be the same, but in the same time, I don't think it should be like in the hands of one or two giant companies. It should be a cooperative act between government, countries, and giant companies, because the money factor will play very well, and that will shape us, will affect us on how we're using the AI.
Absolutely, absolutely, Mohammed. So for being more responsible, what Mohammed is saying is we want everyone to be part of this so that we will have everyone say in it, so that we will be able to adapt very specifically to the ask that we want. Okay, so that's our time, friends. Thank you very much, panelists. You've been very cordial and you've been very patient to take all our questions. Maybe we'll have a few questions from the audience.
This is good.
Yeah.
I just have a comment actually. Like, that in the AI world, we are mostly talking about the access to data and having a lot of data, and then we are talking about cybersecurity. So I really find it difficult how both of these things will work together, like you want data, but you don't want data, right? So this, I don't know, like there should be a way, like maybe we come up with something, like someone should regulate this, you should regulate this thin line that yes, this you can access, this you cannot access. And secondly, about awareness among the organizations, like I receive email from my cybersecurity department, don't link this, don't click on this, don't use that, don't do this. Okay, like, okay, what shall I do then, right? So yes, I mean, maybe like awareness is important, but maybe it should be done in a way that I, like a layman like me, can understand, okay, yes, and please don't scare me. Tell me what shall I do instead of don't do this, right? So that's the only comment I want to give. Thank you.
That's exactly what Vidhi was saying. It's all about we also being aware and also take the right steps in order to tackle the issues that we might encounter in the future.
First of all, thank you so much for this enlightening conversation. I'm from the health care world, so I'm a physician, and you can imagine how scary this is for us. It has been Google Doctor before, now we're talking about ChatGPT Doctor, and we have cases, because I come from Canada, we have cases from patients who have diagnosed themselves with cancer, and a lot faster than what our health system actually works. So if we're hearing experts saying that it's scary with the data and scary with awareness and scary, imagine for us who really are not in your field. And we have one big question, and it's about who does the data actually belong to? Is it the patient who should be authorizing, to give you this information? Is it on the regulator side? Is it on your side? Who is, it's just an uncomfortable stays. So for us, it's just, and you're so right, like technology goes way faster than regulation. So we need to make decisions basically on the go.
Yeah.
Do you guys?
Yeah, I can take the part about the healthcare because I was working like more than 16 years in the healthcare industry. As I said earlier, detection is what it's with AI. It's much faster in everything. So in terms of healthcare, this is very crucial because it will help you a lot. The other thing that I have noticed and have pointed out in the past is that doctors and people in healthcare need to be more technology aware. Most of the people that are, most doctors have no idea about the tools, no idea, even for a simple computer. So the world moves forward. So the doctors, the physicians, everybody should be more tech aware in order to understand what they're using. Because right now, you're being afraid of that. It's okay, for everybody it's new, but you need to understand, because especially in healthcare, AI is very useful. It will help you a lot in terms of timing, predictions, and stuff like that. In terms of the legal part, here's Kenny.
I actually, so it's not quite a legal comment, but I think you make a very interesting point in terms of who does the data belong to. And I think this is one area where I think we're going to see a stress testing of the previous thinking behind the GDPR as recast in the AI Act, and we're going to see whether it stands up or falls down. And the reason for that is the GDPR fundamentally is a rights-based regime. It doesn't talk about title to your data, it doesn't talk about ownership. And I think there's a specific reason for that, because if you talk about title to your data, you have economic rights to your data, and then what does that mean? So more it's put in a context of an individual has a right to have the data used in a certain way. If you're going to use the data in a certain way, you have to go through certain compliance hoops. Now the fundamental point here is consent is not the only basis on which you process data. You as a controller, or basically if you're processing personal data, you can come to an independent conclusion that it's in a legitimate interest or a vital interest or something like that. There are other tests that you can go through. So I mean, it's a roundabout way of saying it's almost, and so it's a roundabout way of saying who does the data belong to? Kind of no one. But in a more kind of in a more serious tone of voice, like this is something I'm genuinely concerned about. I think in terms of the risk cases for AI, I think healthcare is, alongside autonomous weapons and a bunch of other stuff. In terms of the day-to-day of people's lives, I think this is one that is fundamentally of concern to me, both because, as George mentioned, the upside is massive. There's a lot of potential societal and private benefits to this. But these systems, AI systems operate on large amounts of data. So in order to make the system work, you kind of fundamentally have to process data en masse. And I live in the UK. My dad is a doctor as well. He works in the NHS. What does this mean for public health care? And what is the trend that is going to go into? So I think it's a completely legitimate concern. Both in terms of the immediate day-to-day use cases, but also like how if these systems are implemented en masse. I personally, I don't think we're ready for that yet. And as much as Praveen thinks I'm going to be the one to dictate the regulatory norms, it's probably going to be a case of the train's going to leave the station. And most of the time with a regulatory mandate, you have to unfortunately wait for something like a Cambridge Analytica before everyone sees the wood from the trees and actually wants to intervene. But yeah, really great point. Appreciate your question.
And I think last point that I want to make is that was a very right statement about how much awareness and being scared about it, and the reality I think lies somewhere in between. You don't want to really scare people away because there are good sides of it. And I think the very good way we can handle this is being very clear about what is AI generated versus what was not. If you are getting some recommendations, I think there is this discussion around saying that this is AI generated recommendation. So as a user and a consumer of that information, can I act on this information or not? That's one thing. And I think the deep fakes and all those images that we get to see, if there is a watermark content there, so you know that this is coming from AI versus a human. So being aware in the right manner, what am I dealing with? It's human generated. Can I act on this information? Like there was a use case in healthcare, and I think healthcare, banking, judiciary, these are the sectors which are high risk and critical because they are going to impact the trajectory of the person who is involved here. I heard a case where there was an algorithm used in the healthcare sector. Again, coming to the point of the access to the data, right? The algorithm said, implicitly assumed that the people who do not have access to the high quality insurance are not eligible for high quality medical health care treatment. And definitely the minorities who did not have that did not get good quality treatment, and the ones who did. So it's about having a flavor of people of color. So did people who were not getting access to that quality treatment were even aware that this is coming from an algorithm? They were not, right? I think they didn't even know that they're at the mercy of some algorithm, giving some prediction, some number, somebody sitting on top of that, just plainly passing it on to them, and they are at the mercy of it. So I think that's very important. Wherever we are having AI deployed, having a call out is very important. This is what I call as, withholding information is also as bad as, right? So you're withholding information, you're not letting know what AI is doing. If you're making recommendations, giving predictions, and I am the consumer of that information, I need to know, is it good for me or not? Like same for the banking case, right? If you're telling me this is not a banker actually assessing my risk profile, but an algorithm, I need to know. So I think that's the kind of awareness we need to know, because that's going to take away the scary part of it.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That's time for us all. Oh, you have another question? Maybe I would advise all our audience to connect with them. They are all very active on LinkedIn. If they all go by their full names here, we can catch up after the discussion and we can get your questions clarified. So thank you very much. Appreciate all the inputs that you provided and all the knowledge and the wealth of knowledge that you brought to the table. We hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you very much to our dear panelists and our moderator for such an interesting panel discussion. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, next we have is the keynote, and the topic is the power of open source technology for enterprise. And we have our speaker, Gabe Karp, Managing Director of EMEA at 10UP. Ladies and gentlemen, please all of you give a big round of applause to Gabe Karp.
Perfect. Thank you, and really thanks for that panel. That was a really great discussion. Apologies, my topic probably isn't quite as interesting as AI, but we still have to talk about the other parts of technology that matter to each and every one of us. Perfect. So I wanted to talk about open source because the company that I work with, the company that I run, we've built in almost our entire business off the back of open source technology. And I'm not talking about kind of the underlying, Linux open source. I'm talking about software that's been developed by the community. To give you a little bit of background on myself, as mentioned, I'm the managing director for EMEA. I look after the business across that region. I've been working in agencies for over 15 years. I started my career at an agency called Blue State Digital, which was responsible for all of the Obama digital strategy and technology. And what I quickly learned in that agency environment was how to bridge the gap and how to leverage technology for clients. How do we think about using tools like Facebook data? How do we think about using tools like CRMs? How do we think about using content management systems to really drive results for our clients? So taking that, I moved to Europe over 10 years ago now and started to think about how do I help kind of bridge that gap between, excuse me, between US-based companies looking to grow into the market in Europe, and how do we take the kind of innovation that's happening in the US at a faster rate and bring that to the market. So I helped to establish the European side of a product design studio. The studio is called Siberia. There's many reasons for that name. Well, the story we like to tell was Siberia was the name of the building where Steve Jobs went and did his best work when he got kicked out of the main campus at Apple. We built software for companies like AOL and Nike and different big kind of enterprise organizations, all with the idea of putting design first within technology. From there, I joined 10up to really build out and lead their European and Middle East division. And that's where I started to kind of fall in love with open source technology and realized that it was really a powerful tool to think about how do we drive results for clients in a different way. So to give a little bit of background on 10up, we're a digital agency. We're about 400 people globally. We are totally distributed, never had an office. Well, we had an office for a little while in Portland, Oregon, because we had a bunch of people there and nobody showed up, so we closed it again. We've got team across the entire globe on every continent except for Antarctica. And we work with brands around the globe. So we work with publishers, higher education, enterprise marketing, companies like Microsoft, the Nobel Foundation, to really help them put in place platforms to create great content, and then off the back of that, create great experiences of that content. Last year, we completed a merger with a company called Fueled. Fueled is a digital app and software development company, really more focused on how do we leverage design to create great experiences. And bringing those two companies together, we're able to impact and influence the entire end-to-end digital experience. Again, these are some of the companies that we work for, and it's worth noting that every single one of these, whether it's the White House or Google or Starbucks, is leveraging open source technology on a day-to-day basis to do the kind of key marketing and key activities they do every day. So jumping into kind of thinking about how we think about open source as a company and why we think it's so powerful, it allows us to innovate in the open. It allows us to make the things that we care the most about, whether it's distributing content, whether it's integrating AI into content management systems, whether it's working on a content management system like WordPress. It allows us to innovate in the open. It allows us to make that public. And we've adopted the policy that our secret sauce or our specialization isn't in hiding code from people. It's in bringing that stuff to the forefront and allowing as many people to access it as possible. As I said, we've built our business on open source. We love it. We think it is kind of central to the internet. It started with WordPress for us, but it's expanded far beyond that into tools like Elasticsearch, tools like Next.js, React, etc. All of these things that I think if you're working with technology are pretty commonplace at this point. So I think everybody here knows what open source technology is, but for the purposes of this conversation, of this discussion, when I think about open source technology, again, you've got the Linux, the really underlying systems, but what I'm focused on are tools like Drupal, like WordPress, software that has a huge amount of functionality built into it that anyone can kind of spin up and start using from day one. The beauty of open source is that it comes with a license that allows you to do what you want with it, that allows you to reuse it in the way that you see fit. And it serves as a foundation for the work that you or your organizations or your clients are trying to do. So why does that matter, right? And why do I talk about this with every single client that I speak with? And I think this is, to me, the key piece of it. When you use open source software rather than a SaaS platform, rather than, let's stick with the CMS analogy here. When you use WordPress versus Sitecore, what do you get? You get control. You get the ability to start thinking about your core platform as your product, not as a piece of software that you've licensed that you have to rely on others to support. You want to build a new feature, you can put that on your roadmap. You can develop it yourself. You don't have to wait for someone else to do that. And I think for businesses in this landscape, where technology is changing, where there's a new AI tool every single day, every single hour, it's ever more important, right? If you don't have control over the technology that you're using to run your business, you're going to get left behind and you're going to be at the whim of someone else. So that to me is kind of probably the number one reason that I think open source sets organizations up for success. It also empowers your internal teams, whether that is your engineering teams or your marketing teams. Again, when you think about the roadmap, you're not waiting in the queue, you're not sending in a support ticket, you're actually actively developing. So one of the things we like to do is work with our clients to actually train them, to help them better understand how can they support this product, how can they make sure that once we've handed off the website to them or the application to them, they can actually support it themselves. And what we find is it helps empower those teams in a way that keeps them engaged, that keeps them excited, and that keeps them focused on really what matters, which is understanding, okay, how are we going to make an impact on our business, right? We avoid the conversation that happens anytime you go into a client to bring in new technology, which is my team going to be made redundant? The answer here is no, right? We're going to train your team, we're going to bring them into the process, and they're going to support this going forward. At the core, again, thinking about more of the software-based approach to open source rather than kind of the underlying technologies, it serves as this powerful platform, right? You're not rebuilding things in-house that already exist out there. So, I think if you look back 5, 10 years ago, everybody wanted to build their own content management system in-house. They wanted their own proprietary content management system because they thought it would give them this leg up. They thought it would be the secret sauce for them. And it just wasn't, right? Everybody built the exact same thing that everyone else was building. There's only so many ways to store user data in a CRM. There's only so many ways to publish content on the internet with a WYSIWYG editor, right? These are not technological advances. They're not advantages. They are just the standard things you need to be able to do your job. And so if you can take that and have a foundation of that starts with something that is already out there in the community, out there in the world, it really enables you to focus on where can you develop your kind of unique value proposition. Is it about the content you want to create and you can spend all of your time focusing on content? Is it about the design on the front of the site and you can focus all of your time and energy on that and you don't have to focus on the things that everyone already has to do? I think the other thing that I've been really impressed with, again, on my open source journey is the power of that community. And when you look at a tool like WordPress, and again, I'm using that because that's what I'm spending most of my days working with, the power of that community means that, all those conversations everyone's had about security problems with WordPress, for example, the reason you have those conversations is because it's used and it powers so much of the web. But when there's a problem with it, and that means when there's a problem with it, it's identified quickly. And because of that community, because of the ubiquity of it, because it's open source, it's incredibly easy to fix that. So yes, things come up. Yes, there are security flaws that happen with open source technologies, just as there are with any piece of technology. If anyone says otherwise, they're lying to you. But the difference is because that software is out there in the open, because you have access to the code base, it can be fixed quickly and you can understand what somebody has done to fix it. And I think that underlying understanding, that transparency, that ability to know what powers the thing you are working with is so incredibly important if you're security focused, because you can go to any provider, any SaaS platform, they're not going to show you their code base. You don't know what they're doing behind the scenes. And so by opening that up and by putting that power into the hands of everybody who's a user of that platform, you've really created a transparent environment. And I think more and more as we continue to leverage technologies, as we continue to bring more integrations into our platforms, as we leverage tools like AI, thinking about the principles of open source, of transparency in underlying code bases, in source code is so critical for creating an environment where we can trust the software we're using. This is another thing, and I think for me as an agency leader, we talk a lot about customer retention. I don't want to retain customers, though, who are unhappy with me. I don't want to retain customers who don't feel like they can spend the type of money they want to spend with us because they have a cheaper alternative, or maybe they just want to work with an agency that's located in an office next to their office. I think one of the worst things that can happen if you're a services provider is being in a position of vendor lock-in with your clients, because it creates an antagonistic relationship. And so for us, leveraging software that's pretty ubiquitous within the industry allows us to let our clients go, to let them bring that work in-house if they want to let them move to another agency. And I think if I were on the other side of it, I wouldn't expect anything different, right? You want to work with partners, and believe me, our clients stick with us for 5, 6, 7 years, sometimes longer, because of the service we give them, not because they're stuck with us, not because what we've built for them is proprietary. And I think that's really critical to the success of our business. So that's kind of the main points. I think one of the other pieces that I wanted to talk about a little bit is also, again, as we think about how we leverage tools like AI, leverage tools like marketing automation, all of these things that everybody is talking about, whether it's content personalization or how we create different user journeys. Leveraging open source software allows you to pick and choose the best of all those worlds. And so rather than taking a system that has AI built into it, we take the approach of integration. We take the understanding that there's one tool, there are different tools for different jobs, and we can pick the best one for each of those jobs. And so, again, we're talking about creating an ecosystem and an opportunity for really leveraging the right thing for your organization, right? At the end of the day, for me, what open source does is it puts the control back into enterprise organizations. It allows us as a service provider to focus on the things that matter, to provide great service, but it really avoids those pitfalls of being stuck within a closed system. So that's really what I wanted to talk about. I was asked to do this relatively late, so a shorter keynote than the time I have, but more than happy to answer any questions and yeah, open it up to the audience.
It's really great to have you, Gabe Karp. Thank you very much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, now the time has come that we will begin with the fireside chat. The topic is the digital transformation and its profound impact on our everyday lives. The speakers are, all of you please put your hands together for Mr. Rohit, the Vice President of Amdocs. Yes, thank you very much. And next we have Amrit Kaur, the co-founder and CEO of Mantraverse. Can we have Amrit Kaur? Okay. Nice to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with the fireside chat right now. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So we're here to talk to you about the digital transformation and how this impacts our daily lives, and I'm sure all of you have been impacted in some way, shape or form. So I have Rohit alongside me, and we'll sort of go into a little bit about what digital transformation is, and how it touches various points in our lives. So we'll start with an introduction. So Rohit, would you like to begin?
Sure. Hi, this is Rohit Paparsania. I work for Amdocs. We are the #1 telecom products company in the world. We do all the BSS, billing, OSS, and various other products for doing actually the digital transformation of our telecom clients. It's an estimated that we touch upon the lives of nearly 3.1 billion people through our products.
Great, thank you. So a little bit of background about myself. I've been in the tech industry for over 20 years. Got into it by mistake, wasn't planned, but haven't left since. So I have worked for digital transformation projects in government in the UK. I've then moved into sort of consulting and then worked across various different organizations in public and private sector. Most recently, I've been working in the FinTech and banking space, so building digital products in that world. And I also had my own health tech startup. So yeah, working in various different places and now running my own consultancy where we touch on various different industries and digitally transform products and services. So Rohit, would you like to start by giving us a definition of what you think digital transformation means for you?
Sure. So, see, I've been associated with the telecom industry for nearly 17 years now, and I had the big, good fortune of seeing transformation, from pretty much the front seat. Because if you talk about digital transformation, the first big thing that happened was obviously internet, fueled by telecoms. Second big thing happened, smartphone, again fueled by telecoms. And, then we kept building on this great foundation. So, before we begin what digital transformation is, maybe I'd like to ask the audience, because, whoever I speak to have their own definition. And there's no right or wrong, but I just want to kind of, pick up on your head. What do you think digital transformation means for you? Just, 2 words off the top of your head. Anyone? Yeah, please. Automation, okay.
Transforming from paperwork to digital.
Okay, paperwork to digital, great. Any other? Technological evolution. Yeah. Automation at scale, okay. Okay, so we are getting into this zone where we seem to say, at least the people in this room, those who have spoken, that you take a manual process, you automate it, you take it up to huge scale, and you achieve digital transformation. Kind of, that sums up the thought of the room. So let me tell you, this is much, much, much more than that. It's not about automation, although it is important. See, again, it's very hard to define what digital transformation actually is. Let me start with an example. See, old days, doctors, everybody used to have a stethoscope, right? They used to monitor your heart rate and all. Now, just a few years ago, we started with all these smartwatches which have the heart rate, built into your, watch, right? That is one level of automation, right? You replaced your analog instrument, which was the stethoscope, with a digital instrument. That is not digital transformation. At least that's my definition. It's digitization or digitalization, as some people say. So you have taken up manual process, you have converted, and you achieved your automation, you achieved the scale also. Now, when you try to build upon that, you imagine, millions of people having this smartwatch. The data is getting collected in the cloud. You're applying AI in the right way, not, I'm not talking about the previous panel discussion, in the right way. You're driving insights out of it. You have connected it to an ecosystem. For instance, maybe I'm having a heart attack. Okay, the insight is given by the AI because of the data collected. Now, in the ecosystem, there's a hospital as well. They know they need to send an ambulance, and my phone knows where I am. I don't even have to call anyone. Anybody has to detect any symptoms. The call goes in. So those are the kind of things, and when you have achieved this kind of scale, you have created an ecosystem, you have taken the data, you have applied AI to get real insights. That, in my view, is true digital transformation. Okay? So again, just a little bit of history. We talked about internet. We talked about smartphones, and we talked about how various fields and various sectors, starting from Amazons and Googles, and who are kind of been leading the digital edge. We are now moving to healthcare. We are now moving to education. And the world is expanding. We are just trying to figure out how do you create those ecosystems, how do you co-create. So there is always a consumer, there is always a buyer. There's always a buyer and there's always a seller. The beauty of Amazon was about bringing them together, right? If Amazon were doing it just by themselves, probably that transformation would not have happened because it would have been very, very limited. The success of Amazon is because they brought the buyers and sellers from across the world together. And that is where the true transformation happens, when you get that network effect of several buyers and several sellers and the ecosystem coming together. Okay? So Amrit, let's talk about, so I think we have a fair definition of digital transformation to start with. Let's maybe hear from you. How does it impact the daily lives of people like you and me and everyone?
Yeah, so you were talking about health, so I'll start there. Recently, I used a continuous glucose monitor, which was attached to my arm, and it gave me a reading of my blood sugar levels throughout the day, continuously 24/7. And I absolutely loved it. But I was only wearing the sensor for 2 weeks, and now I'm sort of thinking I need to get my next one because I really enjoyed watching what was happening. These kind of things are really impacting and changing the way we do things, the way we understand our bodies. We're starting to really figure out what things are doing to us, which we never had any insight into before. So these kind of transformations, and I think are absolutely brilliant. When my doctor tells me, okay, your sugar levels might be high, I'm thinking, well, it could just be a random reading you've got on that day. I don't know, it could just be an abnormal reading. How do I know that actually I have an issue? And these kind of changes that we're seeing now, a lot of people are wearing these wearables. Like we said, you've got smartwatches that monitor everything you're doing, your blood pressure. I've got ECG monitor on my watch, and I can see what's happening to my readings of my heart rate. So there's a lot of change happening in all industries. So health is definitely one big one. Shopping, there was once upon a time it was all brick and mortar. We had to go to a physical location to do our shopping, and now it's online. In fact, I can do personalized shopping. I can start to understand the kind of things that suit me, and I'll start to get personalized adverts to me. And all of those kind of things are changing the way we do everything from a daily basis. When we look at entertainment, we used to go to the cinema once upon a time, and now we're binge watching on Netflix. So that's changing that world. And then we look at this on a slightly bigger scale, and we've got smart cities. I'm working on a project at the moment where we're looking at actually creating an entire smart town in an emerging country. And that's coming up more and more, so a lot of people are sort of looking more into that. So how can we make our transportation smarter? How can we make sure our development is managed well? How do we make sure that our borders are secure? How do we make digital payments? So in the world of fintech and banking, I can't remember the last time I carried cash around. I don't have the need to do it. I either use my watch to tap to pay for something, or I use my smartphone. So again, all these things are sort of changing the way we do things on a daily basis. Yep.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, so it's kind of touching every walk of life. Everything we do on a day-to-day basis is getting transformed and get touched upon by digital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, even like communication. So like, for example, once upon a time, people were sending letters, and now it's like emails and instant messaging. So, even workplace productivity, we're using AI tools, and I think are fantastic because it's saving me a lot of time in the field I'm working in. So, things like ChatGPT, I'm really looking forward to sort of text to video conversions and all that kind of stuff. And I think there's so many use cases, and I've got so many ideas as a result flying through my head that, oh, I can do this, and I can change the way when startups come and speak to me to help mentor them. And it's just like, well, use these tools, really speed up what you're doing when it comes to marketing, when it comes to your daily tasks that you need to complete, and managing your diary. I can now run multiple businesses at the same time because I've been able to reduce my daily workload as a result of these, these innovations, and I think they're absolutely great.
Yeah. So see, I have a concept of human-machine collaboration, and maybe what you touched upon. How do we, delegate these tasks to machines so that as humans we can apply our thoughts to more value-added services? Those judgment calls, right?
Yeah,
which is what it really enables us to do, if I have to sum it up.
Yeah. So I mean, in terms of the industry you work in telecoms, like how has that changed, and how has that, or what's happening in the future in that world as well? So, with the 5G, 6G, etc., like what kind of changes can we expect to see?
So, see, as part of telecom, they are sitting on a huge amount of data. They are at the front end. The first touch point with everyone is actually your smartphone. That's how you get connected to this digital ecosystem, right? So they are sitting at a very, very good vantage point where they can truly leverage this connection to people, the amount of data they have, who you talk to, where you are, where you go, what booking you are making. They are at the first touch point. So from a telecom perspective, and again, there's a big transformation happening in the industry, especially around 5G. I know, the current version of 5G is not so very exciting. Yes, I mean, you've got faster speeds, but that's about it. But 5G is not fully operational yet. We are at the very beginning of 5G. It's primarily, 5G over LTE. So higher speeds over the existing 4G network is what we are seeing. The true transformation of, or the true, benefits of 5G will be relevant, once we get standalone 5G. And what I mean by standalone 5G is true 5G technology with a lot more virtualization at every step of the way. I don't want to get into too much technical detail, but what it really means to you is, as a consumer of, maybe a retail consumer or even a business, you can get different kind of quality of service for the different use cases you have. And I'll give an example. Suppose, you want to watch a sports event. Your smartphone or the streaming device at your home, your TV, can enable you for a multi-view kind of scenario where you can see from different angles how the players are playing and all. And that requires huge amount of bandwidth. So that is one use case where 5G would be able to give much higher bandwidth. Second and very interesting use cases are around the low latency and power efficiency of 5G. So low latency, what it means is that from the point you click a button till the point some action happens, it's ultra fast, less than 1 millisecond, less than 5 milliseconds, compared to the current, 30 milliseconds or 40 milliseconds. It can mean life and death when you talk about autonomous cars, when you talk about robotic surgery. From the moment, the surgeon touches a button, that has to happen, that action has to happen instantaneously. Or, the object on the road, you can't wait for buffering, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that ultra low latency and ultra reliability, all those features of 5G will be unlocked once we get to the true standalone 5G. Okay? And that's going to be a game changer because many more use cases will come. True mobility will also come because today when you talk about consumption of data, I think we are limited to our smartphone, which is a small screen, but talk about Vision Pro. It's not 5G enabled yet, but imagine a Vision Pro with ultra low latency, huge bandwidth, kind of a broadband-like speed in your Vision Pro, and you can navigate the world with that. Many use cases around factories where you can actually repair and see the instructions online, to smart factories where your sensors and IoTs are giving information right onto your Vision Pro about what is wrong and what can you do to keep your downtime low. So huge amount of new use cases are going to open up. Maybe.
Great, great. And what kind of economic or social and cultural changes and implications do you think digital transformation has?
I think that's a very good question. I mean, I don't have to tell you who are the top companies in the world. The companies who have stayed at the digital edge, like Microsoft is the most valued company on earth, Apple, Google, these are the names. They have been transforming the world digitally, and they are the biggest movers and shakers in the industry. So I think it's very clear in terms of where the market is moving, how much potential it has. And see, the most important thing is these companies are touching the lives of the people, like you said, and these companies have unlocked the secret of how to build experiences around people. Because again, another tenet of digital transformation is you can't transform things on your own. Again, ecosystem. Ecosystems means at the end of the day people. And you have to build human-centric experiences around them. And more human-centric experiences are coming on. For example, classified ads. We used to have big yellow books. That's where Google found its calling. And it became the #1 search company. Same way, Apple and Netflix. It's a very good example of Blockbuster. They had AI and everything, They might have done the best analytics to find out where to place the stores. But all that is gone once, you had streaming, right? So, other thing is, the changes which are happening in the way we work. The future of work itself is undergoing a change because of, the transformation which has happened, because of the digitalization which has happened. So, we can't, live without Uber, especially, when there are so many conferences going on in the city like Dubai. There are no taxis available. Without Uber, you can't even get here. So Uber, Airbnb, I mean, all these things are kind of changing the way we work. For transactions, we no longer want to, call somebody. We want every service in the smartphone. And I think it has become we don't realize it, we take it for granted, but, we are so dependent on it.
Yeah, I mean, if my phone battery dies, I feel like I can't do anything. I can't function. Exactly. So, yeah, it is definitely impacting the way we do things. But do you think it has a negative impact in any way? Do you think there are people who are afraid? I mean, I'm in the tech industry, and I absolutely love the innovation and everything that's happening. But when I speak to family members, they're very scared, and they're not liking the change. What do you think about that?
So we just met a doctor here who was talking about the ethical use of AI and access to data. So the fears are also very real. See, one of the biggest fear I see, and I won't, we had a very good panel discussion on the negative effects of AI, so let's not go there. But see, as a society, as a culture, I think there's a big change happening. People are so dependent on their smartphones. I mean, you go to a, bunch of kids, Gen Zs, sitting next to each other. They will be focused on their smartphone rather than on each other. I think, that human touch is the sacrifice, we are having to make. And I don't know the answer to that, but maybe, coaching, maybe, bringing some more value into those interactions, making those interactions intentional. I think as leaders and, people who have seen the other world where, even the phone did not exist, to the current world where, the kids today cannot just, imagine a life without smartphone. I think it's our job to educate them as leaders, as, parents, as senior citizens. Not senior citizens, but seniors, sorry. But yeah, I think it's part of our job as well, right? And I think because people are seeking validation online, social media, I mean, I no longer care whether my, parent likes my achievement. But, I have to get those likes on social media. Otherwise, I get agitated, I get irritated. And I've, forgotten the value of patience and waiting for things. I'm seeking instant gratification. Today, I have a problem, go on Amazon, buy, right? Hit the button, buy. What's the big deal? People are forgetting the value of money. They don't no longer see the money. We have seen the money when, we run out of it, especially. Yeah. But they don't. It's just, another digital currency that, my daughter keeps talking about. Give me the coins on Roblox, which I don't. I said no. So,
yeah. But even education, when we're talking about, the changes and the transformation that's happening here, and I think COVID kind of accelerated some of that digital change. So now you've got schools around the world that actually are fully, virtual. So you have your virtual teachers, children are sitting at home, and then you go into the world of healthcare, and you've got, doctors sitting in one part of the world, helping surgeries happen in another part of the world, and it's all sort of changing the way our daily lives. But in terms of education, How do you think that's impacting the future of?
So I'll give my own example, okay? I mean, we are very busy with our day-to-day job. Education for us has become, literally impossible. Nobody can take a 1-year break and, attend some course. I always wanted to do some, executive program. During COVID, I registered for one, and I completed it. It would not have been possible, if we did not have remote education, if we did not have, and believe me, when after 1 year of completing the course, every weekend, a batch of 70 people used to meet, the professors used to meet, and then we had the campus immersion at the last leg of the program. It felt like we knew everybody. Really, I mean, it was amazing that, people who met digitally spent time for 1 year. It seemed like, we've known each other for a very long time. So that's a power, I think, and it's just the beginning. There are a lot of, startups, edutech startups, and, Byju's and all in India are going through a tough, rough patch. But I think, again, the value comes to when you are, the value is, when you are best at basics. You are thinking about the end user, their problems, and creating solutions tailored to them. I think with that in mind, I think it has a huge potential to, give back to the society, to transform education itself. Still, I see that, people have created those online platforms, but those online platforms have become means of, connecting the professor and the people. I think it has to go beyond that. It has to use, things like generative AI, which has huge potential, especially for education, because in education, with respect to current affairs, the current affairs, change every week, every month, every day. In education, you look at our textbooks which were printed, 10 years ago, maybe 30 years ago, still, we are reading them. So the life is not so fast in education, and that is where I think the generative AI and the, the impact of hallucination and impact of bias is, can be controlled a lot. And I think generative AI can truly transform the education industry, in my view.
Okay, great.
So, Amrit, you come from healthcare. I know you touched upon healthcare a little bit. Can you talk about some of the latest and new things which are happening, which can excite everybody here? What we can look forward to in terms of healthcare?
Yeah, so I mean, I had my own healthcare startup, which I sort of exited a few years ago. But at that time, we were working on doing virtual clinics. So for heart patients around the world who needed the aftercare and preventative care, we were creating virtual clinics for them. So this was access to a nurse or a doctor after they've had an episode, so for example, a heart attack. What tended to happen before was you would have the event and then you'd wait 6 months or you're on a waiting list before a doctor or a nurse can talk to you and see you. But when you've had something like that happen in your life, you want somebody to hold your hand and help you along that journey. So you want access to someone 24/7 if there's an issue. So we were using health trackers and wearables to try and measure any changes that were happening, and this created alerts which would then notify a nurse or a doctor at the other end. So they would be able to see before you've even called that something's changed in your readings, and then you've got instant access to them. It's very difficult to do, as you can imagine. It's a highly regulated industry. So it's not as straightforward as people think. I would love to have a nurse or a doctor to hand 24/7, but the reality at the moment is we're not there yet. But like I think somebody mentioned in the talk before, you've got the Google doctor and you've got ChatGPT. I recently had a health issue, and the first thing I did was Google my symptoms. And I looked into it and I was like, oh my God, yeah, it brought up a list of things, but actually one of them was quite serious, which then prompted me to call the doctor. And luckily I did, and I prevented something that could have been quite serious. However, even though I did contact the healthcare department, I was still given a bit of a runaround in terms of, okay, they think it might be this, they think it might be that, and I'd already diagnosed myself. And I was right. So, but the fact that I had to do that, and I kind of diagnosed myself and then pushed for the doctors to see me, ended up in A&E, but I prevented something that could have been quite fatal. So yeah, so I mean, I think we're trying to get to that level. We're not there yet because there are regulatory issues. You know, if you've got software as a medical device, you need certain licenses. It's not cheap to do. But yeah, I think with all the transformative tools that are out there, AI, you know, it's going to, in one way, it's going to make everything more complicated because I'm sure everything's going to result in death at some stage. But also, we are going to be telling the doctors before they're telling us how things are happening and what's changing in you. But even with wearables, like I said, I had a monitor on my arm, and I absolutely loved it because I could see what different foods were doing to me at different times of the day. And that's helped me to change the way I'm eating or the way I'm sort of seeing food or changing my lifestyle overall. Without that graph that was telling me, you know, my results have shot up or they've dipped low, I probably wouldn't do anything about it. You know, being really busy, you know, running multiple businesses, we don't have time to like focus on health. But these kind of devices, I think, are really helpful.
That's really exciting. So more informed decision making you can make because of the access to data you have about yourself. I mean, who's more important than you?
Exactly.
Right? So I think that's very exciting. And I think you touched upon NHS and how overloaded it is, right? I mean, finding access to doctor is so very difficult. So, I mean, it's really great initiative where, you know, you're hand-holding the people and giving them guidance and all. But let me touch upon one more example in India. The healthcare in India, you know, simply because of the population and the doctor-to-patient ratio is not in a very good shape. You know, if you have money, you have access to the best hospitals. For the underprivileged, it's very, very difficult. Now, there are a few initiatives, and again, great examples of digital transformation. There's an initiative called Ayushman Bharat and E-Sanjeevani. It's a whole ecosystem that the government of India has built, and it's really, you know, difficult to believe that government of India is, you know, as like typical governments, is more about bureaucracy, more about diplomacy. But what they have built is truly amazing. During COVID, when the primary healthcare system was completely, you know, out of whack, people did not have access to healthcare, especially the underprivileged and the people living in remote parts and the villages. And this system basically connected all the primary healthcare systems across the, you know, India. There are, you know, thousands of them, if not lakhs of them, hundreds of thousands probably across. They connected to the nodal centers, and then everything was on a digital platform. You know, a poor patient walking into a, you know, primary health care, which is a free facility, could get access to the best doctors possible through telemedicine. Yep. And that's a system they built and utilized during the COVID pandemic, where, you know, we had lockdowns in effect and all. So I think those are some really, really amazing use cases, and we are not done yet.
Yeah.
There's another app called Practo in India, where, you know, people like you and me, even though we know something is wrong, we put it off, right? Nobody wants to see a doctor. And, you know, these apps can give you instant video consultation. Yes. And that's very good, I mean, where you can talk to a professional immediately.
Yeah, and the point you raised about, you know, the NHS being overloaded at the moment, I think is correct. So, for example, I went to A&E and I waited 10 hours. And this was through the middle of the night, and I'm looking at the screen thinking, it's telling me how many patients are in A&E, it's telling me the average wait time, but I feel like nobody's doing anything about it. So I can see the data, but it's not helpful to me because I know I've got an issue, I'm in pain, and I need to see somebody immediately. I'm already in the A&E department, but there's not enough doctors to service the patients. So actually one of the things that came out of that, and I was speaking to my business partner, that we need to be able to have data that gives us like real-time information. So one, we have the screen data that the hospital provides, but actually if I'm sitting in A&E, I can provide other people with a real-time, you know, what exactly is happening, what the average wait time is, you know, how crowded the hospital is, and it kind of helps you. So I made my own way to the hospital, and so if I had a choice, if I could see which nearest hospital to me has the shortest waiting times, I would have gone straight there. And that's the kind of stuff I'm sort of hoping either to, you know, run this as my own idea or work with somebody that has already started this. But yeah, those are the kind of changes that I think would really help, you know, impact our lives. Okay, so I know you touched on generative AI. So can you give us some more information around, generative AI and digital transformation?
So another, aspect of digital transformation is, like I said earlier, human centricity, hyper personalization. How Amazon knows when you go to the landing page, what do you want to buy, right? How Netflix knows and recommends which show you should be watching. And I mean, it's, scary sometimes. They are right, what I want to watch. So that recommendation services and all, that's the traditional AI, right? Which has built so much of hyper personalization that, Uber knows where we want to go, or Amazon knows what we want to buy, Netflix knows what we want to watch, and so on. And on top of that, with generative AI, I think, the harms of AI aside, there's a huge potential to take that hyper personalization to the next level. See, look at the amount of data that is getting generated. Now, your smartwatches and your wearables are getting smarter. The amount of data is going to just increase. It is not possible for humans to analyze this data, not possible. So again, I mean, there are a lot of questions that, AI is going to replace my job and so on. But in reality is that, without AI, it's difficult to sustain this level of life that we have become accustomed to. And generative AI takes it at a new level because it has the potential to generate. Traditional AI predicts that, what's going to happen next, what do you want to watch, what do you want to buy. Generative AI takes it to a new level where it takes all this information from the past about you, about, what it has learned on Wikipedia and so on, and put it into a context. Make those chatbots much more personalized to you because they know about your data, they know about all this information, and they know how best to present it. They are great at communication. So in essence, I think it is going to take digital transformation to the next level because it can bring in those super personalized experiences.
Yep.
And that's the promise of it. And that's the utility of it. Yeah.
I think I was reading something where one of these, it was a lady, I think, in the US, and she had a miscarriage, but she kept on getting these ads for baby products, and she took, the company to court because she's, it's impacting her. She doesn't want to see these. She's going through a traumatic time in her life, and she's still seeing these products being advertised to her. She did eventually win the case, but yeah, that's the kind of stuff I think we just need to be careful of, that when we are looking at these kind of models, that it understands our current state. So if that ever happens, it's not still presenting us with the data that's based on the past. So yeah, I think that's a really important point. So in terms of do you have any predictions in the digital transformation world? do you?
If I had predictions, I wouldn't be sitting here today. I would be, founding another company like you did. But I think, see, the important thing is we have to differentiate for the businesses. We all represent businesses, across the globe here. We are leaders in the industry. Many people take digital transformation as, just take their stack, migrate it to cloud, slap on AI, and okay, they have digitally transformed. I think the distinction people have to make, the business leaders have to make, is digital transformation and technology transformation are two very different things. Yes, technology transformation is required in order to build the foundation to do the digital transformation. But I think the most important aspect is it is about business transformation through innovative use of technology rather than the other way around. Many of the leaders in the industry, they come and they say, oh, I want to move to cloud. But why? Why do you want to move to cloud? Fine, you moved all your applications to cloud, but are you generating any insights from it? Are you using those insights to serve your customers better? Are you building new experiences? I mean, all these great companies you look at, they succeeded because they brought something new. The technology transformation drove them to newer experiences, and that is where I think the businesses should focus on. Like I said earlier, they should also focus on ecosystem. The world is becoming so complex, we cannot do everything on our own. We cannot. We have to leverage, either you have to build or you have to buy. But life becomes easier if you are connected to an ecosystem with like-minded people serving similar kind of customers where we can cross-leverage each other's experiences, each other's capabilities. So that is where that ecosystem becomes very, very important. And everybody who's thinking of digitally transforming themselves, their businesses, I think they have to look at this, that do they have this ecosystem? And final word I would say is we have to follow a design thinking approach, keeping the user at the center of the universe and build experiences around them instead of the other way around. We have to empathize with our customers, with our end users, not our direct customers only. Look at their problems, what they're trying to solve. I mean, Amazon today, yes, it started as a price point site, but very soon it evolved into a thing of convenience. How I can just click a button and get whatever I want instead of having to go to the market and looking at 20 different places. So it has become more of a convenience rather than cost advantage. So I think those are some of the things that people should keep in mind when we are talking about digital transformation.
Okay. Any precautions that when it comes to digital transformation?
Yeah, I think those I covered pretty much. That you have to keep a user-centric approach. You have to think about creating an ecosystem, either building or participating in it. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, great. So I think we're near the end of our fireside chat. So it would be great if we've got any questions, we could answer those before we finish off. Any questions? No? Okay. So I guess then, in terms of wrapping up, so we've talked about the way digital transformation, what it is, how it's impacting our daily lives, the future of digital transformation and what's to come, the changes and the experiences we're having already. So I think when it comes to sort of smartphones, smart cities, healthcare, education, AI tools, generative AI, they're all exciting areas, and as we've discussed, there are some precautions, there are things we need to keep in consideration, and the idea is not to lose that human touch, which I think will become so important with time to come. We're going to be so locked up in our own little worlds that we're going to be craving human interaction, and I think that's something we should start thinking about now.
Yeah, well summed up. Thank you, Amrit.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rohit and Amrit Kaur, for such a great fireside chat. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our next speaker, and again we'll be having the fireside chat. The topic is tapping into chatbots and virtual assistants for DE&I support and resources. And for this, I would like to call upon Swapnil Joshi. Yes, the Vice President, Customer Success and Support, DB Sync Incorporated, and Avankia Software. All of you please give a big round of applause to Swapnil Joshi. Then I would like to invite Christy S. Garcia. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Christy, the co-founder and CEO of All Out Virtual LLC. Now I would like to welcome Mohammad Noordin Alauddin, the Senior AI Scientist, Danino Management. So right now, we'll be having the fireside chat. And after this, there's going to be recognition and awards ceremony. So all of you enjoy this amazing fireside chat. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So we will first start to introduce ourselves. My name is Christy Garcia, and I am the co-founder and CEO of All Out Virtual. I've been a virtual assistant for over a decade, and I married a tech guy who has been helping me in implementing my ideas. So technically, I'm the brain. I'm doing all the strategies and design, and he does the tech implementation. And right now, our company is based in the Philippines, and we are supporting online entrepreneurs by streamlining business processes, operations, and automations. Would you like to introduce yourselves, gentlemen?
Thank you. My name is Mohammad Noordin. I am a senior AI scientist in Dynamo Management, and I have around 12 years of experience working with different companies and firms. And I do work on mostly on technical side of AI, implementing and researching part. And with my experience, I also teach and mentor data science aspirants. I have around 6 years of experience mentoring and teaching budding data scientists. And with my professional experience and mentoring experience, I got an opportunity to author a book called Data Science with Python in Pact Publications. So I'm honored here. So thank you.
Thanks, Mohammed. My name is Swapnil Joshi. To introduce myself, I presently work as a Vice President for Customer Success and Support for DB Sync INC. To tell about me, having experience of over 22, 23 years now, started off as a developer, typically, coding and making tools and so on and so forth. That was a time when there was, I would not say no AI, but there was very little impact of AI in the coding sector. I still remember coding myself and a small spelling goes wrong and the entire code goes for a toss. Come back and check where the spelling mistake is there. It was like VB5 or so. We saw Java coming up and advanced Java coming up and VB6 coming up where they started giving prompts. So that is the era where I come from. Then probably I had a more attraction or dopamine rush when I interacted with clients. And at the end of maybe a call or a meeting or an escalation meeting or something, when they say, thank you, you made my day and you resolved my issue, that kind of gave a dopamine rush. So switched from a typical development to a support and technical support. And then, of course, worked with service-based companies, and then now working with product-based companies since last 12 years or so. Also have worked in healthcare, so have understanding of what and how healthcare works. Now presently working for a SaaS-based company. It's a data integration platform and a backup platform. Very simple to use and where we can solve a lot of day-to-day automation and mundane tasks, which each one of you do, which can be resolved within minutes. To talk about education, I'm from India, so done with the Kendriya Vidyalaya studies where you need to take care of yourself from early age and kind of makes you street smart and make sure that you gel and talk to everyone and anyone. In spite of you being an introvert or extrovert, doesn't make difference there. Then moved on to doing my bachelor's in computer application, did an MBA in IT, have an IIM Calcutta alumni, and also did a doctorate in management. So I'm still learning, so this has not stopped each and every day. I always believe in a concept, and I wanted to include this in my intro itself. The concept of we have a mentorship program, right? Anywhere you can find a mentor who is much senior to you and talk to them on a regular basis, understand what is happening and get updates. I also believe in something called reverse mentoring. So meet with at least a decade or 2 decades younger to you, understand what are they going through and what kind of technologies they are looking at. And that will kind of push you to your limits where you can excel in what you're doing on a day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. So today we're going to talk about tapping into chatbots and virtual assistants for DE&I support and resources. So just to give you a context, DE&I stands for diversity, equity, and inclusivity. So since I'm not that technical person, I would like to give perspective in the user as a user of chatbot and virtual assistants. So before we proceed with our discussion, I'd like to ask our audience, who among you here are using chatbots and virtual assistants in their operations or maybe their personal lives? Just raise your hand. Yeah. I think
Nice.
majority of us are using chatbots and virtual assistants, so we are already aware how it's performing. Now, I would like to ask the gentleman here about the processes of creating the chatbots. How long will it take, and what are the phases? Like first, wait. Yes, okay.
Thank you. So, in my professional career, in the last company and this company as well, we have built chatbots for both. And let me put it into perspective before telling the time what it requires to prepare. So there are two aspects. One, the chatbot can be prepared from the topic at hand is DE&I. Predominantly, it will be an internal chatbot for the company. So by and large, if the company number of employees is more, it will work better. And when I say better, the usability of it will be more. And if the company is small, it will be not so that much. But doesn't mean that you don't do it, you know. So my last company and this, we worked on getting a chatbot created for internal users first. And there were two stages, I would say. And I would also want to emphasize that anything you want to do, go stage-wise. That will give you an aspect of where you are and a checklist, and that you can go stage-wise from there. So stage one was internal, stage two was external. So all that started from an idea where we were thinking about, we used to ask, and I was leading the support team there, around 100 people reporting directly, indirectly to me, and they were asking a lot of questions on internal chats. So I have this customer, what should I do, what is happening, why is this not working, what troubleshooting steps should I do, and so on and so forth. Although we had a KB article site all available there, and they could search the articles, they will get it immediately. So the interaction of chatting, and when I took feedback from the team members, they always want to chat with somebody. You know, I put up a question, I want a relevant answer. And I don't want to scroll down and check myself and read or search, you know, Control F and search where the answer is. It's always better when I'm chatting with somebody. So that created the idea, let's create a chatbot which is internal, so and it will be hosted on our intranet itself, so there is no security and, you know, anyone from outside logging in. Also, we did a very good part at the beginning stage itself. We asked for authentication with the company user ID and password, by which we can identify who the person is. Right? You can do it without that as well. Once you do that, you can give personalized answers as well. So in stage one, we focused first on the support, where we had hundreds and hundreds of KB articles already prepared. We modified them a bit. We kind of put tags wherever required. Sometimes it was not. With Gen AI, even that is not required. You can search and understand and give you the result. Post that, we put all those in a documented, well-formatted way and pushed it as the resources. And the chatbot will search only from those documents is what we limited in the stage one. Just to make sure we are getting the correct answers, we did regression testing number of times to make sure that we are getting appropriate answers. Once it was a good and a working model for the support team, a lot of internal chat stopped and they started chatting with the AI bot and got all the, you know, technical support questions, answers there immediately with an example. Now the other part was linking it to our CRM ticketing model. Once we did that, it also started giving us past tickets. You know, this was the ticket handled by this person and this is how you could resolve it. This is the communication that person had, and so on and so forth. So that was a hit. Then we started exploring options on communicating within the company. So the first and foremost thing came up to my mind was HR. Everyone has and attends the induction call whenever you join a new company. All that is networking, and basically 75–80% of what is told there we don't remember after a couple of years, right? So there are two ways to do it. One is put all the policies. Of course, all the policies are already there. You just have to link it with your chatbot. You say, what is the leave policy? It will give you a detailed thing. Of course, the leave policy is already there on the internet. You can go and browse. This is a convenience which people want, and that's what the feedback which we received. So building on that, we also tried to personalize it. Now, if you want to know your leave balance in a bigger organization, there will be a tool, typically from a big conglomerate, and you need to log in and see what is your leave balance. Here you chat, it will tell you what is your leave balance. When did you take your last leave? It will tell you. You know, keeping in mind of those things, we went one step ahead and started including a panel discussion for team members as well, like a general reminder. Now, we all want, and probably this is the next stage of chatbots. Today, we say hi, the chatbot says hi. On some websites, you log into the website, it says, hi, good morning, how are you doing? How can I help you today, right? That's what we are thinking, that's what we need today. Keeping in mind, why can't we have this in internal and say that these are your upcoming meetings for today? You don't need to log into your mail account and check. And these are your upcoming meetings. Are you prepared for those? Do you want to lock some time to prepare for those meetings? It will do it. Second is it will also remind about your colleagues who is celebrating their work anniversary, who is celebrating their birthdays, right? You can chat one-on-one with them or probably post it on the forum, you know, where everyone can wish and so on and so forth. Of course, every company HR does that. And I don't want to take away this work from them, but this will be more interactive and more collaborative kind of stuff which we can do within the company. The bonding stays, everyone knows what is happening. Third stage where we went one step ahead was cross towers or cross departments knowledge sharing. So say for example, engineering team member does not know what is happening in marketing. How are we marketing our product? Right? What kind of things we are telling the clients? Very rarely we browse our own websites. We do others, right? So what is being put in? What kind of webinars have we hosted? What are we telling our clients? That can be updated. That can be told to internal customers also. Support team doesn't know what the engineering is working on, what is going to come 1 year later, right? So if the client is asking, can you do this? We say, no, that is not possible. It's simple. If you have an update, yes, it is in the plans. It might be, it's around the corner. Maybe Q2, Q3, you will have it. So all these things can be shared within the same portal itself, within the same website or intranet or the chatbot itself. So this was stage one. Now stage two was a bit difficult, mainly the authentication part, and we took care of it. It took around a couple of months for them. From a time frame perspective, all these required at least 6 months for the internals, which was stage one. And stage two, we laser focused on getting the registrations from the client. Of course, we had our app center and we had all the details of customers, but there are few customers where they have a lot of employees. And there are churn in their employees as well. Few leave, few come in, maintaining of those databases, so we had to set up some security admins for those. And once all that was done, which took a lot of time, but the chatbot was already ready, I had to just move it to a different interface so that there is a bridge between these two, there is a wall between these two, internal and external, and make sure that we are focusing on chat based on what customer is asking. Of course, we did authentication, so we could give exact information for the clients. In the internal part, I missed to mention, customer success for any SaaS-based company is major thing, and I lead the company here, lead the team here in DB Singh. So what we also did was we put all the information. I know it is in your CRM, you'll get which are the clients which are going to expire this month. If you have an annual contract or a monthly contract, that's a different ball game altogether. It will give you a list at the start of the month. These are the clients, this is the dollar value, you'll have to chase. Last year you had issues, last year this person renewed late, so focus on these person this year. Reach out to them early. Maybe it can give 15 days in advance. And we have designed it in such a way that it tells you, it initiates the chat on an everyday basis as well. It will not wait for you to ask questions of what should I do today. Probably it will tell you this client is at risk, he has not renewed yet, the renewal date is tomorrow. I think you need to focus on this client and get it renewed. Maybe there are some support tickets open, maybe there is some issue with them, So that's how we kind of built, and from a duration perspective, client side will always take some time from authentication side as well. But I think it took around a year to build both those tools, and it was a success, as I would say. Of course, there were some here and there, but yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that valuable insights. How about you, Mr. Mohammed? What do you think is working internally, or the overall infrastructure and the architecture of a chatbot?
Yeah. Thank you, Swapnil. It was very detailed go through of what you have done, and it's remarkable. Yeah, for me, before I go into what I have done with chatbots, I would like to give some insights about where does this chatbot started. So who have really invented these chatbots? So it's interesting. So if I want to tell a story, it will take a long time, but I just want to have a crisp thing on what was the first chatbot. So it is called Eliza, which was invented in 1966 by a person called Joseph. So he wants to create a product where he can talk with machines. So that is where he created this chatbot. And it is simple pattern matching, so not like what we have right now. So after that, Eliza came up. People kind of in research perspective, people got very much attentive and attractive. And with that, a lot of different methodologies have changed, from pattern matching to contextual pattern matching, and then to flow. All those things have came up, and notably there are some other chatbots like Perry, Dr. Sorbito in 1992, which is inclined with MS-DOS, adapted in MS-DOS, and then what we know, which is very famous chatbot, that is called Siri by Apple, 2010, right? So always they are kind of proprietary. It's not for free. We can use, but we don't know what is the architecture they have used, but still. So they have used AI technology to create that chatbot, and then Google came up with Google Now, and then changed to Google Assistant in 2014, and then Cortana came up by Microsoft, and Amazon came up with Alexa in 2014, and then finally we have ChatGPT in 2021. So these are all generalized chatbot which has been trained on large perspective of data from the internet. So coming back to my work perspective, what I have done with chatbots. So I'm grateful enough that I have worked with NLP for the past 5 years predominantly, right from a simple text to number conversion, pattern matching, to the LLMs what we have right now. So initially when we create a chatbot is created with simple text to numbers, and with that numbers we'll be playing around. So we have something called cosine similarity in mathematics, where we find what is the possible numbers with whatever the numbers which question has been asked. So we'll be finding the numbers. Actually, the numbers is what is happening in backend. So for that, we will using a simple cosine similarity functionality to find a question and answer. And the problem there is you had to come up with a lot of question and answer from your end. So getting a data is very difficult. So if you want to create your own chatbot, the first thing to do is find what all different questions people will ask and what is the relevant answer for it. So in that case, the most of your time will be taken in data consumption, data creation. So with that data creation, data generation, you want to find what is the relevant, whatever the question people ask, what is the nearest question what you have in your database, and from there you find get an answer and get it. That's it. It's kind of simple rule-based kind of a thing. So for that, you have different framework came up like RASA. It's one of the simple model, conversation model, a dialogue flow kind of a system where you can find an intent. What is the intent of the user asking a question? And from that intent, you find the answer from your knowledge base, what you have defined. So this is the simple methodology what people were accessing. But still, you can only answer a very simple or very general questions what you have defined. So if there is something which you cannot answer, obviously it is going to be a fallback message, and that is going to be support person or any agent will answer that. That is, a real human being will answer that. So that's how I have worked on. And with that, we could able to really help the customers to get a FAQ kind of an answer on a very fast period of time. So in a seconds, they can find an answer instead of waiting for someone to read your mail and then creating a ticket and then responding to someone who needs to take up that. And even if it is a larger team, that ticket needs to be diverted to the correct team, and then they will take upon and then they will answer it. So instead of that huge time delay, so this chatbot really answered it on a very faster manner. So then came this generative AI kind of a solution. What I have, I'm working it still. It's still evolving, and with the help of LLM, it's very simple thing where you can create all your knowledge base into a PDF or a Excel sheet or TXT, whatever it can be. So you can just put it in one place and you can use LLM model over it to find the correct chunk of information what people are looking for, and then you can generate a creative answer. So not that every time you give a same answer, you are going to create a generative answer then and there, whatever question has been asked in different ways and different language. Even it is multilingual, right? That's a good part here. So that is the evolution of chatbot from simple pattern matching to generative AI using LLM models to answer and make your audience or a user enthusiastic and getting the answer then and there with a more accurate answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have discussed a lot of the advantages, and I wanted to elaborate why are we tapping into chatbots and virtual assistants. And I think because most of the time we want access right away, in terms of accessibility, we will be able to get answers 24/7. We don't need someone to respond to us on 24 hours in a day. So that's why we are really encouraging everyone to integrate chatbots or virtual assistants in our daily lives. And aside from that, it can also help us in terms of scalability. If a lot of users are, chatting support or need answers right away, especially with the technical stuff or with our questions inside a company, they're able to get answers from the knowledge base. And if we have these processes and streamline operations, we will have all of our answers there through chatbots, and we'll be able to access the resources from these chats. And of course, if they're not able to answer, we have humans who can help. We have AI virtual assistant. We also have the human virtual assistant, which our company provides is the human virtual assistants. And we also train them with the knowledge-based and frequently asked questions from our customers and clients so that they be able to support you technically, everything that you need answers. So thank you so much for your valuable insights. I'd like to know, what are the impact in terms of business side of things, before using chatbot and after using chatbot? Can you tell us a bit of a difference?
Yes, I'll make it short this time because the impact was really good. Internally, when we started, we had a bit of pushback from the team members, although we were working on something that was suggested by them. So by and large, what I've seen is change is very difficult, may it be anything and everything. And I also know, and I also tell always, change is the only constant, right? So we had to do a lot of flyers, we had to do a lot of promotional emails from our side to push the employees to use it. But once the ball was rolling, the impact started to get generated. We had less queries coming to the managers itself. We had less queries coming to the HR itself, but there were still few, which I'll talk about in the next section. and that was necessary. But I think by and large, as it was internal and as it was all that we fed for the chatbot to retrieve from, it was all in a controlled manner. Now, when we talk about the external chatbot, it was really good. We reduced our ticket count for support somewhere around, in the first month, it went down close to 11%. And those 11%, when we checked back, those were resolved by the chat because we had that tracking capability and reporting capability as well. So when I say a client looked at that KB article and resolved the issue, we had an option for the client to rate that article. Did it really help for him to resolve it or not? By and large, we were hovering around 4.7 out of 5. So I think its industry standard is anyways 4.5. So we hold ourselves really good there. Second was, as reporting and look back was available, we looked back at few articles which were rated 3 and below and kind of modified it, enhanced it, made sure that it reaches, and also made announcement that these articles are redefined, kindly check to the same customers because tracking was available, and post that they gave good feedback and so on and so forth. So that's how we increased. In 1 year, we had reduced almost 27% of our support tickets coming in. So I call it deflection, but it is technically not deflection because I have made the clients to go there and resolve themselves. So that was real good impact from a money perspective as well. As we increased our client base from 2,000 to 2,500, I need not hire anyone in that particular team because the same team was able to resolve the extended client base. So that was kind of the effect which we had in our organization.
That's so wonderful. And as a user, we also have like expectations with the chatbots and virtual assistants. Like for me, as a user, I wanted the chat to be like, provide accurate answers, provide like accurate prompts as well so that it will help me and it will support me with the questions that I have. And at the same time, it can also, if you are creating chatbots, one of my expectations as well is to create like different languages. Sometimes people are not comfortable using the English and they are more comfortable expressing themselves in a different language. So hopefully for those people who are creating chatbots, there will be like a feature wherein they can select a language to use in telling or in expressing their questions. And also, I wanted also like elaborate security because if we are asking for support, I wanted to make sure that my information is not being used by other people. We have that data privacy, but just want to make sure, like as a user, how am I going to be secured with my information, with the data that I'm sharing? So any insights with with my expectations, what are the things that we can look forward and we can improve in our chatbots?
Yeah, even I can also add some of the advantages what we have encountered. So with the help of chatbot, we were able to make the number of agents count reduce. It's not a good part, but for the company, it's a good part. But still, the number of agents year on year, it is increasing for a very good amount of numbers, and it is increasing exponentially that we cannot do. Because we human have a capability to do something on a certain period of time. But AI, its capability is enormous. It is exponential. So a person can answer a question, one question for a minute, but AI, it can answer a million questions in a minute. So that's an exponential part. So in that case, we were able to reduce the count, and also we were able to manage. If the chatbot is implemented 2 years back, we would have reduced $2 million. That is the number we have came in. So that's the advantages, and that is the impact it is doing for a business. Yeah, Yeah, and as you said, when you create a chatbot, right now, you can create a chatbot in a very simple fashion, a very easy way. But there are certain problems which we need to address or we need to gel with, so we cannot avoid it. Like for example, accuracy, you can get a answer, but that answer, you cannot be 100% reliable that it is correct. And the data you have trained with. If your data is trained or fine-tuned with a certain intent or certain bias, that is going to be there in your response as well. So the kind of data what you have trained, so garbage in is garbage out. If your data is garbage in, always output is going to be garbage out. So in that case, you need to choose a selective data, right data, and the representative data which doesn't have any bias in it. So that is more important. And obviously, I also said, always say that somebody also spoke here, hallucination. Even if you don't have any answer, it is try to giving you the right answer, like it is 100% confident. So that is the problem we need to address and we need to gel with. And there are a lot of researches happening to avoid this hallucination part, to avoid this bias part, and also the privacy, like you spoke about security, privacy. Yeah, all those things is there considered. And the final part, what I can say is like, previously when we have built a chatbot, like I said, it's a simple pattern matching, simple data, all those things. It's very simple, easy to do. It is time taking, and the cost is very, very, I can say negligible cost. But now when you use LLM model, obviously when you use LLM model, the cost is going to be on higher end. You have to have your own cloud infrastructure. You have to use a good amount of a server where it can able to retrieve the question and think about the answer and respond back as soon as on a mean time what is required. So for all those things to happen, obviously the cost is going to be on a higher end. So.
Thank you so much. Would you like to add any problems that you encounter while you are creating chatbots, Mr. Swan?
While creating chatbots, yes, of course, there were many to and fro's between the employees and sometimes with the customers when we went live with the second stage as well. But I think those were ought to come. And I always see a problem as an opportunity to improvise. And as I said, if it is internal, it was very well managed and handled. But if it was client, I guess we needed a call to them to explain and make them understand that this is what we are going to do. It will be helpful for you, and so on and so forth. And again, in spite of just having the clients read through our emails, it's always better we talk. So here I'm contradicting chatbot and talking. But yes, so I think I always want from my expectation perspective, I always want the chatbot also to talk to me, right? Something like a Siri. But yes, in a more personalized matter, in a more official, professional matter. So we are still working on it, not up to the mark there. From a linguistic perspective, there are some pronunciations, intonations, which we are working on how to resolve them. And but from a difficulty perspective, yes, we had few backlashes from clients as well as internal employees, but they were kind of point for us to improvise, which we did, and it's all good now. Yeah.
I think we really can't rely on chatbot like the whole entire business. Yeah, that's why there is like an option to talk to an agent if our problems are not yet resolved by a chatbot, or if our questions are not yet answered. That's why we have to have that option to talk to an agent instead of going to an HR or going to a person in person. So I think we have tackled everything. I mean, the advantages, the disadvantages, and the problems, and what we are looking forward to the chatbot. And I think with the advanced technology, we can still improve our features and help us to become, better persons and professionally and personally. So what are your final words in our advanced technology nowadays? How are we going to tap into chatbots and virtual assistants in terms of professional and personal development?
Yeah, for me, I think LLM generative AI is crazy, and because of this technology, everyone is super powerful, and they can do whatever they want with that Gen AI. And with the help of Gen AI, you can implement chatbot in whatever domain you want. It is kind of implementing in every domains, obviously. And right now with generative AI, we don't know what is happening underneath. So it's like black box is happening underneath. So this is super crazy, but I think the next version or the future will be like what is happening underneath. So when a chatbot is or a chat GPT is giving an answer for you, so it will come up with a reason for finding this answer. So what is the reason for getting this answer, and what all things it has done underneath to get you the answer. So that is what I think is the future will be, and it will be generalized to everybody, and everyone can do anything whatever they want. So it is going to be this generative AI, this chatbot. If it is in good people, it is going to be good. If it is on with the bad people, bad intention, obviously it is going to be a disaster. So it should be handled with care. It should be handled with principle and responsibilities.
Yeah, adding on to your points, what we put in, what we get, right? So that's there. So I wanted to just make sure I make this very clear and make a statement. Chatbot is not replacement for humans. It's just a substitute which is available 24/7 for basic level questions. So for example, if an internal employee has something to escalate or maybe a harassment issue, he'll not put that in chatbot. That was made very, very clear. And I did not mention it earlier just to make sure I was holding this for this particular time frame. So keeping this in mind, we had some conditions apply or some disclaimer statements as well. So for that, all the emails of HRs were very well made available to the employees just to make sure that they don't put in those information in the chatbot because it stores, right? And going to the second level or the second phase of releasing that was if at all somebody is doing that, we erase it, we phase it out, And that was very difficult for us to do because we are telling the tool what he's supposed to do, don't do this just for this particular instance. So there was some manual intervention needed, but yes, it was also automated after a while. But yes, it is not a replacement to humans. Humans is what we need as an ultimate source to talk. And yesterday, I think one of our panelists spoke about IOB, Internet of Behavior. I think chatbot can be a very good area to explore on internet behavior as well. So something like what kind of questions this person asks on a normal basis. Can I make it available to him at the start of the day?
Sure.
Something like that. Yeah.
All right, so before we close our fireside chat, do you have any questions, clarifications?
Great presentation. The only question I have is it just me that, but for a customary mention of diversity, equity and inclusion, none of you touched upon the specific use of chatbots and virtual assistants for DEI. So was that an act of omission or commission? If you've done some work, can we get in touch with you offline for specific use of that for DEI?
Of course, we can touch base offline on this topic, but from DE&I perspective, I was trying to stick, and that's why the internal or the intranet part was more focused on DE&I itself. The customer-facing tool was just an add-on which we built on. Of course, DE&I can certainly work on our customer-specific as well. That's where I spoke about authentication from the customer side to understand where the customer is coming from and give the prompts and answer based on how, what, where the customer is from. So from the internal perspective, it works better. From DE&I perspective, but for external, I think we are yet to reach there where we can map things out from an AI and ML perspective as well, which you can highlight if possible. But I think that was one of the things which we focused on probably could not mention the exact words, but the whole thing was diversity, equality, and the inclusivity as well. So we were thinking about from that perspective as well, where we initially picked up that this is the project which we want to do. Yeah, thanks for the question anyways.
Any other questions?
So, like any chatbot or virtual assistant is as good as the data that we feed in, right? Yeah. You are talked about harassment and all, but let's say there are cases where the topic is somewhat sensitive, of course not as sensitive as harassment. How do we ensure that data is not, is not biased towards the employee or even the employers?
You want to take
it? So for this particular thing, OpenAI have done a lot of research, and they have come up with an idea of reinforcement learning with human feedback, and then reinforcement learning with AI feedback, where chatbot is trained, modeled, and done, and still it is learning. And whenever there is a question is being answered, that answer is evaluated. So it is evaluated based on those points by human being with more number of, I can say, with large extent, with ensemble weights. Not one person is doing it. It is going to be done by different diverse people. And from there, the model is again going to be learned. Similarly, from the AI itself, after the model has been judged based upon the human feedback, again, the model by itself will generate question, and then that question is going to be answered, and again AI is going to give a feedback. So by this repeated flow of doing again and again, the chatbot is going to be more non-biased, or it can avoid hallucination. All those things is going to be achieved. But it is not 100% done, but still it is evolving. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, but I think it is still evolving on the unconscious biasness. So it's still evolving, and I'm sure everyone might have heard this word. It is a bit difficult for us to push it, but yes, we'll be there someday. Yeah.
That's a good question. Yeah.
So I really like your point just now about hallucination as well as the black box. And these, I think for now, especially the algorithm that OpenAI is creating with the GPT technology are just simply inevitable. So I wonder, for relevant risks, what do you think can the business do in order to mitigate these risks, as well as to show the consumers how the AI approximately makes such a logical deduction?
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, sorry. So what I mean is, basically, as you say just now, I think one of the really key issues that remains unsolvable is the black box and the hallucination. So specifically, how does the AI make certain judgment? How does it reach certain conclusions? And I wonder, in terms of relevant risks, such as making misleading answers, etc., what do you think is the potential solutions for the enterprise to make the consumers, the users of the AI, more informed about what's actually going on?
Yeah, so you're talking about, let me repeat the question. So it's all about black box, and when you get an answer, how can be informed that that answer is correct?
Yeah,
correct?
More accurate.
Yeah, more accurate. So with LLM and generative AI, it's more about predicting the next possible word. That's it. So we think it's something magic is doing, but what it's doing, it is possibly creating the next word based on the previous word what it has generated. And now with that help, it is very prone to hallucination. Even though it doesn't have any answer for it, it tries to give, even it is predicted the first word as the, that's it. With that, it can keep on generating the answer. It won't stop until the end of the file has reached. So now we need to stop in a place of generating the first word. So if you don't have any question, any answer or suitable articles or information regarding the question being asked, so we need to build a system where you are not supposed to answer this question. Instead, you should do some fallback. So that is where the technology and research has been happening. So that is where it can also avoid hallucination and with the human feedback, as I said. So it is not going to be 100% perfect. More feedback we give, and with that feedback, the model is still training. So even the ChatGPT, what we are using, whatever the question we ask, whatever the response we get, it is being trained again. So we are thinking whatever the data we put in chatbot, ChatGPT or Bard, that data is trained. So that is why people say don't put any privacy related information while you ask question to ChatGPT or Bard. So it is going to be trained. So with more training, more feedback, reinforcement learning, it is going to better day in and day out.
Yes, and I would like to add that that's why we have data analytics to analyze the data that is being given to us and to have like feedback and surveys so that we can improve the system. And because whatever we feed to the AI or to the chatbot, it will just generate and it will be better over the time as we collect data on the behavior, on the questions and answers, on the information. And also the feedback and surveys will really help us develop more accurate answers for our users. Yeah.
To add to this, we as in our own chatbot, what we have developed in a way when you don't have answer. So how we find an answer, we have a vector search DB. So in that DB, we are going to find the possible relevant information with the request what you have given. So with that vector DB, you are getting some answers. And that response is having some similarity numbers, similarity score. So with that similarity score, we can take a threshold. Like if the similarity is more than this number, then you can straight away say that you don't have any answer. If not, you can start building your answer based on the response what you have got from the vector DB and then you generate. So that's the one simple thing what we have done to reduce the hallucination. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, all of you please give a big round of applause to our speakers. It was a really fantastic fireside chat. And right now we'll have a photograph. Up next is the recognition and award ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come that we will be honoring the remarkable achievements of our leaders. We will be having the recognition and award ceremony right now. So are you guys excited? Yes or no? Yes? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I would like to invite Mr. Ahmed Khan on stage, please. Yes, all of you please give a big round of applause to Mr. Ahmed Khan, the Head of Marketing and Strategy Advisor at Next Generation Corporate Services. He will be presenting the awards. Mr. Ahmed.
This one. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, is it? Have we reached noon time?
It's, yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I see hungry faces. Yes, we're going to go off to lunch, but we need to recognize people first. A little bit about me. I am from a company called Next Generation Corporate Services. We are in the business of helping people expand their businesses and set up their businesses in this lovely city of Dubai. and we offer them corporate advisory services on the best way to enter the market. And let's hear it for the awardees.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin with the award ceremony right now. So this is Internet 2.0 Conference Recognition and Award Ceremony. So the first award goes to Abhijit Kukain. Yes, all of you please give a big round of applause to Abhijit Kukain. Many congratulations to Abhijit Kukain. He is the Vice President of IT at Gen Digital. He is a senior management professional with rich experience in technology, businesses. He has a strong desire to enable digital transformation with a focus on cybersecurity, cloud, and data analytics. Ladies and gentlemen, many congratulations to Abhijit on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you, Internet 2.0, for the recognition. I think we are on the cusp of a major change, and we've been talking about this since morning. I'm pretty sure AI is not just spoken in this room, but almost all the other rooms as well. It's great to have these conversations with your peer groups. So thank you, Internet 2.0, for setting this up. And thanks for the recognition, because I think all the leaders are going to need this. There is an anxious curiosity of what AI brings. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Abhijit. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award goes to Christy Garcia. She will be receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award. Christy is the CEO and co-founder of All Out Virtual. She is a distinguished professional with over a decade of global experience in business systems and processes. As a visionary leader, she has propelled her company All Out Virtual to the forefront of the digital marketing and virtual assistance industry. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Internet 2.0 Conference, for this recognition. I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to continue contributing to those people who are around me. So thank you so much to everyone, and all the best and success to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christy. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award goes to Kenneth. Congratulations to Kenneth. Kenneth is the co-founder of the Future Impact Summit, an innovative technology and social sciences initiative hosted at the London School of Economics. He has been engaged at Google Cloud, SoftBank, Aviva, and is currently on assignment at BlackRock via Linklaters Relink. Congratulations to Kenneth on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award at the Internet 2.0 Conference.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. It's a privilege to accept this award, both on my behalf and on behalf of my team. So the Future Impact Summit was something I founded alongside my day job, as you've heard, as a practicing technology lawyer. Unlike, I think, a lot of the ventures here, it was purely volunteer-led, and it's the second year running now. We're looking to go into our third year, and as mentioned, looking at the societal impacts of technology, something that I think is a fundamental issue we should all be worried about, whether we're business leaders, advocates, volunteers, working in public sector organizations or otherwise. I didn't know I was supposed to be writing a speech, so this is very much off the cuff. I'll just take the opportunity as well to mention that my mother is actually in the audience, so yeah, she's waving to me right now. So I would also like to dedicate this to my family and friends, mom, dad, and the whole extended family who are watching this right now. This would not have been possible without their support, so thank you very much.
The next award goes to Sunil Sharma from Dotstock Technologies India Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, Sunil's leadership has marked by innovation and social responsibility propels Dotstock into the global standouts. The journey isn't just about milestones, it's about creating a ripple effect of positive change. Congratulations to Sunil Sharma.
Yeah, thank you everyone. And first, thank you. I would like to say thank you to Internet 2.0 and for this award. And to this mega event where all the amazing talents come here across the globe, right? So this is an amazing opportunity for everyone to connect here. That's about me. I'm Sunil, like I already mentioned. My company name is Dotstock, and we are CMS specialist and in the cloud. Apart from that, I would like to say a few lines, very common lines is, no one is perfect, right? No one is 100% complete. Everyone has some weakness and some strength. So I think this is a great platform. We all can connect, and maybe we can try to fill this gap. So let's connect with everyone and let's collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunil. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Arpit Dugar on stage, please. Congratulations to Arpit. Arpit is a visionary and dedicated educator. In 2014 to 15, an encounter with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam fueled his aspirations, inspiring the inception of his latest venture, Lab of Future. The venture aims to deliver STEM-based educational programs that empower students to excel in tomorrow's world. Congratulations to Arpit on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award.
Thank you so much, Internet 2.0 and the august audience here. It's not an award for me per se, but the whole team which has put in this effort. And 2 days back, we have launched the Lab of Future in Dubai. So if you happen to be in Dubai for the next 1-2 days, do take out time and have a look. Thank you so much.
Now I would like to call upon Christine on stage, please. Congratulations to Christine. Christine is a trained statistician with research expertise in machine learning. She's the founder and managing director of ACS Plus, a company dedicated to helping partners extract value from data. Many congratulations to Christine.
Yeah, many thanks for this honor to the Internet 2 conference and to all of you. So we heard a lot about AI, and my honest belief is it's all about data. It's not the method, it's the data. And this is where my love is, with data, and I'm supporting the small and the huge endeavors in making more out of data and hoping to connect to many of you here, just together shape the future for the better. Thank you.
The next person I would like to welcome is Deepak Ravind on stage. Deepak is the co-founder and CEO of Creative Monkey Games and Technologies Private Limited in India. He's a visionary leader in the gaming industry with a passion for creating engaging and entertaining experiences. Deepak has been at the forefront of the company's success since its founding in 2015. Congratulations to Deepak.
Yeah, hi. So, I'm Deepak, co-founder and CEO of Creative Monkey Games. based in India. So we are in the mission of revolutionizing games, mobile games, and also mobile esports. So I would like to thank Internet 2.0 for honoring me with this award. This really means a lot as an entrepreneur, right? And I would like to dedicate this award to my team, to all my mentors, and to my wife, Kavita, who is also co-founder of this company, and to my family. So thank you. And last but not the least, I just want to make this point. I think last 2 to 3 days, we are hearing about AI. I think everybody used this word, but I have a different perspective on it. So just sort of sharing that. See, AI, of course, it is booming. It is evolving, right? But AI has replaced drivers and surgeons. It will also replace the soldiers or some HR or some virtual assistant, but it can never replace an entrepreneur, a problem solver, and a creator. Because we are our driving force is more on intuition and emotional intelligence. So if you're an entrepreneur, be proud, like me. Thank you so much. Good luck.
I would like to call upon Edmundo Casas on stage. Edmundo is from Houston, Texas, a prominent engineer and entrepreneur. Casas founded Call, a technology and innovation company, in 2007, where he has made groundbreaking contributions in the oil and gas sector, particularly in asset inspection through the use of artificial intelligence systems focused on integrity.
Thank you very much for this award. The Internet 2.0 conference, for me it's an honor to receive this award. I am Edmundo Casas, a Chilean electronic engineer, and then I studied the Master in Science and MBA in the United States, and then I studied the PhD in Europe in artificial intelligence. And I worked in Sony Electronic Corporation, and then I created my proprietary company, the Cowell Inc. Today is a company is leader in artificial intelligence in Silicon Valley to develop artificial intelligence for the world in our sector. And my reflection or my advisory is the family and the children is the more important in this world because there is the future of our planet. And in the life you have a dream. To achieve this dream, you need a plan, and to execute this plan, you need a very good, spectacular team. And if you have the dream and you have the plan and you have the good team, then you have the investor, okay? If you have all, then you can execute your project. And in this case, the next step is the never give up, never give up, never give up, okay? To achieve their goal in the life, okay? Thank you very much.
I would like to welcome Faisal Saifullah on stage and receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award. Faisal Saifullah brings over 2 decades of experience in telecommunications and satellite communications to Orbcomm. Today he leads sales for the Middle East market, helping customers, prospects and system integrators in oil and gas, transport logistics, maritime, and more improve their business with our pioneering IoT technology.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Internet 2.0. It was an honor for receiving this award. Really appreciate it. And I would like to dedicate this award to Orbcomm, I would like to dedicate it to my wife, who has been helping me in working all these extra hours to come to this stage. Thank you very much. Just to tell you a little bit more about Arcom, so we are an IoT company in business for over 30 years. We provide IoT solutions over GSM, over satellite, and we have over 2.5 million connected assets all around the world. So I can see a lot of technologists over here, and looking forward talking to all of you in this wonderful platform to learn more about IoT solutions, and we can help you connect assets. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Gopi Krishna on stage, please. Having doctorate in management and information, he's a visionary leader with more than 20 plus years of leadership experience and expertise. As the founder and CEO, he shapes Ascensia's strategic vision, fosters a client-centric culture, and drives digital transformation. Leading a global team of over 500 plus motivated associates, Gopi Krishna is passionate about the power of technology and wants to digitally transform every industry into a tech industry. Thank you very much for coming, and please, if you can speak a few words.
Very good afternoon, everybody. First of all, my humble pranams and namaste to everybody who have gathered here. Thank you, this Internet 2.0 organizers, for recognizing each and every one of us and bringing us to this common stage for 3 days. Rather than this, I would like to say, instead of telling entrepreneurs, I would like to address everybody as leaders. Leaders make significant changes in the society, and you are the example for next generation. So we are all leaders, and adding to it, we are all again innovators. Having one agenda, each one of us have an agenda in exploring the society and making life simpler for all the problems which we come across. I dedicate this award to my team members. So far has been for this 2 decades I'm in this industry, to my family and my present team members, everybody. Rather than speaking about my company and achievement, you can Google it. It is all public information. You can say it. I would like to greet everybody and submit my honest, humble opinion that everybody has an exceptional skill. That's why we are all here, and it has been well addressed. If we have to succeed, we have to collaborate, find each other's complementing skill, join together, provide a robust solution, and grow much more heights in our agenda. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Welcome all, and thank you once again.
Congratulations to Gopi Krishna. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award goes to Hari Madhavan. Hari Madhavan is a business leader with more than 2 decades of experience, specialized in developing solutions for commercial real estate industry. With his expertise in data analytics and passion for technology-driven application.
Vanakkam. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Internet 2.0, for this opportunity, and it's an honor. I receive it along with my best friend, co-founder, Saju, who is here, and we together, on behalf and together with him, I receive it award, and primarily we owe this to our team who make this happen every day, every night, and then we owe it to our family and to the extended family here. Thank you again for this opportunity. Looking forward to connecting with every one of you here. And nothing big, but we are a SaaS product company doing HR, payroll, other business automation products in the SaaS model. We're also building products in commercial real estate in the SaaS model. So feel free to connect with us for any solution. looking forward to talking to you. Thank you again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next award goes to Jasim Parker. Mr. Jasim is an executive management professional with over 35 years of experience in digital transformation, e-commerce, business management, and information technology. He has contributed in the success of many public and private companies. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Jasim Parker.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you, Internet 2.0, for providing such a beautiful platform where you celebrate excellence as well as get leaders from worldwide to share their experiences. I'm very much honored to be part of this group here today, and I look forward to networking with all these great, bright minds, especially in the fields of artificial intelligence, IoT, IOB, whatever we've been hearing since yesterday. Thank you all for giving me this honor, and I wish you all good luck. Just one thing to keep in mind, we are moving towards a world where everything you say, everything you type through your computers is all going to be logged. And in your future generations are going to use it in artificial intelligence in one way or the other. So whatever data is going to be logged in the future, we have to decide today. Is it going to be honesty? Is it going to be biased views? Or what? I'm not saying that we all are doing something wrong. Yeah. No, we are building a future for our children. So let's be honest to ourselves and log data that is true, and that will give the future generations a proper view whenever they interact with chatbots or AI systems, and they get valid, true answers and not biased narratives. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite Jaswant Kumar on stage. Jaswant has over 13 years of experience in customer success, sales and product marketing, with a track record of growing and retaining customers for early stage B2B and B2C professional services and SaaS companies. Congratulations to Jaswant Kumar on receiving the award.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon. Thank you, Internet 2.0, for this recognition. It really means a lot, and it's an honor. I would like to dedicate this award to my beloved parents and my lovely wife, who were and always will be a support and a great means for my success. Before concluding, I would like to mention this. Most of our esteemed colleagues mentioned about change being a constant, right? Like, how do you embrace that change? You should have a growth mindset and willingness to unlearn and also relearn in this era of AI. Thank you very much.
The next person to receive the award is Maya. Congratulations to Maya. She has over 2 decades of executive experience, had spent over 15 years at industry giants such as Microsoft and Oracle. Congratulations to Maya on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award at the Internet 2.0 conference.
Thank you, Internet 2.0. I'm really honored for this award and to be part of this platform. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Let us invite Mohammed Nuruddin Alauddin on stage. Mohammed is a renowned figure in the field of data science. He is highly regarded for his strategic acumen in driving business impact projects with a prestigious certification from IIM Lucknow and an illustrious career at industry giants such as Salesforce and Logitech. Nuruddin is a cut above the rest. Congratulations to Nuruddin.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much. I'm deeply humbled, honored to receive this award. And I'm very happy and again very humbled to be in a place of elite people. So whatever I hear, everybody is kind of an entrepreneur, co-founder, founder. So it's been an inspiration for me. So I'm inspired here that in future, hopefully, I will be moving towards this entrepreneurship. So this is kind of an inspiration for me to be here. Thank you so much. And I would like to dedicate this award to my parents, my wife, and then my friends, mentors and mentees. Thank you so much for you all guys. And then this is not the recognition only for me. This is going to be a collective recognition for my team and my managers, CEO, who I worked with. So I would like to just say thank them for trusting me and believing me. Trust is kind of a hidden wave of fabric for a relationship. So that trust, let's keep trust on us and also on others, and let's take a small step that will be a leap towards our dream. So start trusting and start believing and keep moving. Thank you.
I request all the awardees to please, after receiving the award, do not leave the ballroom, because at the end of the award ceremony we'll be having a group photograph together. So your participation is really important for us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award goes to Muhammad Junaid Anwar. Congratulations to Muhammad Junaid Anwar. He is a highly skilled and experienced director of network design. He specializes in designing and implementing complex network solutions for large-scale internet service providers and organizations.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. First of all, thank you very much to the Internet 2.0 conference for giving me this award. By the way, this award is just an extra for me. Like even when Internet contacted me that you are invited here to be part of this elite panels of entrepreneurs, technologists, enthusiasts, I was deeply honored. Here I am representing Go Telecom Saudi Arabia. Go Telecom is the public listed internet and data service provider there. We are competing with big giants like Saudi Telecom, Mobile, and these players in the market. So as Saudi Arabia is growing, Go Telecom is also growing, and I want all of you to be part of it. I'm sure there are so many companies here who want to do business in Saudi Arabia and grow over there, grow with the growth of Saudi Arabia. So Go Telecom can be your gateway. So please come to us. We want to partner with all of you. We want to have our new products, new business with you. So we can all go together, okay? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I would like to invite Nehul Goradia on stage. Nehul has a master's degree in marketing and has over 25 plus years of experience working for technology organizations such as Oracle, Linebridge, and a Computer Associates JV. Nehul was recognized as one of the channel champions in Middle East in 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Nehal on stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. First and foremost, thank you for the recognition and the honor. I'd also like to congratulate all the other winners today. I mean, absolutely stunning that I see the achievements that I've been hearing about through this whole ceremony. And when I look at what you all have achieved, right, I won't want to talk a lot about technology today. I'd like to talk about failures, right? Because that's what's brought the organization that me and my co-founder sitting at the back out there together to create an organization based on all the failures in our career over the last 20 plus years and help our clients avoid making the same mistakes, same errors, same failures that we've had and we've gone through. So failure is equally as important as success. And I think that's been the cornerstone in what we've been trying to achieve and deliver into our marketplace today. So thank you so very much once again for this recognition, and look forward to connecting with all of you through the course of this event. Cheers.
Now we would like to present the award to Pratima Kadari. Pratima Kadari is a distinguished Chief Technology Officer and Data Scientist. She was honored as a top 10 best women CTOs in India by Women Entrepreneur magazine and was recognized with the title of She Hero by Bespoke Diaries. Congratulations to Pratima Kadari receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award at the Internet 2.0 conference.
Thank you everyone for being here, and I thank Internet 2.0 conference for having me join into this event. And it's really humble, honored to be receiving this prestigious award in front of all the acclaimed leaders here. And I would like to give out to my extended appreciation to my parents and my sister for their remarkable support in their life that they could provide it out to me. And finally, about the kind of a motto I believe in. So it's just to be hopeful, happy, create my own chapter, and also get along with whatever we could do to our best potential. And have a wonderful time in Dubai. And it was a really great event to be here, and I'm really blessed to connect with like-minded individuals from these different kinds of platforms. I could share it out. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Pratima, and many congratulations to you. The next person we would like to invite is K. Praveen Kumar Reddy. Praveen Kumar Reddy is an accomplished product management leader who has worked with and contributed to enterprises such as ServiceNow, Salesforce, JDA Software, and others. Congratulations to Praveen.
Hello once again. Very good afternoon. Thank you very much, Internet 2.0. It's a really honor to be here. More than anything else, what we have seen from COVID, the in-person interaction has been great. There have been so many stories that have been shared across the ballroom. I appreciate it. I'm a mere representation of all the efforts that all my friends have been through, the support they have given, my family, and I'm here with one of my closest friends, Mr. Mahesh, the CEO of Get On Grey. He is a manifest of what we can think through with technology. I'm really looking forward to connecting with you all. Thank you once again. See you.
Now I would like to invite Rajneesh Virmani on stage. Rajneesh is a truly global leader, having lived and worked across the world. He has been CEO, CIO, and CEO levels in large multinational companies. Ladies and gentlemen, many congratulations to Raj Nish on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award.
Thank you, folks. And God has been absolutely kind. Thanks, Internet, for this leadership award. Of course, I feel blessed, absolutely blessed. Not just having a leadership role in India, but also across the world. Like I said, I've been a global leader. I'm happy about that. Representing technologies, representing operations, representing general management, and so on. But here, let me use this opportunity to introduce my team, Positive Momentum. Positive Momentum itself is a British organization, but in India alone, we are about 15 plus senior leaders, CEOs and CXOs who've gotten together to give back to the industry. So our mission is very simple, helping build the next 100 CEOs for the corporate world, and that's what we are doing. It's a pleasure to be here amongst this beautiful and august audience, and thanks again for the recognition. Of course, the 1 minute that I was given to talk will not be complete if I don't say thanks to my partner in crime, Neelam, my wife, who's also here in the room with me. Thank you once again.
We would like to present the award to Ravi Kishore. Ravi is a tech-savvy leader with a proven track record of delivering cutting-edge applications in FinTech and banking. He is a problem solver in the technology space and has a strong drive to deliver value to the organizations. Congratulations to Ravi Kishore.
Good evening, everyone. Very happy to be here and grateful to Internet 2.0 for the award and recognition. I'm a take-it-on leader with the vision to have be the leader that I wish I had followed. Right? So very grateful to be, or very excited to be in this crowd, or the leaders who share the same vision and who drive the change, challenge the status quo, and help the world be a better place. Thank you, everybody. I'd also like to thank my wife, my family, my mentors, and my team who helped me to grow and be the person who I am. Thank you so much.
I would like to welcome Rohit Piparsania on stage. Rohit has over 2 decades of experience in IT and telecom domain, leading modernization and transformation programs for top organizations across the world. He is very passionate about the power of technologies.
Thank you so much, Internet 2.0, for this wonderful platform that you have provided. And thanks for this recognition. I'm truly humbled and honored. I've been in the tech industry for last 25 years, and I joined during the Y2K days. So much has changed since then, and yet it feels like now we are in the industry 4.0 era. We are in the Gen AI era. It feels like we're just starting. I have the curiosity. I have the passion for technology. And my request to all the leaders here is, let's continue to work on bridging the digital divide. Let's educate the people. Let's embrace technology ourselves, and let's, inspire others as well. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Samir Sheikh on stage. Samir Sheikh. Can we have Samir Sheikh on stage? Samir is the Senior Director, Software Development at Business Solver in India. Before being Senior Director, Samir specialized in performance and security engineering for enterprise applications. Congratulations to Samir on receiving the award.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Internet 2.0 for inviting, awarding this. I'm honored, alhamdulillah. This is thanks to all those who have been with me in my journey, my team, my family. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce my company. I come from Business Solver. Business Solver is a US-based company in healthcare, and we have a SaaS-based product for the annual enrollment. So it's benefit administration. We are trying to transform the annual enrollment into a more personalized experience. And we are technology with people, and we call it as tech with heart. Business Solver has launched, like in India, we have recently created a development center, and we are moving our development to India, hiring aggressively. And once again, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Now let us call upon Sid Ugranger on stage. Sid started his entrepreneurial journey at a young age and created a successful mass messaging mobile platform for the Indian market. Congratulations to Sid.
Thank you, Internet 2.0, for this opportunity. I'm not much of an awards guy. This is like literally the first award I've ever gotten in my life. So I'm really thankful for that. A little bit about myself. I've been fortunate enough to be an entrepreneur in my professional life. Killa is our third venture, and it's come with a lot of passion because we feel that blockchain is going to anchor the world in the near future. A simple advice that I have learned through the travels very recently was someone said that our most valuable commodity is time. And this is one commodity that we're never going to get back. So keep that in mind as you pursue your goals and your dreams. And always remember that, someone said it earlier, that family is really, really valuable. Once you keep your feet to the ground, the dreams, the goals, you'll achieve everything. So thank you and good luck to everyone.
The next person to receive the award is Osama Shehryar. Congratulations to Osama Shehryar, executive leadership career progressively successful over 22 years spanning diverse business domains, and currently leads RASA as a co-founder and general manager. Congratulations to Osama.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Very good afternoon. Actually, I don't want to take much of your time. I think I am second last as per the list. And from alphabetical order, I'm like almost the end of the list. So you guys don't need to lose patience. We can go ahead within 5 to 10 minutes for the lunch. Okay, so anyhow, I'm Dr. Osama. Just one achievement which I can share with you guys is that in the last couple of years, I have been honored in Parliament of UK, that is British Parliament in the House of Lords, as one of the outstanding leader from Asia. So beside that, I have been into a lot of tech industry in the almost 22 years, working in different technologies. But as throughout my journey, I have shifted from technocrat to an entrepreneur and then to leadership coach. So I have done a doctorate degree from California University in leadership. And because you guys were discussing a lot about AI in the last 2 days, so maybe you can have a break after lunch and attend our next session where I will be speaking about EI and leadership with empathy. Thank you so much.
Lastly, we would like to invite Vidhi Chugh on stage. She is a global AI thought leader and an innovator with experience spanning numerous industries. Her expertise lies at the intersection of product, sciences, and engineering to build scalable machine learning systems. She has designed AI or ML solutions that help organizations make smarter and efficient business decisions.
Thank you everyone for celebrating my journey. I'll keep it short because I don't want to hold you any longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vidhi, and congratulations to all the awardees. Please, all of you, give a big round of applause to all the awardees who received the award. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to have a photo session, so I request all the awardees to please come on stage, and we will be having a group photograph together. All of you please assemble, and yeah. We'll be having a group photograph together, so those people to fit in the camera, I request if you can just sit down. Yeah. All of you smile, and congratulations on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin with the lunch break right now, and I request everyone to please be here sharp at 2 p.m. and then we will be continuing with the interactive sessions. I hope that all of you had enjoyed the Internet 2.0 conference. Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed Khan, the Head of Marketing and Strategy Advisor at the Next Generation Corporate Services, for presenting the awards to our leaders. Thank you very much, all of you. Please come back at 2 p.m. and then we will be continuing with the Internet 2.0 conference. Thank you very much. यानी अभी 5 मिनट 5 Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Internet 2.0 conference. This is your host, Sheikh Afifa. I request everyone, to please be over here. Whoever is listening to me outside, we will continue with the conference right now. We have this keynote at the moment. So yes, all of you, please, you're requested to be seated, as right now we'll continue with the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and right now I'll be inviting our speaker, and the topic is Singularity Games, Upgrading Your Technology Risk Strategy in the AI Era. And our speaker is Kenneth Damien. All of you, please put your hands together for Mr. Kenneth Damien, the co-founder of Future Impact Summit.
You can use this.
I'll use this. Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. I think just so I can have my notes in front of me, I'm going to use the podium, but as we get into Q&A, I'm sure I can walk around the stage, or a microphone might be located. Thank you very much for your time, and a special thanks to the Internet 2.0 conference for both recognizing myself and the team of the Future Impact Summit, and for providing us all a platform to interact in this space. Just by way of show of hands, how many people were here for this morning's panel around AI vulnerabilities and privacy? Okay, it's quite a few of you. Great. So for those of you who weren't here, just a brief introduction into my background. I work as a technology lawyer, mostly on the deal side. So I think a comment was made earlier during the panel discussion about lawyers being partners or obstacles. I'd like to think of myself as the former. So I've worked in both the procurement side, the sales side, the whole pipeline of kind of the technology licensing deals. But the reason I'm here is recognition for something else, which was founding my own tech conference called the Future Impact Summit, which is really looking at technology and technology-related trends from a societal impact and industry impact lens. So this is very much a privilege for me. It's a rare opportunity for me to wear both hats. And what I'm going to try and do for you is I would like to talk to you about technology risk, which I'm going to go into details of the definition about that. But essentially what that entails is I would like to take a forward-facing look at the types of risks that are going to reshape the technology markets, what we thought was going to do that, what actually did that, and then what that looks like for AI. And in particular, what are some of the takeaways that I think you guys might be able to kind of implement at a very high level? Obviously, the market hasn't settled yet, but I'd like to start a very important conversation around the same. So I'm going to talk about that from really three perspectives. One is where we've come from, one is where we're going and where the industry trends are heading in AI, and then a strategy around the same. So in terms of where we've come from, I am going to kind of take a look at some of the trends that I think have really defined the market, but I also want to kind of look at a particular trend in particular that didn't define the market and how difficult it is to project things in that space. And as kind of a health warning as we're kind of taking things and progressing things forward. I think that's important because I think when dealing with uncertainty, the temptation is to be overly prescriptive in terms of how you are trying to deal with that uncertainty. And really, I think the more mature response organizationally or personally is to have an approach that is flexible enough for you to change. So I'm going to talk a bit more about that in detail. And then the second point I want to cover is kind of some of the trends that are happening in the AI space now. I'm going to touch on regulation, but I'm also going to touch on how regulation interacts with what's happening in the industry as a whole and how the two shape each other. I think one of the things we talked about on the panel this morning was what shapes norms of business, what shapes how we interact with technology, how the market interacts with it, how it values it, and I'd really like to delve into that. And then the third one is really, what are some of the key takeaways and what are some of the strategies that you can adopt in addressing the same. So I'm going to headline my key takeaway, and I've put it in very kind of flowery language here, essentially saying that having a solid technology risk strategy will become a key part of every organization's compliance. Won't just be part of every organization's compliance, but is also will become a key competitive advantage. I think the shorthand for that is very simple. I think there's going to be a bunch of organizations and companies that screw this up, and if you're not one of them, you're going to be able to outlast or outlap your competition. So I think it is really important. Before we dive into the conversation as a whole, a couple of health warnings. The first one is, I am a lawyer, so I had to do this one. None of this is legal advice, which I've given you guys a short form just because I think I'm aware of my audience basically. But AI and the legal and regulatory landscape around this is very complicated, so it's very fact sensitive. If you do need professional advice on this, I'd really recommend engaging someone, which is another way of saying I don't work for free. So, read that as you will. But the other reason this is not legal advice is because I think just having a legal conversation is not enough in this area. I think the really interesting conversation is around policy trends, the market as a whole, where the technology is going, and how both the market is going to react to regulation and vice versa. And I'll put my cards on the table here. I think I realize I might wear the disguise of maybe a pessimistic lawyer, but I am a techno-optimist. I think a lot of these technologies have a lot of upside, but I don't think anything happens for free, and I think we have to earn our place at the table in relation to that. And that includes everyone, lawyers, leaders, stewards of business, wider society, et cetera, et cetera. So with that, when I talk about technology risk, I'm not just talking about the regulation. I am talking about, very broadly, anything that is connected to things going wrong with technology and how it can affect your organization. So that can be regulation, but it's also things like information security, customer trust, reputation, et cetera, et cetera. And I think the two key questions I want you to keep in your mind is how technology risk, things going wrong with technology, how did it affect technology markets in the past, and how is it going to affect the markets for AI going forward? So I think with that kind of framing in mind, out of curiosity, how many people worked or were actively working in the tech space when the Y2K bug hit? Okay, a couple of you. I don't want to make you guys feel old, but I was 12 years old at the time, so I remember it too, but from a very different perspective. So I remember all the kind of the global crisis. It was my first exposure to a tech trend that was truly ubiquitous. And I was really struck by how there was kind of sound and fury and then nothing. But then the nothing was filled with a lot of kind of techno-optimism, which I think laid the foundation stone of where we are now. And there's a couple of key takeaways from this, I think. Because, the governing thesis, I think, which is really overhung, I think, the last decade, maybe 2 decades, of kind of technology risk is what you'd call techno-libertarianism. It's this idea that taking a low-touch approach to technology, and everyone is going to have more access to technology, everyone is going to have more access to information and data, and as a result, as a self-fulfilling prophecy, everything is going to be awesome. Now, the truth turned out to be a lot more complicated than that, and it's very interesting when you contrast the Y2K bug with some of the other stuff I'm going to talk about. Some of the key lessons from this. I think a big one is we worry about the wrong things. We are very bad, and I'm not talking about just the technology sector. I think industries as a whole, we as a society are really bad at predicting what are going to be the real drivers of change. And a lot of these drivers of change dwell in blind spots, things we never would have considered. So with that, what was the reality? And I'd say there were kind of 3 core trends that governed kind of how technology and technology-related risk, permeated markets and affects how business interacts with technology. A big one was obviously privacy, and I'm going to go into a bit more detail about that in relation to both the GDPR and Cambridge Analytica and how the two intermeshed and formed really a new norm of privacy. I thought it was very interesting in the panel that I was on this morning that without prompting, two different people brought up the EU AI Act and the GDPR, both of which are not regulations that, that on the face of it are applicable to this jurisdiction, but it just shows how the lexicon and how the language bleeds through on a global basis with interconnected markets, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. I think the second big one was definitely tech infrastructure. Now, I've mentioned the cloud industry, but really, I think technology infrastructure has really become business infrastructure. It doesn't really matter what business you're in. You're intricately going to be linked to needing some form of technology. And I think increasingly a lot of that technology, particularly on the infrastructure side, is controlled by a couple of dominant players. And I think that is going to continue for the foreseeable future with AI. And it's really going to structure a lot of what I'm going to talk about in terms of my thinking of AI risk and how perhaps smaller or more agile organizations think about that. And then I think a big one was the trends in cyber and information security. I am not actually going to delve in too much detail to the SolarWinds scandal. I've mentioned it here. At a very high level, it was one of the bigger kind of cyber hacks, and one that caused the organization in question a lot of damage. I think you could probably stand in a number of other organizations in that stead, but I think it definitely affected people's appetites for how they thought about technology as a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think my expertise, though, is more in the first area, but as I'm talking about this, what I'm really talking about is I'm using how norms around privacy came about in a way that when you have a conference in the UAE and not in Brussels, it's still an important part of the conversation. So the two core puzzle pieces of that were, and I think when you zoom out, it almost looks like it was intentional, the way they fit together. The truth is, truth is stranger than fiction. The Cambridge Analytica scandal broke, as in the news story broke, in March of 2018. In May of 2018, the EU GDPR was implemented and entered into force. It had been on the books for a very long time, and there'd been a number of data breaches, etc., before that. So the market was maturing to understand that privacy issues and personal information breaches were a key part of the risk portfolio. So the interesting thing is we've all heard about the very high fines under the GDPR. The previous levels of fine were much lower, and I think 2016, in the UK, there was a company called TalkTalk that was subject to a regulatory fine for a data breach. The fine itself was £400,000, but I think there was a BBC article on this. The estimated losses to the company, not including the fine, was north of 70 million. So the regulatory fine and the reputational damage kind of walk hand in hand. It's hard to say, whether one norm shaped the other, but this is where we are now. And I'm willing to bet if you didn't have both pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, we may not be talking about privacy in the same spec, using the GDPR as kind of the gold standard or what we think of as the gold standard. So I think it's interesting when we go on and we're talking about AI and we're talking about what business as normal looks like. I think you need both. You can't just have a regulation in a vacuum that no one implements. Usually the political teeth behind a regulation comes from circumstances, comes from examples that capture the public and the business mind. And in this case, it was definitely Cambridge Analytica. I'm expecting the answer to this to be no, but does anyone here, have any of you heard of, or do you know what I talk about when I talk about the Brussels effect? No, okay. So the Brussels effect is an interesting thing and is also interesting when we talk about norms around AI. The Brussels effect was coined by I believe a Columbia law professor called Anu Bradford. In a nutshell, it's this idea that European institutions try and implement regulations where they can export the norms by which they do business. And I think we could argue, in the case of the GDPR, that that's been successful. When you talk about privacy, you talk about it from the lens of GDPR. And what the GDPR plus Cambridge Analytica did was it provided a regulatory framework to think about privacy risks, which was pretty comprehensive, and kind of pitted that in line with kind of a bit wider business conversation. But it also led to other global other countries implementing their own version of that. And if you look at a lot of global privacy laws, many of them are inspired, remixed, recut versions of the GDPR. So that is important because in many ways what the EU is trying to pull off with the EU AI Act, and as a start, during this starting phase they seem to be successful, is the GDPR 2.0, by which I mean they want to define the ground rules in terms of how AI is going to be used on the global stage. I've got some further thoughts on that, so I'll put a pencil in it for now. So look, this brings us on to the AI sector. And I've jotted down a couple of industry trends here. I'd love to hear from people in the audience during the Q&A if we get there, how you guys think, what would be the three equivalent trends that we're going to talk about 5 to 10 years down the line. For now, I think these aren't necessarily trends, but these are some of the things in the water that definitely relate to the promise of what AI could be. And I think one big one is the pace at which things are happening. So another bit of trivia, does anyone know how long it took ChatGPT to reach 1 million users? So Facebook took 10 months, Spotify took 5. 18 minutes? No, not that fast. It was 5 days. It was 5 days. So that's the scale at which we're talking about things accelerating. And it's so the panel this morning, Vidhi mentioned this idea that technology always outpaces regulation. It's 100% true. It's commonly known as the pacing problem. And essentially with AI, we're going to have a pacing problem on steroids. But what this means from a business perspective is quite exciting in that I think, I mean, both in terms of how AI develops in itself, the other thing that's interesting is the associated industries that are going to develop alongside. And I think two large subcategories are kind of the supplemental industries, but also how we use data. Now, the premise and the assumption right now is that large language models need vast quantities of data to support what they're doing, to support the value add that they're going to have. I think it's going to be interesting to see if there's a market and solutions that relate to low amounts of data, but also synthetic data, because technically a lot of the regulatory risk is associated with using the data that you don't have a valid license to, and data that you shouldn't be using in a manner that you should, associated with people, etc. So it's going to be interesting to see if the market kind of throws something out in that regard. And the second is, what are all these other technologies that it might enable and create use cases for? And then the final thing is obviously market disruption, and I mentioned this previously. I think if we are able to maintain competitive markets and everyone has access to AI in a way that the best solutions win, technically this would allow for an active and healthy competition. But as I said before, there's a couple of players key in the market that manage this risk, that control a lot of these technologies, so it's an open-ended question whether that happens. So in relation to, there's a lot of details on this slide, but in relation to the regulation, the core thing that I think is important for business leaders to bear in mind is it's not a given that the EU AI Act is going to be the gold standard by which AI is governed. Now, I think it's an important step forward. I think it has a lot of use. I think the European authorities, they deserve a lot of credit for pushing this forward. But purely, if we draw this back to the Brussels effect, are they going to be successful as creating a GDPR 2.0 with the EU AI Act? I'm a little bit dubious about that. Number one, because we don't know the direction the technology is going, but number two, fundamentally, we don't have a risk case that bears out as to how, that gets everyone thinking in that regard. We don't have an AI Cambridge Analytica. And you could add to that as well that where is some of the most exciting AI technologies? Some of them may be in Europe, but largely we're talking about the US and potentially China. So is that going to be, is the regulation really going to lead the norms by which business is done in a vacuum? I'm very skeptical. Some of the interesting things that are happening, which I think, that I think is a bit more in keeping with where I think the market is going, is local and sector-specific regulation. So in the US especially, there's a lot of local states that have implemented AI laws way ahead of time, on an independent basis. So New York has a law in the books in relation to hiring practices and using AI to screen candidates. Colorado, the insurance industry has actually implemented an AI law in that regard. So are we going to see more localized practices in relation to AI? If we do, that completely changes the way we deal with AI risk. It now becomes more sector-specific led and less of a top-down approach, which I think personally it's a lot more headache for organizations, but in terms of organizational risk and how we deal with the risks of AI, it's probably the way to go. I don't know that you can have a one-size-fits-all with a technology that advances in, in days rather than months. And then the other thing that's happening is I think regulators are really more willing to get stuck in and intervene in a way that probably they weren't in the past. Now, I mentioned this in the panel discussion this morning, but just to refresh, the FTC has recently, well, not that recent, but over the last year or so, they've talked about what their strategy is in terms of dealing with AI risk and regulating AI. And two key components. One is that they're concerned about kind of how consumers, individuals' data is being used. And the second is the notion that they're willing to engage in what's called algorithmic disgorgement. They are quite willing to tell companies, look, this part of the algorithm is causing a problem. You can continue to use the solution, but you need to cut out, surgically remove this part. And as we go forward, it's going to be interesting to see to what extent regulators use that as a tactic to kind of deal with AI solutions. And if that's the case, then we could have a situation where regulatory sanction is kind of changing the markets in and of themselves, and people prefer certain providers rather than others, which underwrites kind of what I was saying in terms of it being a competitive advantage. So now, I think this is a very interesting case study. The key question is, what would an AI Cambridge Analytica look like? I think at a very high level for me, particularly for the people in this room, it could look like a Cambridge Analytica. It could look like a situation where, so Cambridge Analytica for me fundamentally was bad faith actors acting in a certain way, knowing that what they were doing was quote unquote naughty, and then doing it anyway. It could be a SolarWinds where you have AI-powered hackers intervening in a certain way. I think those kind of things may be applicable to other organizations, but aren't as useful as a thought experiment here. I think the more interesting one is the post office scandal, which made headlines in the UK. Again, just out of curiosity, has anyone followed this story? Has anyone heard about it, just by show of hands? One person, two people. Very importantly, this did not involve an AI system, but I think it's very indicative of a risk that I like to call co-pilot on autopilot. AI cannot be perceived as a system that you just set it and forget it. And I think a lot of large organizations are at danger of adopting that kind of approach. So essentially what happened here was, and I really encourage all of you to read up on this just briefly, it makes for very interesting reading. Well, I don't know if interesting is the word. It makes for very insightful reading. The UK Post Office, which is a public institution, implemented a bit of accounting software called Horizon, which was supplied by Fujitsu. And the idea was it was going to automate accounting practices in about 14,000 postal office branches around the UK. The software, by and large, was just faulty. It threw out numbers that were inaccurate. And the interesting thing about this case was the software was used to fully automate those processes. So UK postmasters, they're called, people who are contracted via the post office, aren't formally employed by the post office. They just kind of get a post office branch in the store that they'd otherwise sell things through. The previous system operated off a basis of accounting via paper-based mandates. This system got rid of those paper-based mandates, and the only way to verify the system was by the numbers that were being thrown out. Those numbers were faulty, and then when people reported that there was not a balancing in the books, the post office wrongly assumed that they were stealing from the post office accounts. And about 700 people who are contracted and engaged by the postal service, post office, they faced wrongful convictions, people lost houses, marriages fell apart. This destroyed the lives of well over 700 people, and many of the prosecutions were actually pursued by the post office. And I think the interesting thing here is this is really a classic example of an IT system where the post office adopted a mandate of set it and forget it. Now imagine the situation, but multiplied by AI. So you've implemented an AI solution, you don't know what the algorithm does, you don't know how to explain what it does, you're not sure about the data that it takes in, but it's giving you the results that you want. And then 5 years down the line, 6 years, 10 years down the line, you need to go back and think about the risks that it poses. And I think this should all give us, whether you're a lawyer, a regulator, or a policymaker, or running your own startup, I think this should give us all pause for thought. So with all of that kind of borne in mind, I think if I had some high-level kind of advice in terms of, well, I said, so this is not legal advice, high-level advice, it's a different kind of advice, about how to adopt a risk-based approach to AI, I think it involves a lot of the same structures. If you've started to be compliant with the GDPR and you know where your data is and you adopt diligent recording methods, I'd say you're 50% of the way there in terms of the approach. You need to do more work, but fundamentally I think there's three core principles. One is being outcome focused, and I think the key question here is, I think whenever you have a fever pitch with any kind of technology, be it AI, blockchain, cryptocurrency, whatever it is, the key question to ask really is, do I need to do this in this technology format? I think a lot of people think of an AI solution as a one-size-fits-all, and sometimes there may be there may be an alternate technology that does the same thing or better, or maybe there's an iterative approach that you need to adopt in taking AI forward. So I think one thing for me is that I've spoken to like engineers and technical teams about is adopting an approach of maybe you get the system to just initially do data retrieval rather than any kind of analyzing and processing. And if it does that well, not dissimilar, I have to say, to training a junior employee or like teaching a child, if it does that well, then you scale up. I think going in all guns blazing at this stage is very premature. Explainability, this is a core tenet of the new EU AI Act, and it's something that is, I'd say is a major development from like previous privacy regimes and things like that. Being able to describe how an algorithm works and how you got the result that you have got. I don't think necessarily we know fully how to crack this code in terms of implementing this process on an organizational basis, but I think this is one big tick for the EU AI Act in terms of it really does put the onus on organizations who are implementing these things to think about them critically. And then the final one, which I think is very important, which I think has been touched on by the panelists, is agility. If you're with a provider, if you're going down a route that proves to be problematic, can you change it? Can you change quickly? Is a final and key point. I think just to wrap up there as well, I think, I really come at this from an angle of better risk-based solutions allow us to implement solutions that go further and go longer. And whilst I'm coming at this with maybe a bit more of a risk-averse approach than other people, my interest is really to see a lot of these solutions see the light of day and see the benefits that they can have for both organizations and industry. So I think that's it. Thank you for your time, and I'll take questions. Sure. Sure.
Which is one of the highest impacted industry because of regulations. I think one of the, historically what we have seen, if I just look the way the regulations are formed, most of the regulatory frameworks have been case-based. They have waited for something to happen to address that. So it's rather than addressing a tech risk, it's been addressing technical issues which have already happened.
Right. So
what proactive measures are the regulators taking in terms of drafting the policy. You did capture a couple of points there, but still, given AI is still in a very premature state across, what is the level of confidence that we get that as an organization we can look forward to these policies, that it will be addressing majority of the risks that are likely to get?
So massive caveat here. So my answer to that question is my own opinion. It's not reflective of my own, any clients, present or former. I think that this is a very interesting issue because you're seeing a sector-driven approach by people like the SEC, by the UK regulators, etc., from a finance-backed footing, and then you're seeing the general kind of AI regulations over the top of that. What confidence do we have that all of these, all of these approaches are going to be a catch-all? I don't think we do, quite honestly, because I think that, so in my head, always with AI, there's a kind of flashpoint one-off scenario where you have a negative impact that is quite isolated, like Cambridge Analytica. But then there's always, within the financial services sector, there's always kind of systemic risk issues. And I think there is a certain amount, so very short form, I think there is a real call for everyone in industry, not just the financial services sector, to notion an idea of diligence from a self-preservation perspective. I think just because there might be a gap in certain aspects of the regulation where, not necessarily a gap in the regulation, but if you can't explain and potentially wind back what you're doing with an AI system, and you don't know how it's achieving a result that it's achieving, this is the fundamental point, right? Do you really want to go down that direction, notwithstanding that in the short term, it might give you the use case that you want to get from it. So yeah, I think I might have given you a bit of a lawyer's cop-out there, but I still think the regulations, in many respects, need to catch up with where the market, with what the risks of AI will be. Any others? I'll just take maybe one
Yeah,
more.
I have a question.
Sure.
Kenny, thank you so much. This was really, really insightful. You have done a lot of studies, particularly on the regulation side, and I just want to understand, in your personal capacity, where do you think the responsibility will lie if, for some reason, the tech goes wrong, right? We are talking about autonomous weapons and something getting fired somewhere.
Yeah.
Does that kind of go back to the person who's written the code?
Yeah.
Does it go to who is actually implementing it? Where does the responsibility lie?
So from the perspective of the EU AI Act, it's actually very, I mean, there's potentially everyone is in scope. Like there's providers, there's exporters, like people who are designing AI systems are culpable, people who are importing it into the EU market are culpable, then the people who are deploying it as well all have obligations that are kind of going to be relevant. So very short answer is, if you're touching an AI system, you should do it with the utmost diligence. Don't think that somehow you're out of scope. The extra layer on that, I think, is it's going to be interesting to see what the contractual practices are in terms of how the various players distribute risk between them. Because, and I think this comes to the key point about if there's a bunch of large-scale technology providers, who are trying to contractually, so I'll make the point and then I might actually just caveat it, who are trying to contractually say, these are our terms, you need to sign them, and you eat all the risk. How does that bleed through into how smaller organizations contract? How do you take out insurance, et cetera, et cetera? I think the interesting, the flip side to that is, I didn't delve into it in a lot of detail, but the EU's approach is not just governing AI. There's a bunch of technology regulations that are focused in on larger, for example, the Digital Markets Act looks at gatekeepers, bigger companies who are responsible for key services with a large market share. But yeah, coming back to your original question, I think to the extent that it's a similar universe, I think, actually, to privacy in many ways. If you're handling personal information and you're doing it on an organizational basis, there isn't really a get-out-of-jail-free card. You need to have a compliant practice in relation to how you're using personal information. In the same way, if you're implementing AI systems, you may have a lower order of magnitude in terms of how culpable you are, but there probably isn't going to be a universe where you can just say, look, I bought this from big company Co. They're at fault. The same rules apply. And I think it's a very important and interesting question because it underscores the fact that some people are thinking about AI as very unique. It's unique when you talk about it at a conference. When you're actually implementing these solutions, it's fundamentally a software and technology solution, and the same rules of gravity apply. Do we have time for one more? Or?
Can I ask one more?
Yeah, sure.
Actually, I wanted to ask this during the panel discussion. I got a second chance now. So, the data we have today is skewed, and I explained that. And data is the fuel for AI. Do you agree that the current versions of AI we have is also skewed? And if yes, what any of these regulations will do to address that? And let me explain that a little. Most of the data which is used to train ChatGPT and all those LLMs, even traditional AIs, is coming from highly digitized nations like the US, right?
Sorry, coming from where?
Like the US.
Yeah, sure.
We're highly digitized nations, not from say Africa. Okay.
Yeah.
So are we essentially, when we create these general purpose technologies like ChatGPT, we give it to the world. Isn't it creating a huge bias which is beyond, fixing by RLHF and all those technologies? Because the data itself is coming from a very small part of the world which just does not really represent humanity.
I don't think there's any contest to that. I fundamentally agree with that. But I don't think this is inherent to AI systems. I think a lot of technologies and the way they're implemented and the data that we use fundamentally represents a specific version of society, shall we say, both local and global. So just to give you a quick answer, I am a bit skeptical that you can legislate your way out of that problem. I think regulations might have some part to play, but I'm very skeptical as to whether the structure of regulations can address things like that. And I'll give you an example. There's an Oxford professor called Sandra Wachter who talked about discrimination laws, which kind of deal with how, basically if you have a business practice or you have a policy that discriminates against a certain group of people, discrimination laws are usually set up on a complaint basis. You need to know that you're being discriminated against, right? Now, on the one hand, there may be AI systems where you're just completely unaware that, oh, I'm being screened out as a South Asian male. But the other example she gives, which I think is also very interesting, is what about categories of discrimination we haven't even thought about? What if, when you're scrolling on a website, you scroll very slowly, and that's indicative of kind of how you think or how you act or a bunch of other stuff, and you didn't know this, but you're a slow scroller. And as a slow scroller that's streamlined through various AI systems, you see a different version of the universe. You get different jobs, you get a lower grade of opportunities in society, and the quality of your life is fundamentally different based on an AI system that's screening you out. I think this is actually like one of the more interesting questions, I think, when it comes to AI and how we fix that, because some of the suggestions I've heard of, it goes to the kind of no data, low data, synthetic data approach to AI. If you do have, we talk about AI systems being unbiased, but what happens if you actually want a normative outcome where you're like, I want this system to be more inclusive than the rest of society? Can you tweak it according to that on either like an organization or a business basis? I suppose you can, but I don't think you can regulate for that. You can regulate for the harms, and maybe there's stuff that needs to be caught up there. But I can recognize the problem. The solution, I think, is way outside of my kind of area of expertise, but I'd be very interested to see how the next generation of tech entrepreneurs kind of address that.
Thank you.
I think we'll probably call it there. Thank you very much for your time, everyone. I really appreciate it.
It was great to have you, Mr. Kenneth. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a very interesting fireside chat right now. The topic is navigating the XR frontier. And the speakers are, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to welcome Talal Al-Habib on stage, the CEO of Sukista Studios. All of you please give a big round of applause. Come on, all of you. And the next speaker we have is Mohit Singh Singar, Chief Technology Officer from Invatu Technologies. All of you please put your hands together for these gentlemen. And within a few minutes, we will begin with this fireside chat. All of you enjoy.
Hello, everyone. My name is Talal Habib. I am the co-founder and CEO of Sugista Studio, which is a gaming development studio. We do mobile games, PC, VR, AR, and cross-platform games as well.
Hello, everyone. I am Mohit Singh Sengar, co-founder and Chief Technology Officer at Invatu Technologies, future trillion-dollar company. And we have worked in multiple domains, from e-commerce to healthcare to blockchain to AI. And we have provided solutions to many big companies. Some clients like having 12,000 parking spaces across Europe in multiple countries. So yeah, we are here to discuss about XR and its future, its current impact, and everything. So Talal, you can start.
Yes. First of all, I will start with an introduction about XR. It's extended reality, and what does that mean, the XR? We heard about like AR, the augmented reality, and the virtual reality, and the mixed reality as well. So, go briefly with each one of them. The augmented reality, it's actually overlays of digital assets on a physical environment, similar to Pokemon Go, for example, the well-known game. So that's basically the augmented reality. The virtual reality is creating a complete virtual reality, which does not exist, actually. So you can live and immerse yourself into a new world, for example. So this is the virtual reality. The mixed reality, it's a combination of both. So it is a virtual reality and augmented reality as well, but you have the ability to interact with the digital asset that you have. In the augmented reality, you cannot basically interact directly with the object, but in the mixed reality, you can interact directly with the object and on top of physical environment. So this is basically the three well-known. Of course, they have like the metaverse, which is considered as well as an XR. So basically, the X can be replaceable, right? The XR is all three of them. So I will let Mohit now to talk about the state, actually, the state of the XR in this day and age.
Yeah, absolutely. So XR, as Talal said, stands for extended reality. It's a mix of MR, VR, and AR. So right now, it is the technology which is kind of blending the digital world with the physical world. So it is going to be ubiquitous in our daily life. So we are going to see it in the fields of medicine, healthcare, education, entertainment, training, and these kind of different platforms and domains. And I think today we are going to discuss it and give the ideas and the possibilities and the futures of XR on these different domains. So first of all, I would like to start with the healthcare domain, where the XR is already doing many great things, including treating the PTSD problems like post-traumatic stress disorder. So for example, these XR can give the immersive visualization and experience to the patients to take them out of the stress situations. Other things are like surgical training, so where the nurses and the doctors can be given a complete set of surgical training on the virtual environment without actually trying and doing things and surgery on the physical bodies. So they actually helps the efficiency of the surgery. And there are some other kind of things also, for example, solving the problems with autism. So the people, we can train the people with autism in virtual social environments so that they can actually be trained to in a safe and non-physical environment so that it is safe for them and the society before we can actually help them to come out into society and deal with the normal people. So it's like helping in different domains and yeah, I think I would also like to hear thoughts on the medical healthcare and the medicine from Talal.
Yeah, well said. So it will be very crucial in the medical industry, I think, in the health, especially with the people like with the PTSD and with the phobia from height, for example. Or so we can create an environment virtually, but it is actually physically it's a very safe environment. So yeah, and the healthcare, that's there are plenty even. Monitoring, the health of a patient, for example, can be done as well. So, other use cases in general, for example, let's say training and education. Training you can do like simulation for a flight simulation, for instance, as well as like military tactics. Installation of complex object. All of these things can be done through the mixed reality and the virtual reality in a very safe environment, as well as education. That will be a huge education. So, for instance, we can go like 100 years back in New York City, for example, and with the help with the AI as well, we can create that imagery, and it can be educational. We can immerse the student. Learning and educating and interact as well with the environment. So these things will be huge in the future, especially when the advancements are done and the technology will it's advancing as well, but it will advance even faster with the introduction, for example, for the cloud XR technology. So imagine that all the computing power and all these complex environments can be created in the cloud. So in this case, the headset, which is a headset at the moment, it will be very light and very accurate and very immersive. And most of the people can afford it because nowadays the prices are a little expensive, I know. But it will be affordable in the future, and it's advancing pretty fast. So this as for the training and education, and when we go, and most of the people know, it's about gaming, right? The gaming, it's been there for a while, but still there is some like motion sickness. Some people will suffer while they're playing the game, and I think when they improve the latency, that will be improved, and they are doing that. So imagine like the Vision Pro at the moment, it's always whatever when you see he's walking around in the street with the glasses. Actually, it's not a glass. It's not a transparent. It's an imagery. It's a capturing video. But it's almost like 12 milliseconds from reality. So that's very fast latency, and this will improve as well. So when it comes to gaming, there is a huge potential because everything can be gamified, even the education part of it. It can be gamified. It will give self-satisfaction for the educator, so you can get rewards, for example, in game while learning new stuff and new things. As well in the gaming. When gaming, we talk about the metaverse. The metaverse is one of the big aspects. We talked about that a lot in the past couple of years, specifically. And I think with the introduction with the Vision Pro and the advancement of the technology, that will come even faster, which will create a new economy that even wasn't exist previously, right? Because the integration with the blockchain in the metaverse, so that there will be like digital asset properties. There will be properties virtually, actually, and there are too many brands are adapting that at the moment, like big brands like Gucci, like Nike, like those people. They already have like a virtual store in the metaverse, but everybody's waiting for the adaptation, and the adaptation, in my opinion, will be coming pretty fast. What do you think about that, Mohi?
Yeah, I absolutely agree to that. I think this XR is going to be a very great add-on, and in terms of education, I think it is going to be revolutionary. It is going to teach the children in a way that is unimaginable before, and it is not possible in the traditional classroom settings. So for example, there are like for example, we have to visualize the abstract concepts of the physics. Let's say you have to visualize that you are inside the particle accelerator, or you are watching the collision of the galaxies, or you are watching, or you are trying to digitally overlay the physical objects and see what are the electromagnetic forces and other kind of forces acting on a bridge real time. And the buildings, all the forces acting on the building and the bridges real time. It would be very helpful, and I think it will be very revolutionary in education. There is already some companies which are doing some things here. So for example, Google Expedition also already provides students a virtual field trip, which is very, very helpful to the students. But all the concepts, all the complex concepts of the physics or the chemistry, like if we have to manipulate the digital 3D model of the atom and do the chemical reactions, it is very beneficiary if students can do it real time, change the variables and see the results on a hands-on. So I think it is very revolutionary in the education. For example, things which are not possible before, let's say they have to manipulate other kind of variables in physics like velocity, mass, energy, and see the output of the things. I think it is very revolutionary there. I think there are some other companies in medical department also, in healthcare, like also VR. It's already providing kind of surgical training to the companies, and the things like Microsoft HoloLens, it is something that is already giving remote assistance for the complex repairs to the field engineers in the fields. So we are already progressing very much there, but still we are way ahead, still we are way behind with the possibilities and the things which are possible with the XR. We have to also take care about the challenges and the security things. For example, it is obviously on your face, so you have to be secure and safe that it is not recording your retina's information or your facial information. So those kind of policies needs to be put in place. There are a company called Chronos Group which is already adding and creating policies for common XR related for different domains, and there are companies which are active in this field, but the security is something that we have to be very, very concerned and like take care. Means policies should not stop the innovation, obviously, but it should be there to control and to provide the ethical use of the XR. So what you say, Talal, about the security?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the security, the data privacy, for example. You know, in any technology, you know, the technology is not doomed. I mean, we don't have to crack on the technology itself. You know, in every you know, bad actors are there since the beginning, right? They try to scam people, they try to manipulate people, whether if it's like forging artwork, for example, or hackers, or, you know, or in the blockchain, or, you know, whatever. So usually there has to be a transparency of regulation and policy. For example, we have, you know, the most important thing is the consumer protection. We need to protect the consumer. And in terms of data privacy, you know, I just read an article about like Vision Pro. They already have this implemented in their glasses as a Vision Pro in Apple. So yeah, that's a very important, you know, aspect of it. Okay, when it comes to other use cases, you know, we saw what happened during COVID, for example. People were you know, working remotely, and I think that will be even more from B2B aspect, not only B2C. It's B2B. For example, if there is a new prototype, a new product that needs to be implemented, it can be done in a mixed reality, and they can even participate like two companies, and each company in a different country, right? They can do that. They can collaborate. So in terms of collaboration, that would be huge. It's all about the accessibility. There are still challenges, as we mentioned. It's a little bit heavy. The battery life, for example, needs to be improved. And what Apple did so far is good, but I think it will be even more advanced. The goggles should be even like lighter weight. So there are two parts. There is the hardware and the software as well. So the software, what we need, like, SDKs, like, software development kits and tools that will enable people to do more creation, more content creation utilizing this technology, which is very important. There is a lack at the moment, but in my opinion, there will be a huge advancement in the future, especially with the Vision Pro, because when Apple do some things, everybody will jump in. You will see all the developers all around trying to create like tools in order to to have a tool that will help creator to do it as seamless as possible without any complication or code complications, for example. And there is another problem will be like interoperability, because the HoloLens, for example, Microsoft has their own, and Apple have their own, and the other companies as well. So I think in the future there might be some kind of a collaboration, so you can even utilize the whole ecosystem of the XR in general. It doesn't matter who the manufacturer is, which will be huge in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we know that Apple has launched the Vision Pro recently, and there is Microsoft HoloLens already from years, and there is Oculus from Meta. But this technology, this XR and VR and AR, this is not new. These are still maturing. Apple is the new player, but the first XR was designed like in 1960. There was a person called Morten Hellig. He has designed a company, a tool called Sensorama. You can Google it, and it is designed in 1960, and it is to provide the different kind of senses and feelings and immersive experience, controlling your sight, all the four senses: sight, sound, smell, and vision. And there are some other things happening around this XR space. So for example, Elon Musk is already working on haptic feedback and the brain-computer interfaces. So he is able to, the recent launch and the upgrade in that brain-computer interface chip, he is actually claiming that they can provide vision to even a 99% blind people. So technology is actually kind of very helpful. It should be inclusive. Means it should be accessible. So it doesn't matter if the person is disabled or any other kind of issues. It should include them also, and resolve their medical conditions and those kind of stuff. And I think as we grow, as the time goes, the technology is going to advance in terms of the processing power. So in coming years, we are going to see the quantum computers. So once those kind of technologies and power is there, you will want to stay within the XR. I'm not sure whether it is going to be a good thing or the bad thing, but it is kind of a whole new different world, and the possibilities we are going to explore. So I think the future is good, it's positive, and we have to think and take it in a positive way. There are still very less applications, whether it's Apple Vision Store or whether it's Oculus Store. People are building it. Obviously, there are things related to the entertainment and other kind of industries where you can see the Netflix in the bigger screens and those kind of stuff. But we have to use these technologies for the betterment of the society, how we can impact the billions of people, how we can impact the future generations, providing them good education, solving the issues with healthcare, and improving mainly if our future generation is good and intelligent, and they are not lethargic and just asking computer to do everything, then I think we are going in the right direction. Our kids are going to be something that will be proud that our older generation had built something for us to learn and make things easy to grasp. Generally, students, when they are in this immersive visualization or the interactive experiences, these devices are able to grasp the attention of this, captivates the attention of these kids, which old textbooks are not. It's not possible with those old traditional settings in the schools. So I think, yeah, VR and XR is like 80 to 90% going to bring us a good future. But the 5 and the 10%, we have to make sure that it's ethical, it's safe, there are proper policies. We are also, in our company, we are building some educational platforms and some related to healthcare and also the education domains. We will launch it very soon. But yeah, I think this is the technology. AI is there, but AI is like making you more kind of dependent on it, because previously you were scanning through different articles and you were using your thinking and logic whether it is right or wrong. Right now, if you use AI to solve a problem, and so AI has a problem of hallucination. So if, for example, it is giving you bad results and you are agreeing to it, so you are giving up pretty soon without even trying and giving your own attempts of searching and finding the solutions to the problems. So I think we should use them to advance, should not be totally dependent on them. And I think there should be a proper use which is going to make the huge and better impact in the society. That is my consensus on XR technologies, I think.
Yeah, in addition to that, when you mentioned the haptic, actually during my visit last year to Leap Tech event in Riyadh, I came across a company and they're trying to sell a haptic device. And I told him, you know, what this device is used for actually. So he said, it's for simulation training for car painters. So you will have like a handle in your hand, and when you perform the painting, you even can feel you know, like you are doing it in real time, which was amazing actually. So even, you know, there are some gaming centers which they provide you know, AR. They are this haptic, for example, a vest that you wear, so you can even feel the bullets when it comes in game for sure, but you can feel that it hit you. And there was a video floating like in last month, probably, an exhibition in Japan. I don't know who saw that, like a TV where like a lavender, you can smell the lavender, right? And there's like a lemon, you can smell lemon. All these, you know, so the smell, even the temperature, even the haptic devices in general, it will give you more immersive experience when using this technology, which is amazing, actually. You know, as a game developer, we have developed, you know, some VR, you know, games. And what was interesting to me, actually, we have a map that we have done it in a 3D model. Before that, it was like just a regular mobile game. So we utilized this map and in the VR scene. So it was, you are like in a virtual reality now inside the game. And what we did is we tried to do other tasks while in-game. For example, who knows Talabat? Like Talabat is like a food delivery application, right? So we implemented that. We have Talabat in-game, actually. So we were able to order the food while in-game, while we are using the VR set, which was opened a lot of things that, imagine what will happen in the future, for example, when these metaverses come and how people will be interacting with each other. I mean, it's something scary sometimes when you think about it, because, every single, thing, it can be addictive. Like gaming can be addictive for sure. And we don't want the people to be completely isolated from the real world, right? But, I mean, the capability of having this type of technology, so you can even order food without even taking off your glasses. You can even order for other people as well. We tried that. For example, you will have a username or a special code that represents your username, and you can have your address, for example, and I can even order food, and you will receive the food to your home without giving me anything about yourself, like not even your address, not even your phone numbers, the technology is amazing. So it all depends on the accessibility and affordability in order to have mass adoption.
Yes, absolutely. And I think, yes, there is impact when you are using XR or VR, that you are getting addictive and you are trying to do things and stuff without taking it off. But I think we can put some policies like the maximum continuous usage of this device is 3 hours let's say in a day. So you have to put it down, you have to remove it, and you have to take a break. So these kind of policies we have to put in place if there is a strain in the eye, if there is medical conditions and those kind of stuff. We have to take the user permissions, the agreement. They do not have any issues with the eye, because obviously it is going to, all these VR technologies are going to impact the sight a little bit. Over time it is going to increase, and we don't want that. We don't, because with already the devices, the mobile, the radiation, the blue rays from the screens are already impacting the eyes too much of the kids, and we don't want this XR to be an add-on on that. So yeah, we have to put some kind of restrictions, we have to put some kind of policies, and there should be a physical world interaction mandatorily, because after few hours, if these technologies are going to increase in this space, no one want to come into the real world. They will always trying to stay in this virtual world, and it is good also, but it is bad for the physical health, and we have to put some kind of restrictions there, policies there. As I said, Kronos group is already working on creating those kind of policies. Actually, there is a book, the VR book by Jason Gerald, which you can guys take a look. It has given very deep insights about how this technology has emerged from what it is right now and what is a possible impact in the future. There are annual conferences like Augmented World Expo, AWE, which is happening for the XR. You guys would love to go there and learn about these technologies, because all those previous technologies are kind of getting outdated with 3 things: blockchain, AI, and XR. So we have to change ourselves. We have to learn new things. We have to change the technologies. Then only I think we will progress it. If you're not willing to change, if you're not willing to adapt, the bad actors will come first from us and do something incorrect, which is not good for the society. So the possibilities, opportunities are very huge. The future is very ambitious with these technologies, but the good people have to collaborate, come in front, build better technologies, and so that it impacts the human society in a very positive way. There are other type of things, and the uses always, for example, blockchain. When we talk about blockchain, it is not just about the crypto and money stuff, Bitcoin and all those. There are the different type of blockchain related things we can build related to asset management and supply chain management and the property purchase management, car sale and purchase. There are different kind of things. So these are all the positive aspects. But when we only think that the blockchain has just for the exchanges, for the coins, and then we think about the scammers who are stealing the money and the wallet and the keys, and then we had a very bad taste in our mouth about these technologies. But I think good people have to collaborate and have to create some innovations. So for example, we are also building a blockchain review system, and I have seen a white paper from IEEE, and this is something that is impacting the industry in a huge scale. For example, due to the bad reviews, so TripAdvisor, Google reviews, and all the Yelp, all these companies have reviews, but they are not on a public infrastructure, or means they are not very fiable, whether it's given by scammers to decrease the reputation of the company, or whether it was given by the actual people. And so sometimes this is costing millions to the companies in terms of having a bad image created by their competitors due to the scammers who has given the bad reviews. And so the blockchain and all this stuff are going to create the trust. So this is Web 3.0. So Web 3.0 includes everything, whether it's a blockchain, whether it's an AI, whether it's an this XR, VR technology. So yeah, means I think we have to always focus on having the positive impact on the society. The other kind of things we are doing is like remote assistance. We are also building a tool for giving the remote assistance. So I'm also working with a client who is in oil and gas industry, and in the fields there are multiple issues in operating those big machines. So we are creating some softwares there so that we can give them virtual trainings, remote assistance, and to handle the complex repairs there. So I think there is lots of possibilities. There are the big players are just starting right now, and I think all the small companies, all the small startups can catch up, can create good products with putting humongous amount of actions, because using the work and the actions we can beat all these big companies. It's not a problem. When the big companies are only involved in planning phase, startups has something that they can just put the action and release the products very quickly. So these are the things, the actions, the efforts, and the work, and the working in very fast pace is something the startups has an edge on while beating these companies. So we should not be worrying about whether Apple has launched a vision, or there is Oculus, or there is HoloLens. I think we can beat them because we are all in very early stages, and we all don't know what are all the possibilities and the future possible there. What do you think?
Yes, I agree, definitely. By the end of the day, it depends on the human creativity. So scammers are very creative, to be honest. That's how they scam people, right? We had the side chat actually just right, outside of this ballroom. How can we utilize the technology in marketing, for example, or in this event, right? So imagine that we're using like augmented reality, similar to like the Pokemon Go, because there are exhibitors, for example, in the event. So, the main thing about the exhibitors, they want visitors to visit their booth, right? In order to do what's necessary to sell their service or product. So how can we make most of the people go to and visit these exhibitions? We can have similar concept, for example, with the Pokemon Go, that you use your phone, and the Pokemon is hidden in these booths, right? So you have to go and you collect all the Pokemon. So whoever collected every single Pokemon, for example, there will be, by the end of the event, there will be some kind of a draw. You get a prize, get whatever the case is, and you can implement that even for stores. And stores, they can do the same thing. You can scan each physical product, because that's what the stores wants. They want people to visit and to look at their items. Maybe they like something and they can buy. So everything depends on the human creativity. So the technology is there, and by the end of the day, it comes to the human creativity for sure. I think we will conclude. What do you think, Moin?
Yes, absolutely. Do you guys have any questions that you want to ask about anything related to XR, VR, AR, how this is going to impact the education, healthcare, and all those stuff? If you have any ideas or any questions, yeah, please. Yes, absolutely. So we are already moving. So his question was like how this is going to impact the bandwidth and the internet speed and all those stuff. So my answer to that is like we are already upgrading above the stack. So we are 3G, then 4G, then 5G. 5G means we are going to get 1 GB per MB per second of speed. And let's say if there is a 6G, it is going to give us 10 GB. So this speed is not going to be the problem. I think in the future, handling those datas and bandwidths, creating more innovative apps and VR apps that can use those kind of bandwidths. So for example, right now, the one problem I see is like everyone has to download an app for everything, and then after 1 or 2 times of usage, those apps are just staying like a garbage in the and those are unnecessarily upgrading every time. So what if there is a we get completely rid of all these apps in our mobile, and for any app we just open a website, and those website works exactly smoothly like these apps. That will be possible if we have a very good speed, because it's not, we don't have to worry about like downloading the app, upgrading the app, and removing the app. Whenever we are opening the website, it is going to download all the necessary components, which is going to give us the actual native experience on the mobile, and that is only possible with the high speeds, and that will going to impact hugely the VR experiences. So I think bandwidth must not be a problem in the future.
Any other questions? Yes, go ahead.
So as you mentioned, the negative consequences of health, right? So the eye strain or a mental isolation or social isolation. So do you think the Neuralink or something we can do with that to remove the headset and all those feasibility? Because the signal is going to be in the mind, right? The whole experience into the mind. So what's your thought regarding that?
Should I go? So the main reason for those motion sickness and the strains on the eyes is the weight of those devices. So those are currently very heavy and bulky. So 2-3 days back, I was looking at one Indian guy. He has created specs, just like our normal specs, and have all the capabilities of like searching and showing in the screen, ChatGPT integrated, and it's very lightweight. So specs you are already wearing. What if it is smart spec? Right? So in that way, we can handle all these motion sickness issues, all these eye straining issues, because it's just another spec which is very smart. So
latency as well. Latency actually, because sometimes whatever you're experiencing in the VR, there is a little bit of a delay. So this is little gap that I'm one of the guys. I got motion sickness. I can't. I just developed this software. I can't. It depends. If there is like a, heavy movement, I can't stand it. I get really sick. But if it's only you're walking around, for example, because one of the use cases is like tourism, right? So imagine like I want to look at the country that I'm visiting even before going there. Does it worth it? Is it okay? It looks good, looks nice. It can be done. When you walk around calmly, I think it's okay. But if there is like a fast movement or something, and I think the problem is because of the delay that's happening between what you are experiencing and what you are seeing at the same time. So that's what creates, I think, the motion sickness. And they are working on that. I haven't tried the Vision Pro until now, because what I heard is it's very fast, and the latency is very fast actually. So we need to try that in order to see if there is still like a motion signal or it feels a little better. This is one of the challenges actually.
So like Google lenses you are talking about, right? Something kind of that. Why we need this handset or Google lenses? Ultimately, goal is to implant the signal into the brain, right? So Neuralink or a bio IC chip, we can plant it, and we don't need any kind of devices. Why not we just put direct data into the mind, right? Right operation is not possible right now, but in future, yeah, end of this decade possibly, right?
Yeah, so I think that problem can also be solved. So right now you're worrying about like the signals that are coming to our brain, and it can impact. So right now, to be honest, the impact is similar to the impact that Wi-Fi is making. So if in this room, if the Wi-Fi is just on, it is going to make the same impact when you are connected to the internet. So if you have to cut out those kind of signals, then what you can do is like, let's say you want to give a training to your subordinate about a complex repair in any machinery. Just download the content in the glasses and let the guy walk and do the things himself, and the glasses will be training him with the predefined guide that is already loaded in his specs, because obviously these devices have memories in it. So in that way it is not connected to the internet or any signal, but it is helpful in terms of like real time changing the things, components, where to put what, and those kind of. So that is one way I think it can be solved. But yes, in future I totally agree to that. We have to stop the radiations and the impacts of these devices in our physical health, eyes or brain. So I totally agree to that. Any other questions?
So you're talking about radiation. Can you emphasize more, like what do you mean when you say the radiation will impact the eyes?
So it's just a term because we are talking to the non-electrical engineers. But from radiations, from signals, I was talking about, for example, if there is a LED in the device, it is producing the blue rays, right? So it is impacting the retina. So in some way there is a radiation. There is not the nuclear radiation or the gamma or the uranium-based radiation, but there is a blue rays.
Yeah, it's similar to the electromagnetic field that generated from the overhead lines, right? You know, too many people, they claim that, you know, it might make cancer, for example. And we have done a study locally in Kuwait, actually, because I'm, you know, my background is I'm electrical engineer in the transmission lines. So we have, because, you know, there were complaints, for example, that, you know, the lines are very close, like, you know, 30 or 40 meters, very close to the houses, and this might affect and do some problems. So we work with the Ministry of Health, and we conduct a complete study, and then the final conclusion was they realized that coffee might give you cancer more than the electromagnetic field, because the electromagnetic is similar devices that you use with physiotherapy, for example. If you have like, you know, an injury or something, you use it, you use your therapy using electricity, for example. It's the same concept. So I hope, yeah, there will be some kind of radiation, like, you know, like the microwave signal is even more detrimental than the electromagnetic field. Yeah, we don't want to get into too many technical details, but I think that's what Mohit meant.
Yep. Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was a fantastic fireside chat. Thank you very much, Mr. Talal Al-Habib and Mr. Mohit Singh. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a really fantastic panel discussion at the moment. And the topic will be understanding the current funding landscape, challenges and opportunities for tech entrepreneurs. So in this, our moderator is Mr. Michael Doherty. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Michael on stage, the CEO of Doherty Capital LLC. All of you, please put your hands together for Mr. Michael. And we have our panelists, Amrit Kaur, the co-founder and CEO of Mantraverse. All of you, please put your hands together for Amrit And also, our second panelist is Dr. Gopi Krishna, the co-founder and CEO of Ascentia Research and Development Solutions. So we will begin with the panel discussion. All of you enjoy.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So, yeah, we're going to be talking to you about the funding challenges, the opportunities for tech founders. So we've got two great people who have lots of experience, different experience as well. So we've got Mike, who will cover things from a banking perspective. And then we have Gopi Krishna, who will cover everything from like a founder and a startup perspective. In between, I'll give my experience as well, working with startups and mentoring. So I guess what we're going to do is start with some questions. Well, before we do that, we're going to do some introductions. So over to you, Mike.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michael Doherty. I hope my Irish accent, you'll be able to understand what I'm saying, but I will definitely try and slow it down. Yeah, look, I come from a banking background. Been involved in investment banking, corporate structuring, and even startups myself, so I should be able to have a good round view of it.
Very good evening, everybody. I'm Dr. Gopi Krishna Santanam, having a doctorate in Management Information Systems on Branding and Strategies. I come from a startup background, serial entrepreneur. This is my third startup which I'm running in IT and R&D services. Apart from this, I recently took the key advisory in Government of India for planning and disaster management in agriculture. And one of my recent achievements is the drone policy 2022 of Government of India was authored by me. And I'm working right now on behavioral data patterns in healthcare industry and IoT with prosthetics. And we have an extensive agricultural research team also. Thank you.
Great. And in terms of my experience, so I've had over 20 years experience in the tech industry. Most recently, I've been working with startups, mentoring them. I've also launched a few of my own startups. So I think I have some good experience in terms of the funding challenges and the opportunities alike. So what we'll do is we'll start with the first question. So in terms of the challenges, from a banking perspective, we'll start with, what are the challenges you've seen for tech entrepreneurs in different industries, in different regions you've worked in? What have you experienced?
I suppose, apart from the general challenges that we have every day from a funding perspective, the last number of years have been very difficult between wars, interest rates going from 0% to 5%. It has really dried up a lot. And you'll tend to see there's a lot of funding pulled from venture capitalists and so forth, which would be the main driving force, I suppose, in the tech sector. If you take it, you know, in the last 3 years, investment into venture capitalists has dropped 88% in this region. But still, if we look at pre-COVID, 2016, we were looking at about 200 million invested in this category. Last year, there was 3 billion invested. So there is money out there. You just need nowhere to look and to get it. One of the main challenges I feel at the moment, especially in this sector, is there is a lack of initiative or ideas. So you get a lot of people in the tech industry that come up with an idea and they believe that it's fantastic, but it's not changing anything. So from somebody that provides capital, we probably get 50 or 60 different, proposals a day. So you got to work through all that, and that's really where we are today. So, you have a number of factors. You have lack of funding, you have conflicts around the world, which makes everyone a little bit nervous, interest rates going up because of that. So it's a difficult time, but the good news is there is money out there. You just need to look for it, I suppose.
Okay, and then from a founder, entrepreneur's perspective, what are the challenges you've sort of come across?
First of all, I'm very happy from Mr. Mike's that money is abundantly available. So I can first give you a proposal immediately after this, and that's what everybody's mindset is. I would like to do this as a very practical session wherein I'm also one of you among these leadership people and innovators, keeping passion as robust and on the top of the level and innovating a lot of ideas. Fine, yes, as he was very nicely mentioning, he gets 50 proposals, I would say 50 different unique proposals, but it is very hard to find which is suiting the market, what is right to take up, what are the challenges in it, what is the growth pattern in it, what is the risk behind it. So there are a lot of questions as an investor, and it is the sole duty of we, the startup people, the startup community, to address all those in your proposal, or I could say in the early stages when you are conceptualizing your company or a product actually, first of all. So I would like to tell you a small story, if you can allow, a very practical story probably. There is a person out of a village, we call him in traditionally Mullah Muhammad in Tamil language. He has a donkey with him. Okay, I will correlate these two characters into the market later after the story is over. So he drives, I could say the donkey drives him every day, instead of he actually. So the first day he took up his donkey, put loads of clothes or something on the donkey, and he wants to go in the right direction, donkey went in the left direction. And he was taming the donkey to go into the right, no, but the donkey did not listen to him, it was going in the left. The second day he stood up, did the same, the donkey was going in the right direction, he wants to go in the left direction. So then 3-4 days passed by, and one day he wants to rush up, the donkey was going very slowly. Then he decided, okay, fine, now I don't go to fight with the donkey anymore. So whichever direction or whichever speed the donkey goes tomorrow, let me take that and I will follow the donkey. That's why I said donkey was driving him. So he decided to go as per the donkey instructs him actually, it is reverse. Now we have to correlate this with our market segment. Market is a donkey. Market does not wait for us. Market is running. There are so many people who are already having a solution. There are so many people having a problem. It goes in different directions because challenges are growing every day. And there are some output which is coming for meeting the challenges or winning the challenges. So it is we who have to go with the direction of challenges or take our mindset or conceptualization towards the challenges. And we should not say that I designed this product, I have put in my blood, skin, my investment, my passion into this, so industry has to buy. No, that's not the story, nobody will buy. We as a leader or an innovator, we are working to solve the industry problems. We are not working to develop a product and attach a challenge to it or a pain to it. So that is one problem which we have to address. When we are properly addressing this, our proposal has the first clarity and it can be very well taken or considered by the investor or the banker. First of all, it makes their work much more easier. So this is, I feel, the first challenge which we have to realize, which we have to plan or mitigate when we conceptualize our organization and our product. Passion, yes, indeed passion is kept separate. With the passion, we cannot survive, we cannot live. At the end of the day, we need vitamin M, that is the money, to drive, to get into the market, to fly in the market. We cannot walk in the market because already hundreds of people are behind us. We have to keep running in the market to retain our present position. That is what is the first challenge which we have. So I mean the first challenge I am addressing it, probably one by one we can go for the next step. This is what my humble opinion, as many startups has to realize themselves when they are starting up a company or a product. It can match any scenario.
Great, thank you. So some of the experience I've had sort of over the past year has been challenges with startups actually getting the funding. So they go down a certain path, they get to a certain point, and then the funding gets pulled. and the startups are now left, in a scenario where they think things are moving ahead, and all of a sudden everything comes to a dead stop. But on the other side of that, I've been to reverse pitching, where we've got investors who are sort of pitching to entrepreneurs to say, this is the kind of companies or ideas we look to invest in, so come and speak with us. And I think that sort of sent a very confusing message across the board for me, because it was like, well, we're trying to get funding for some of these startups, we're not succeeding, but yet, like you've said, there is money available, but why are the two not sort of syncing together? And where do we need to go to find the right people to speak to?
I suppose, how big is the hole, really? Generally out there, you can get a lot of people that are saying that they have funding and they have money to give out. In my experience from this sector, they tend to have the promise of money to invest, but they may not find the particular niche where the funding is allowed to go, for argument's sake. So it could be, we get in funds from a family office, and their remit is, look, we're interested in tech, but we want it from the medical side. So we put out that, look, we're looking for projects, medical tech, what's out there? Two things tend to happen. Number one, people tend to read or hear what they want. They see the tech part and they forget about the medical. Or they have something that's nothing to do with medical and they try and make it medical to fit the funding. So the initial conversations that we tend to have with people would come from the fact, yeah, look, we have funding available, what are you doing? We're building an app, or we're building out whatever the case would be. We say, fine, we go along, there's a couple of meetings, send us in, the people leave, everybody feel we had a good meeting. The information comes in, it's nothing like that we talked about at the start. And it can be very frustrating for the people looking for the funding, but it can be equally as frustrating from the financial banking side as well, as it takes a lot of time, due diligence, compliance. There's a lot of moving parts. I do believe the main issue from my experience has been the actively listening to what I'm selling and to what I want to buy. And I think if people were more honest and open, I think it would save a lot of time. And it would actually stop doors getting closed on a lot of other people. But there's no easy fix for this, as you know. It's when you're looking for funding and you're a startup, it's knocking on doors. It's flying around, as I do, trying to get funds in to invest out. You've got to go knocking. I've never had somebody knock on my door and say to me, good morning, Michael, there's 20 million for you, have a great day. Lovely, I love it. It just doesn't happen. And if you really believe in what you're doing and you've done the groundwork, you need to be prepared to put the groundwork in. Because even when you get the funding, it doesn't get any easier, it gets harder. So maybe it's a good start to show that it's not going to be an easy journey.
So just following on from that, so what do you look for when you're sort of looking at funding a tech entrepreneur or their idea? Are there specifics you look for before you make that decision?
Definitely. From my perspective, one thing I hate to see is when I sit in front of someone looking for funding and they've done a couple of weeks' work on it, and then they're telling me they're going to take a salary of 70,000 for the first year, and they need money for it because they have to go to a conference and book hotels. We generally look at, we're here to do the project. We're not here to fund your lifestyle. If that's family and friends you need to go to start, it's family and friends you need to go to start. It's savings. You're not just investing in a product. You're also investing in the person. And it will really be what they come across at the start and how they present it. We've invested and I've helped arrange finance for people who their products were terrible, but they were a good investment. And it came off quite well. Rather than having a good product but a bad person behind it, no matter how good the product is, it'll never work.
And then from your perspective, Gopi Krishnan, from a founder, tech entrepreneur, like you said, you've had a few startups in your time. What kind of challenges have you faced getting that funding, or has it been very successful every time?
Wonderful. That itself is $1 million question for every one of us, actually. If we know this trick of trade, I think he will be very busy in signing the proposals for all of us here, and we will be standing in a queue. That is very much true, and was very candid and open in bluntly telling this is the problem of startup. It was very appreciable, and actually that is the case actually first. First of all, the thing is that fund is available, fine. If that doesn't mean that it can be donated. We have to sell ourselves or our product or a tool to get that fund. That is the difficult job actually, as even the fund doesn't come to him, as he said, it just doesn't knock his door and in the morning bags are kept in his door and okay, you can use it. But he has to sell, he has to give a proper proposal. So that's a chain actually. So what we have to do is first of all, do a small analysis of our ideology before we do anything, before we start even anything. Before we start even anything, put on paper, what is your idea? Okay, what is it we are going to do, and what is your skin in it? What is your investment in it? Are you started looking at it at a bootstrap model first of all to do a small MVP? Do you have the guts? Do you have the patience? Do you have the team or a knowledge for it first of all? That's very, very important for us because we have to stand in their shoes to understand what is the ecosystem behind this first of all. Is my concept good? Fine. Is it good? So where is the real market for it? Is the market today? Or you are going to speak about 2 years? It's not going to work. We have to live for today first of all. So we are not developing a product which is going to say that after 2 years, my product is going to do wonderful. Fine. After 2 years, we does not even know what is going to be the growth of this particular industry. Whether it is going to be there or another COVID 4.0 is going to come and disrupt the entire market. We don't even know because it is unpredictable. Even our business proposal is unpredictable. We all know very well. Right? So we have to understand the reality as a startup. As a startup, I have also faced this in my earlier startup, which I started as an IT division services. I used to speak very nice about my startup as if I am the one who is doing wonders. And people started questioning me, are you somebody unique in solving a problem? Then I was thinking, you have a problem, you tell me what is your problem, I will solve it. Then he said, why should I tell you my problem? You have come to my desk to provide a solution, so you must be knowing my problem, right? Why should we waste? That spark that gave me a spark. I said, fine, okay, I have to do this reverse engineering first of all. Understand what is a problem of yours. Then start all the assignments or nonsense what we have in our mind. So first thing is when you decide your idea, do a small competitive analysis limited to your knowledge. I don't say limited to your knowledge. Everything is as in our phone. And one more thing I would like to tell you is before we do a proposal, just Google it. For all nonsense or good sense, we have every application already developed and it is there in Google. You can at least test 10 applications for your need before you decide anything, correct? So we doesn't need a technical typewriter or a resource person to do our thing. Now understand, yes, this tool is there, that tool is there, XYZ is there. Still this industry is facing a problem? Okay, what is the problem? Then get into this problem. Understand the reality. Then come into an ideology. Okay, that is the first practice which we have to do. This will ensure your confidence first of all. So that is one biggest challenge which we have to do. And the another one is once we identify the problem and we are confident that yes, this is going to be a solution for it, now go for a competitive analysis. Whether is there any competitors already available, how are they offering the service, what is that they have left right now, that can be our catch point. So start your projections from there. Then you get connected to the market. By this time you know where do you stand. And by this time you will also know what is your market positioning. You will be 10% in another once you launch your beta version. Or another question from here is, what is your readiness to go for the market? That is again a challenge. Okay, I and my brother-in-law, I and my brother, we are working in already in another company. Every night we are going to work because I need to earn my bread. So if you are concerned about your bread, butter and jam, no investor will come for your rescue. Okay, that we have to understand. There is only a thin line between an employer, between an employee and an employer. That's a very thin line. Somebody tells you to work, that is employee. You tell yourself, you boost yourself, you get up yourself in the morning and work, that is employer. That's it. If you are fainted, you have to wake up, you have to pour water in your face and you have to go to work. That's an employer. That's the kind of a responsibility. So that's a thin line. So you have to risk yourself, first of all. What is your risk in it? What is your commitment in it? What is your funding in it? Even it can be 1 lakh or 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs. Okay, am I going to start with this and provide an MVP, minimum viable product? And is this MVP workable or just like a PPT? This is the first calculative risk for any innovation or any tool or any product or any problem solving. A startup or a leader or an entrepreneur must judge. When we properly do this homework, we are winning the second step and we can confidently go to Mr. Mike and tell, yes, I did this, this is a proof, this is the real market scenario. So he'll have 20% of confidence on us to consider our proposal. So I'm making my life is very simple, and I'm also trying to make Mr. Mike's life very simple in judging our proposal. So this is another challenge which we have to make it up.
Yeah, and I think just to add to that, some of the challenges I've seen over the past year again have been, you're too early for funding. And it's like, well, I've got this really great idea and I am so passionate about it. I know it's going to be a success, but every door I knock on tells me I'm way too early, even though I'm showing that, I've got some traction, or it's just, it's one of those things for an entrepreneur to hear is like, it's very demotivating. How do you assess like whether somebody's too early before you give them funding, or what would you advise them to do if that is the scenario you come across?
As you're saying that, reminds me of something that was said to me a long, long time ago when I started in this industry, and there was somebody looking for funding for a small company. And I went to my manager and I said, it's very exciting. He's sure it's going to work. And he said to me, Mike, most people are sure that they're innocent in prison. He said, generally, it doesn't always work out that way. Look, as the good doctor had said here, if you're going to give your time up for something, you need to make sure that it's correct and you've done your groundwork. I'll tell you a little story. 2 years ago, I was asked to help a startup in the UK. And we had communicated by Zoom for maybe 2 months, 8 weeks. And a lot of emails and messages and late nights asking me to look through stuff. But he never went into true depth of what he wanted to do, and he would always ignore the question. But he was a really nice young guy. So we kept on going. I flew to London, looked at the proposal, and what he actually wanted to do was he wanted to NFT property sales that are going through auctioneer's office so you can cut down the cost to resell them in the future. I said, it's fantastic. I love the idea. Is there anybody else doing it? Nope. So as he's telling me, I Google it. There was 4 other companies doing it. And I'm saying, there's 4 companies here. And he looks at my laptop and he goes, yeah, I never did that. Right. How long have you worked on this? 2.5 years now. So, you don't want to dishearten anybody. But at the same time, the grass is not always greener on the other side. And it's very true what you were saying a few moments ago. Working for somebody and waking up and knowing that you're going to get paid next Friday is a nice security. You may have a great idea, but the marketplace is not always that kind. Generally, you're the last person to get paid when you work for yourself. And that can be more disheartening, soul-destroying, and can ruin your life for years to come. So this tough bit that you go through to start trying to get the funding and trying to get it off, as you well know, these are some of the biggest learning steps that you need. You know, for every one Mark Zuckerberg, there's 1,000 guys who are penniless, broke, relationships broke down, purely because the groundwork wasn't done at the start. So I agree. I've come across fantastic ideas that we couldn't fund. Wanted to fund, but couldn't fund for multiple reasons. Not enough homework done on it. The numbers just don't add up. No matter what way you look at it, you know, they're barely going to break even, and you're saying, so you're going to work 60 hours a week, 70 hours a week, and at the end of it, after you pay everything, what are you going to live on? I'll figure that out afterwards. I know in the next 2 years it's going to be a great success. And it may be, but from our perspective, providing the finance or the investment into it, that's a hell of a risk to take. I can leave the money sit in the bank, and Deutsche Bank will give me 8-9% on it for no risks. So if I'm going to give it to you because I believe in you, I really need to see what we're going to get here. And it's not just about getting a return on the capital. There's more to it than that. It's also, you don't want to damage this person moving forward. You know, you can give them a bit of a card, but if you know that in 2 years' time when he comes back to you for funding, you're probably not going to get it. A very good company to look at around this was WeWork. This guy was phenomenal. He could talk anybody into giving him money, basically. But there was so much money in the sector at that time. He wasn't an office provider. He wasn't a realtor. He was trying to build an Apple. He was trying to build a way of life. It's an office. You know, who would give him this kind of money? And knowing how that sector works for the service office providers, it was crazy. I was asked by one of the big banks to do some consultancy and to meet him, because the bank did not want to be associated with the stage. So they asked me to go speak with him. I did. He was a phenomenal guy. I went back to the bank and said, well, he's a great guy, but I don't know what he does. I still don't know what he is. And that's the problem. You need to be very defined when you're looking for finance. You need a clear path. This is where we will be in 6 months' time. That will be in 12 months' time. Don't build the wall so high that you can't climb it afterwards. There's no point in telling me, look, we can pay it back in 2 years' time, or we're going to have a return of X. I sit with you the next quarter. How's it going? It was a disaster. So-and-so child got sick. I broke my leg. Whatever the case would be. That's a problem then for us, because we have KPIs. We need to meet our side of it as well. So you can't have too much movement. There is some leeway. Like, nobody knows about a COVID coming or whatever. These things happen in life, and you can assess for that. But the main issue that we will have is people over-promising, not knowing their marketplace, the numbers are not correct, and so on.
Great. And have you had challenges, like, or different challenges in different countries or regions where you've had to provide funding?
Yeah. Yeah, look, you know, I've worked everywhere from Ireland, London, New York, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Uganda, Dubai, Kuwait, a couple of years in Russia, 8 years in Eastern Europe. Cross-cultural differences when it comes to finance and how they operate, how they think, how governments react is extremely important. And what we would see as high risk here in Eastern Europe, it's not so much high risk. So even from a banking perspective, you need to think about it and the corporate structure you put behind your company. And that's what we would look as well from funding. Have you really do your homework on this? You know, mining operations, for argument's sake, in Romania is seen as a very high-risk banking scenario in Western Europe. There's huge issues. And then there are some countries where the risk of investing is extremely high. Extremely high. And unfortunately, especially some parts of Africa and so forth, you can have a fantastic investment. Really, the numbers, everything add up. You fund it, you go there a few months later, they're gone, the money's gone, nothing has happened. And these are just problems you're going to have in every walk of life. And as many speakers as I've heard here over the last 2 days, it always comes up. There's always bad people out there always looking to do bad things. And you're never going to change that. And that has built into the costing of finance today. Because from a banking perspective, the last thing we want to do is lose money. Because it's not our money at the end of the day, it's somebody else's. We need to ensure and make sure that we can get this back. And that's going to be key.
Great. And then in terms of as a founder and entrepreneur, what kind of challenges have you faced if you've tried to launch a product in different countries and then you need funding for that? How have you experienced any challenges, or does it come across as an opportunity for funders that you're expanding?
Great, yes. The challenges of finding a right funding is almost similar in every country, because the problem is almost similar with all the startup owners. So that's one thing, is that many startup founders fail to do a small calculation of what is their expense of acquiring per client for their service, which I'm sure 90% of the startup people don't do this homework. First thing is that we put projections, fine, we put numbers, we are actually overworking on the numbers. We should not do that. Be stringent in your numbers, be stringent in your expenses, be factual in your numbers and achievements. Once you put this, now do a small calculation, customer acquisition charge or a price for each service you do or each implementation you do or whatever you sell. What is that? Without knowing that, it is very difficult for you to finalize or comment on your proposal by yourself, because you don't know your profit margin. You don't know, without knowing this calculation, you don't know which way or what is the right way to approach your customer or your lead structures. This is one thing which we have to definitely think. Why? Because as I was telling, none of us now in this century can build another Apple. Please don't even dream right now. We can build another Apple. We can build another Amazon. We can build a similar Amazon. We can build a similar Apple, but we cannot replace it. So already there is when we are comparing ourselves with these, there is already a target or a limelight which is set. So you have to cross that particular expectation to get a realistic answer. So there is always an add-on cost in acquiring your customer, because you have to show up yourself still more better than this particular level of saturation. So that is very important. I would like to spell out a few points. If we are able to think on this, plan on this in our proposal, I am sure 75% of us can easily convince your respective investor. One thing is that please look at, again I'm telling you, please look at your market potential. Market potential does not mean sales volume. What is the life cycle of a product, and you have to start your selling in a short time. You should not project yourself, I get my funding right now, I'll be launching it after 36 months or 48 months. This is not going to work, because market is rapid, market is changing every day. So now first understand your market potential, keeping at par 6 months duration. Whatever is going to happen, influential factors that might affect your product or your sales into the market, and who are all the competitors there. The next point is that revenue growth quality, revenue growth and quality. Revenue growth is what you put your fantastic numbers, yes fine, you put your numbers and you can convince it, but an investor knows what is reality. If the investor is also in the specific market, they know very well, that's why they have got a growth and they are now investing on you. And what is the growth perspective? What is your curve going to be? What is your break-even time going to be? Break-even in the sense of revenue, investment, and also what is your profit, when it is going to start. So growth does not mean that revenue growth alone. What is how your product is going to scale or turn the curve. So that is very important. You have to consider this. Next thing, have a proper team. Most of us are failing in the team actually. And any startup should not be one-man company. Please, it was earlier people believed one man, but right now, if I am an investor, I will not believe a one-man company. There is a huge risk. There is a very huge risk. I will not believe one-man company. Even if you do fantastic, fantabulous product, you are going to change the upside world. I don't believe. That's a huge risk for me. For which I will invest in a small place where I get a minimal investment and I sit happily. Because I'm sure I'm going to get this after 2 years or 3 years. So don't be one-man company. Have a team. And never ever have just a developer in your organization. I would like to say, if it is fringing on you, I would like to say developers are just dignified typewriters. They are not your problem solvers. We are all startup companies nowadays working to solve a problem, not to create a problem. Okay? Have people who can travel with you, who can substantiate your ideas, who can play a devil's advocate role in your company. That's how your product will grow. So give equal respect to your team members. Have a right team with you who can travel with you and build a fantastic product. It can be a very simple problem. It can be a very simple problem which helps life smoother of your audience. But how we are going to give this? What is the journey of yours in giving this product to them and solve the problem, and when are they going to come out? And what is their achievement? And if you implement this, what is a cycle, short cycle in which they see an achievement or they see a traction? Right? These are all very, very important for us because everything is available in internet right now. Whatever I speak, whatever you speak, whatever you do, whatever you think, somebody has already done in internet. We are very late. When we are querying some technical things today, I will be surprised to see some 10 to 15 guys already would have faced this problem 2-3 years back. I am such a stupid guy, I am facing only today. That guy has already Googled this and put his answers 3 years or 2 years back when it was very native. When I was not even aware that this technology has evolved. So that's how the world is going on. Right? Another one is, there should be some uniqueness in your product or your service. It can be a product, you sell a product as a service or a service as a product, anything, whatever commodity. What is the uniqueness which you have? There should be some uniqueness. It should not be repetitive. If it is repetitive, why should you come? Already there is one person. He is doing it. What am I going to do? Am I a game changer here? I am going to be one among 100, one among 1,000 or one among 1 million. I am not going to be an idealistic person or a unique person. What is uniqueness there? Uniqueness can be in the way of answering the problem, or in the way of approaching a problem, or in the way of telling there is going to be a problem, anything. Making it smart, that's it. Your logic can be unique. In any industry. Okay, this is all common factors for any industry. We do a research in genetic engineering, yes, this is adaptable. We do for manufacturing industry, yes. We do for banking industry, yes. This is adaptable. Right? Next thing is competition. And again, are we able to sustain ourselves in the existing competition? How long you can sustain? How long we can sustain? That's one question. If I'm starting a startup because I'm energetic today, I'm not facing any failures. So this is my day one. Fine. These are the competitors. I can survive. 5-6 months have gone. You have faced a lot of failures. Your battery has come down. Will you be able to sustain at that point of time? Because you are 100 meters behind your successor. Will you be able to first meet him and then cross him? That's a long journey. Do you have fuel for it? I mean, fuel can be anything. You have a team for it. You have an attitude for it. You have an aptitude for it. You have money for it. Or do you have a story? You have a track for it. Okay. The another problem is, yes, I'm sure everybody can build a product. I'm sure. We are all, because we are all here, we have seen lots of things, we have come across a lot of failures and we have succeeded everything. What is your customer base right now before you go to an investor? Do you have any success story in your place? This is very important. Sir, you give me money, sir, I have built the product. It took lot of patience, it is my passion, I have put in my all asset into it, this and that, everything into it, this is fantastic, this is solving. Yes sir, I understand, fine, very good, I appreciate it. He was telling, they don't want to deject you, they will motivate you, fine, yes. Get me one example where you have already solved a problem. Anybody's problem. Is there any success story? Do you have any white paper? Right? How do I believe your product? I'm an investor. I'm not your customer. I need to know your story, right? Yeah. Do you have any one success story in your relevant industry? Or a one white paper which says at least 5% of my problem is solved within this time and it is evolving. Do we have that before we go to any investor? That is your first projection assertiveness. If we say, I will build a palace when you give me money, no, we are failing. No investor will come forward. If you are lucky enough and that investor believes only you, not your product. I'm very open and candid in my opinion because I've faced all this stuff. So you have to know where you stand and you have to be very confident in problem solving of what you have done. So homework is very, very important. And another thing is scalability. Scalability. Okay, I built a product. Expiry date is 1 year from now. After that, I will again build another product. Very good, sir. I appreciate your confidence. I appreciate you have a lot of time. I'm so happy you can build hundreds of products every year. But please seek a very good investor who is aligning with your mindset. Because whatever we build, there should be a scalability. There should be a growth. We can't say that I will grow only up till 30 years. After 30 years, okay, fine, this is more than enough for me. I will just be in this state, right? We can't say that, right? So there should be a scalability for our product. Scalability is directly proportional to our market acquisition, the client acquisition, the revenue growth model, and adapting to the growth of technology or competitiveness in the market. So this is, there are a lot of factors which relates to the scalability. And last but not least, industry specifications, policies. How does it affect or it appreciates our product or our service? This is very, very important to project. We have to mention that in our proposal also. These are 7 key factors. If we can do this properly and frame a document perfectly with consciousness, I'm sure 90% of us can succeed getting your desired investment, whatever may be the number. Because every point has a mark, every point tells the investor that he is in the safe hands. Not only on the resources, also on the technology, which can redeem him the points in terms of revenue. So this is something which I wanted to share as most of us face the challenges as a startup. Even though you do a bootstrap model, this is very, very important because money is always a money. Yeah. It's either your money or somebody's money. Right? I hope I've given a proper explanation, I believe. Most of us believe it.
You know, there's a saying, money is never lost. You just need to find a new owner.
Right. True. Exactly true.
Yeah. No, that was some really, really valid and great points you've made there. But you did speak a lot about the team. You can't be a one-man band, and the team makeup is important. So, are there key roles one, from an investor perspective, that you look for in a startup when you fund them, and two, how important, well, I know how important it is, but the chemistry of the founding team, because I've had experience before where I've had a startup and there's been 2 other co-founders, but we went for various different challenges with funders, but because it was getting very demotivating, you know, speaking to so many different investors who weren't ready to invest because it was early stage, it kind of changed the dynamic between the co-founders as well. So as time went on, you could start to see there was like, you know, changes within the co-founders, their attitude, their passion towards the startup. How do you look at that from an investment perspective? And then also, yeah, what are the roles, the key roles?
I think you've answered it yourself. If it's too early for us to invest, that's generally the reason. We're trying to see how you're going to gel together. It's a very good point you brought up earlier also about the team. You know, it's more important to know what you can't do rather than what you can do. And then to make sure you have the right people around you that you can work with. To give the confidence to the investor that if we're going to give you money and support you, you know, apart from the product, as I said earlier, we're not just investing in a product, we're investing in the team, in that person. If you get sick, if something happens to you, what's going to happen tomorrow morning? What's next? How can you scale it? Are you planning to, are you going to get to a certain stage and you're going to start doing acquisitions? Are you going to do it more homegrown? It's all this information is what's key at the start. And, you know, from an investor's perspective, I understand that there's a million other things going on in your head and I kind of worry about that next year. But I'm worried about the money I'm going to give you today, how we're going to get that back. And if we do give it to you and you have problems, do I need to come up with more money to give it to you then? You know, it's like people who gamble. If you go to the horse races and you're losing money and you're constantly chasing the last horse, you're never going to make it. Banking is quite simple. We want to give you money. We want to invest. But we want it back. You know, and we're going to charge you a little bit on the top. There's a little bit of cream we need. So it's not difficult. The key here is to make sure that you have the numbers, you have the business plan, you know what's going to happen if something happens, and what's my next move? And it's not difficult. We make it difficult, but it's truly not difficult.
Great. Anything to add to that?
I would like to add one more point. Always have an exit plan for yourself and also for your investor. So that's very important for you to decide on the day one, because life is always going to be, there is always an end for all of us. So even for our product or for our company, we are not going to live till our death in the same company, or we are not going to run. There is always scalability and there is always moving. The technology is involved and extension is there. So always plan your exit strategy, yourself and also for an investor. Why I am saying this for yourself is, when you determine that you are going to an investor, already your incremental death is happening in your company, because you have to lose your stake. What is the volume of losing a stake? That's a question mark which you have to decide. So you should not do an overvaluation, you should not do your underestimated valuation of the company. Be very realistic. Be very realistic in your company. If you feel that your company or your product has to grow, be realistic and you have to sacrifice your stake in it. Definitely. So that gives strength for your product or your service to grow, and you are always there. You are always in some place. A owner or an inventor or an inventor or a startup owner cannot travel in the same product or in the same company for more than 10 years. Then you are the burden for that product. Please mark these words. Because your passion, your thoughts will block the growth. So you must always have an exit plan. So don't think that this is my product, I am going to live with this product. You can't even live with your wife for so long. So then comes the product actually. So let's be very realistic. You have to go to the next step. Yes, This is fine, I'm going to take this much of stake, I'm going for the next cycle or the next one. So be very clear in your company or in your product, don't put your blood or any emotions into that. That's just a stupid product. You are going to sell it to solve the problem. Come out of it and go to the next step so you can live. Or else your ECG is straight line. You are dead, I mean, even though you are living. Okay?
Can I ask, because you've done some mentoring, from the mentoring of a startup to the financial institution going to give the investment, what was your most frustrating part looking at it?
So as I mentioned, like being told we're too early, and even though we've kind of proved that there is a market there, there is a problem we're trying to solve which is very real. We've got the right team and the expertise. We've also shown that, we've got people who are ready to use the product, signed up in advance, and then going in front of an investor and being told, you're too early. And it's just like, well, how do we get this off the ground? Because we've tried bootstrapping, we've looked at crowdfunding, we've looked at, incubators and accelerators, etc. But each time we're being told by investors, you're too early. And I think that's really frustrating as an entrepreneur.
If you looked at all those options and everyone told you the same thing, there's probably something there.
Yeah. And I think that's where I realized it was because we were told no so many times, the team dynamic changed, people's motivation changed. So when we're now going in front of the next investor, they're kind of picking that up in the team. So, and I think that's what ended up, ruining the project altogether.
There's a thing I've told to many people, there's no point in paying an accountant if you don't listen to the advice he's going to give you. You might as well not ask him, keep the money and just do your own thing. Sometimes by going to institutions and asking them and they're telling you you're too early, it's not going to work. We can be wrong. Of course we can be. But if enough of people is telling you something, there must be something in it as well. Yeah. Or something that we're not seeing, that you're not, there's something that you have that you're not telling us that we cannot see. And it's frustrating for everybody.
Yeah.
But, the world only works if money is moving around.
100%. Yeah, and I think at that stage, I kind of understood that this is probably not going to go anywhere. And at that point, I took the decision to exit. And I'm glad I did.
I have a point for your question. Many have faced it, even I have faced it in my first entrepreneurship actually. So that I decided something that before I go and sit in front of any investor, I wanted to show a track record, realistic cash inflow statement. Because once we are sure that once we acquire 1 lakh or 10 lakhs or Indian value, say $1 million, say for an example with our MVP. So once we get the fund, easily 10 times of revenue can be easily handled. More than 10 times is going to be a hard work. So the first attraction, whatever we show to the investor, I'm sure 10 times can be made within a short period of time. 10 times of that revenue. That is, if everything, whatever we discussed right now are very well mitigated and planned. So when we are able to do that, investors cannot deny in our face that you are too early because you are showing them the requirement and reachability immediately in the market. So in spite of it, if they are denying, the reason is only that he is not interested in this particular domain.
Absolutely.
So we have to exit from there.
Yeah.
That's it.
So I think we've reached the end of our conversation now, but any final words or advice for tech entrepreneurs looking for funding?
So, Mr. Mike, any approval for you for my proposal? I'll be very happy.
Look, I'm an Irishman. Meet me in the bar and we'll definitely have a look over it for you.
Done, yeah, okay.
Great. No, any questions before we wrap up? No? Oh.
What do you think is the best way to keep the relationship and keep the collaboration go well post the funding stage? To talk with your investors, etc.
Nothing other than your successful track record.
Yeah, sorry. What I mean is, what do you think? What's the best suggestions do you have to keep the investor relationship post the funding stage? So how should you collaborate after funding?
Very simple. Show them the track record and success of your milestones which you have projected to the investor. That's more than enough. They'll be very happy to discuss with you for your second round.
I see. Right. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Dr. Gopi. It's been very mind-opening conversations that we had. We've seen very, very big institutions like Salesforce and Meta or Google, wherein there was a lot of investor pressure being added on. Basically taking an activist role, saying profits is our motive, and they have been letting go of their teams. As you're saying, team is what actually makes you a very good startup or those kinds. So when we're talking about startup funding, it's one thing, but how do big enterprises, the names that I took, will have to look at investors being moderators or trying to come in and make a policy as such?
A fantastic question, but in the question itself, there are two sectors which you are defining. A startup is something, today's story. And when we talk about companies which are already established, they have seen profits 10 times, 20 times, 100 times. So their problems are completely different. All the stakeholders have achieved more than what they planned to take as a return on investment. Now as a startup, yes, even a startup, it is very difficult to retain a resource. That's the chemistry, as she said, that's a chemistry which we have between our team, the stakeholders, our team. They have to believe us, and you have to believe them. That is the only story, because you can't pay like what Salesforce or Apple is doing it. Okay, so it's a belief. Your belief is nothing but on one-to-one. It is the story which they have to believe, the traction. So we should not compare with organizations which are already established, because they are fine, done, they have earned everything. If they even quit right now or today, they are not going to lose anything.
Thank you. Any more questions? No, great. So yeah, thank you very much for listening. And
thank you.
If you want any money, Mike's your man.
Thank you very much to our dear panelists and moderator for a very wonderful panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session we'll be having fireside chat. And the topic will be regulating the metaverse, balancing innovation, user safety, and data privacy. And for this, I would like to invite Matthew on stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you please give a big round of applause to Matthew, the founder of Fulbright Fellow and researcher of V-Rainers. All of you, round of applause, please. And our next speaker is K. Praveen Kumar Reddy, the Principal Product Manager of ServiceNow. All of you, please put your hands together for K. Praveen Kumar. So it will be an interactive session. All of you enjoy.
Hello, hello, check, check. Thank you very much. All right. It's an interesting topic that we want to discuss. Before that, I just wanted to give you a quick intro about Matthew. Matthew Zarelli, he's a founder of a company called V-Rainers. It's an innovative project and a realized e-learning platform application which is available on MetaQuest, completely built on Metaverse. So who better than Matthew to speak on our topic today, which is regulating the Metaverse, the innovation, user safety, and privacy. Thank you very much, Matt, for agreeing to be part of our fireside chat.
Thanks for the introduction.
Yeah. And I did not forget, he is also an author. We'll talk about his book as we go ahead into our conversation. Matt, let's be very practical and be very genuine about starting with the basics. Could you please, because we're talking about AI, AR, VR, what is Metaverse?
Yeah, that's a great question. So if you go now on Google and you try to search what is metaverse, there is a lot of definitions. And even, for instance, Mark Zuckerberg right now is trying to explain it in a different ways. But if you ever seen the film like Ready Player One, you would like to understand what is the right direction to go to the metaverse. But the real question is how far we are from this kind of stuff. And the true reality is that metaverse, we can look at the metaverse like a puzzle, right? And right now we are building the borders of this puzzle. And we are trying to reproduce the single components within the puzzle and then trying to put together the things. Metaverse right now, it's really hard to understand because we are still building the puzzle because it's a, let's say, mix of different technologies that we right now on the market are still in the early stage. If you think about virtual reality, augmented reality, think about artificial intelligence and all the software behind them, like also blockchain. We are in the period of time in the market that this kind of technologies, they are still building, they are still be approved of from the market, and then we will see them together. But if you think about metaverse, it's like a multiverse reprojection in 3D that is going to reproduce another reality, totally different from the one that we see right now, and where you can develop your own avatar, build your own character, trying to play with others' avatars, and connect with people around the world.
Makes a lot of sense. That was very clearly explained. All that we see as metaverse is another world wherein we can chip in and basically look forward to doing things across the board with our friends, no matter which particular genre or section that we want to. For example, we can take the entertainment industry. The most of the video gaming is currently based on that. Yeah. We are living our lives. COVID happened. That's where we saw the need of metaverse, maybe for easy connectivity in another artificial world as such. Yeah. So do you foresee any other use cases where metaverse would be helpful, or in a very broader section as to why what metaverse?
Yeah, before going to let's say useful case studies, I would like to let's say introduce one topic that I think it's really interesting and why we are focused right now with in the book, but also with the project Brainers. It's training, because right now I think that the real value proposition of this kind of technologies is behind the learning impact, and also the future of training. Because if you think about how companies, employees, but above all, let's say, professionals are learning, we are still using passive methods. What do I mean with passive methods? If you look at this research, is called learning cone, you will see that the passive learning methods are like reading, writing, listening. So all passive actions through new knowledge. And according to this research, mostly 50% of the information you will remember that after 2 weeks. True. This is crazy, right? And after that, you will see, let's say, active learning. Active learning is the next step. And going to the top of the pyramid, you will see that in order to arrive to 90% of information, you need a learning by doing process. And for doing a learning by doing process, of course, if you are, for instance, an employee or a company or, I don't know, a person that need to build something, in order to build something real that the risks are high and, of course, the costs are really high, you can do it within a simulation programs. That's why I think the real value behind it.
Absolutely, man. So it's another world that we can actually explore and put in mechanisms to contain it so that it will play the role that we anticipate it to do. Taking a step further, sure. Now let's talk about the application layer. We spoke about the use cases as such. I was just wondering, the use cases, the applications can be massive. Given we have talked about inactive learning, or let's say passive learning that we today have, let's look at very, very niche industries like military, or we can look at simulations wherein we are trying to replicate warfare simulations, and we don't want actual players to be actually part of it. Rather, we can explore a new world altogether and let the users go around it. So how do you foresee these so-called niche industries taking shape when metaverse will be in place?
Well, right now I think that we can divide, let's say, the case studies into main fields. One is soft skills and the other one is hard skills. Right now we can do a lot of things, right? Of course we cannot beat the entire metaverse, but we can start focusing on, let's say, a vertical stuff, like the training fields in the both area. If you think about hard skills and you are, for example, in a construction industry, this is going to be really interesting because you can, for instance, train your employees in order to build a kind of construction instead of building a real construction. Or if you think about the education sector and if you are a student, right, there is a lot of difficulties, right? To learn a new subject, like, I don't know, which is really abstract, right? I think everyone goes through these kind of struggles. And instead of just reading something and you try to, you know, push your imagination, we can try to build something new with these 3D models in order to help students to understand really what we are studying, what we are trying to build in the future, which are the real application of this stuff. Because most of the time I see that also with the project, but also I work with different companies and also in the onboarding process and training process, if you are, above all, if you are an intern or if you are just starting, most of the time the manager which is in charge to train you is going to invest the time that is going to find. Okay, so it's really hard to see everything and understand all the process, because if you're if you're going to work in a corporate, of course you don't have the big picture of everything, but you're going to learn a specific task, and most of the time this specific task is going to be hard to replicate it, and most of the time you will not see all, let's say, the path around it. And this kind of simulation is going to help you, because it's going to help the managers, first of all, with this time, because it's going to, you will use the platform, you use the simulation programs, and if you have questions, you go to the manager and understand, let's say, different options. And on the other side, the company is going to somehow save money, because instead of, so let's think about how the company, how much money the company invests each year on each employees, right? And but the problem is going to, let's say, arise during the path and during the follow-up, because if you have, like, I don't know, 100 employees, 1,000 employees, of course you cannot hire 1,000 trainers to coach everyone one-to-one. And this is going to be another big issue, that this technology can help in order to provide better quality, lower turnover, and higher, let's say, fast learning. In order to provide this, I suggest to recommend these case studies, which is really interesting to read, which is the case study that made Tailspin, the company Tailspin, with the PwC. And they discovered that using VR in the learning process and training process, you're going to learn 4 times faster, you're going to go 4 times focused, and the emotional impact on what you do after the simulation on the reality is going to be, I think, at almost 3.75 times more.
That's fantastic, Matt. So basically what you're saying is, in investors' language, if we say, it's time value of money. Maybe it's the initial cost that might be something which we might have to put in. Over a period of time, the variable costs are completely going to be negligible. So that's where Metaverse would actually step in, and it will step up our game in taking care of the hygiene factors per se. Well, one thing that reminds me of is the game Pokemon, which took everyone by surprise, and it created a market for itself. Imagine my friends actually not being able to speak to me, but they were always in conversation when they were in another virtual world. So given all of this, we're talking about human intelligence, then we're talking about artificial intelligence, now we're talking about different worlds altogether. So we need to make and gel this emotional intelligence with the artificial intelligence and then come up with solution. On those lines, I wanted to understand from you, like, my privacy is completely distorted because someone else was not available with me at the point, and which should have been my full time with my friends. So governing this, it comes with own privacy risk. And I know you authored this book, Virtual Reality and Artificial Intelligence. It's basically about risks and opportunities for our business.
Yep.
How do you think it will play out?
That's an interesting question. And let's say talking about data privacy in the metaverse right now is still early, since the metaverse still need to build. But we can think about the single technologies and what is happening right now, right? If you think about AI, right now, everyone is struggling with data privacy. I'm thinking about my country, so Italy. And last year, after the ChatGPT was launched in Italy, one of the main person was in charge of privacy in Italy. They blocked it for like 1 month. Yeah. It was quite funny because we were reading around the world what people was doing with ChatGPT, and in Italy, of course, people start using like VPN, this kind of things in order to use it. But the real question, I think, we can start thinking about is which are the data that Metaverse is going to open to the companies. For instance, if we're going to use the devices, so the headset of the companies or the new product that we are going to launch in the Metaverse, first of all, the new data that they're going to provide is voice. So right now, I think that a lot of companies above in AI are already building, let's say, fake voices. This is going to be a really struggling, I think, somehow. But the same things is going to happen above all in the Metaverse. But combining, let's say, the voice with facial expression and body languages is going to be another big step, because it's going to, let's say, provide your behavior and your real behavior to different things, and above all to the market. So I think that this kind of data, we need to really careful about them, and start thinking about them, and as a user, understanding what data you want to provide and what data you don't want to provide to them.
Makes a lot of sense, Matt. So basically you're saying the controlling should always happen at the layer where we have actual control on it.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sure we would be really interested to go and book an order of your book to learn things and do a quick deep dive into how privacy, risk and compliance will play in the world of Metaverse. Well, we've spoken about so many things in different industries like entertainment, then we've spoken about industries like healthcare, wherein a Metaverse activity can actually help their cause. I presumably wanted to narrow it down to ask you, is this our Tony Stark Iron Man moment, wherein basically we're saying everyone will be empowered and they have all the things at their hand to have a free chat altogether? Or is it the other way around, where we have to be a bit cautious as to how we take it forward?
Well, this is another great question. We are still on the process of building, right? We need to keep this in mind. And it's our responsibility how we use this technology. and not only for the users, but above all for the, let's say, the companies that are providing these technologies to the market. And what I believe, what I also write in the book, which is extremely important to me, is that we don't need to forget which is the real value of humans behind these technologies, and keeping in mind that we need to develop human skills, right? Everyone spoke about soft skills, human skills, this kind of stuff is going to, and it's going to help us understanding, let's say, which is the difference between machines and humans, or artificial intelligence and human intelligence, in order to provide to the market your value. Because right now we see a kind of, since right now we see a kind of competition between humans and humans, right, at work. Yeah. But right now we are going to, so OpenAI and ChatGPT is showing that the competition is going to shift on the other side, which is human versus machines, or human versus software. Yeah. But the funny thing is that this software we build these softwares, right? And somehow the people that are building the software still don't know what is going to happen, right? Or maybe they don't want to say what is going to happen next. But I think that first of all, yeah, we need to use it responsibly, because I mean, using ChatGPT is great, could be great, but how you use it, where you use it, and above all, for what you use it. The same thing is going to happen with this kind of technology. At the first place, you put humans, you put, let's say, the value that you would like to provide to your professional careers and your personal life. I think this can make an impact. It's going to help your family, your friends, because you can become better and help people on the other side, and above all also in a company. Because if we not take care about the stuff, probably machines is going to replace us, but we don't need it. We need, let's say, an understanding how this technology is going to help us to become a better professionist and better personal life.
That's amazing, Matt. You touched upon a few points, basically ChatGPT and how we can be responsible, and how Italy government wanted to put restrictions and impose regulations around it by banning it for a month or so. People took another alternative to get used to it. That was the case with a lot of companies based in Korea too, wherein they were feeding real-time financial data into ChatGPT and asking it to give prompts, which got leaked, and there was quite a few of stock market deliberation activities that happened. So whatever we do in this world, digital imprints comes with our signature, so we have to be very careful as to what we do and what kind of data we feed to our systems. Yes. And given that, we've seen a lot of transition happen from metaverse to AI.
Yes.
There was a lot of propulsion that people wanted to see in metaverse, but that did not happen. Yeah. And eventually we are talking about the next trend, that is AI. Yeah. But imagine if these two worlds and these two technologies start talking to each other, how would you see that taking shape?
That's a great question, and I think it's going to be one of the next big steps. We still don't know when, but it's going to be. And we can start imagining, let's say, that using generative AI inside of VR on XR. It's going to be really interesting, because right now, if you see what is happening with AI, so we have fake images, fake voices, fake videos, because right now, so a few days ago, OpenAI just launched Sora. It's crazy. I mean, I saw it. It was crazy because, I mean, I was thinking about social media manager. Somehow I think they are happy, somehow they are crying. I don't know, but maybe this kind of roller coaster emotions. But thinking about all these kind of tools within virtual reality, somehow is going to, let's say, there is an advantage, which is for developers, it's going to be easy to enter in the market. Because right now you have, for developing an application, you need a development team, which is coming from technical stuff like developing Unity or Unreal Engine, and then you need the designer, then you need the 3D models. So a lot of things that right now is going to make the process somehow cost, with an high cost, and of course the time to provide a service. But thinking about, let's say, generative AI or this kind of things related to AI within the VR is going to, first of all, accelerating the process and helping the companies to, let's say, enter in the market. But at the same time, we can find different disadvantages, of course, to the people, because you really start building, let's say, a multiverse, a different universe within the virtual reality, let's say, maybe near what is the metaverse. And I think that's going to open, let's say, breaks. But I think that one interesting book to read about metaverse is the one brought by Matthew Ball. It's called The Metaverse. It's quite interesting. It's really interesting, and it's going to give you the perspective of metaverse and what is going to happen next. And yeah, I mean, still more steps to do, but we can, as a companies, we still need to, let's say, start understand this kind of technologies, because once it's going to, let's say, open, not open the door, but breaks the wall, like AI is doing right now, because it didn't knock on the door, it just broke the wall, and you find it on the table.
Absolutely.
And you say, okay, now we need to deal with this stuff. We need to start thinking about it, and start thinking about with the simple use cases and simple MVP on the company itself, to start providing to the employees. And
so basically, Matt, what you're saying is it's just not Iron Man movement, but Iron Man in an Inception moment.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
That was fantastic, and you touched upon one point wherein we are saying it's human versus machine that is going to be a possibility tomorrow. I've seen content creators actually struggling with it, because there's so much of, as you said, social media content managers. They're really trying to cope up as to understand where that particular content has come from. I've seen LinkedIn posts wherein people have started putting across notes saying, PS, this was written by a human being. So that's a level of apprehensive that people are, because you never know whether a system has generated that content or a user himself has taken that course to write it and put it across on social media platforms. Yeah. Fantastic, Matt. It was absolutely pleasure talking to you and the insights that you bring to the table. And I'm sure we'll go ahead, catch up with you on your social media platforms, and definitely promise you we'll order a book of yours and read through it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Maybe we can take a few questions if audience have one.
Yeah, if there's some questions, happy to answer it.
Any questions? All right, we take that as a no. Feel free to connect with Matt and myself on LinkedIn. I will look forward to more engagement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having our next fireside chat. And the topic is 5G and IoT powering the next generation of connected devices. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you please put your hands together for Faisal Saifullah, the Director of Sales, Orbcom. And can we have Jagdeep Bhamra, the co-founder and CTO of Mantraverse.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, good afternoon. So, welcome to the very exciting topic of IoT and 5G. the last talk of the day. So firstly, thank you to everybody for your stamina. So I'm very impressed. We'll try and keep it short and snappy. And the interesting thing here is, I think we'll do the introductions first, but the main thing just to be aware of is that IoT and 5G are actually massive topics in their own right. So the purpose of this is just to give an insight into how these two spheres of technology merge. So firstly, Faisal, if you want to give yourself, just talk to the audience about yourself and give a bit of a background.
Thank you very much. So my name is Faisal Saifullah. I'm Regional Sales Director for Orcom. Orcom is IoT service provider and a solution provider. We have more than 2.5 million connected devices all around the world. We offer SDKs to our customers so that they can design their own solutions. We have acquired satellite companies as well, so that gives even an extension to where 5G and terrestrial network cannot even go. So that's exactly what Orcom is offering, and looking forward engaging in further discussion with you.
Cool. Thank you, Faisal. A bit about myself. I've been in IT for about 20 plus years. I run 4 companies in the UK. 3 of them are focused around IT consultancy advisory. One of them is focused around publishing and preserving Indian culture and heritage. In terms of what I've done some weird and wonderful things. Everything from missile guidance systems. I was the chief architect for the London 2012 Olympics. Chief architect for Oliver Wyman, chief architect for the Samsung connected car, chief architect for STC Pay, and there's a big list on my LinkedIn in terms of what I've done in the background. Last 6 or so years, I've built 6 digital banks and e-wallets around the globe, 2 in Saudi Arabia, 1 in Bahrain, 1 in Egypt, and a couple in the UAE as well, and 1 in the UK. So that's a bit about myself. Worked across, like I said, multiple sectors, and as a result, had experience of multiple use cases as well, multiple geographies, different legislations, etc. So I'm hoping that I can share some of my experience and insight along with Faisal to the audience. So I think let's get straight into it. So I'm hoping everybody understands what exactly 5G is and IoT. So just at a very high level, 5G is 5th generation networks. Across the globe, there are different maturity in terms of rollout. Some countries like the UK, for example, which is where I'm based, have a pretty significant 5G presence. In emerging markets, it's not there. And then you've got other countries who have a hybrid of LT4, 4G, and 5G. But essentially, that's kind of what we're seeing currently as real-world scenarios around implementation of 5G with telco providers. Along on the horizon is, as you may have heard, 6G. And there's also talk of looking at laser links as well into space. So, and that's already happening. So that's 5G and IoT. So IoT, Internet of Things, it's a very interesting synonym, but essentially it means anything that's connected to the internet or some kind of wireless network or wired network, and it can provide you some kind of data in some shape or form. So at a high level, those are kind of working definitions for this particular talk. So for Faisal, I think let's get straight into it. So from your perspective, what are the key benefits of 5G specifically for IoT applications?
Sure, Jagdeep. Very interesting question. So this is really interesting. Like 5G, it's going to bring you very fast data. It's going to bring you low latency, and also it gives you reliability. And there are so many applications for 5G, what we have discussed earlier in multiple panels, how it's going to benefit when we are getting a lot more data and when we are getting very fast data. There are enormous number of applications which we can do. And then, Jagdeep, you mentioned about IoT. Of course, IoT is Internet of Things, and there are so many sensors out there which we see at our workplace, which we see in the multiple different industries we work in. And what exactly IoT is doing is bringing all of these data, all of these sensor information into a central location. What it does, it helps us and our customers to do informed decisions, to make quick decisions. And 5G IoT is definitely going to bring a lot more benefits in the industry. Either it's transport logistics, either it is maritime applications, pipeline industry, or it is moving into industry. There are a lot of smart cities which we are seeing here in the region. I mean, Middle East is talking about building over 400 smart cities and even more. Just Saudi alone is talking about over 200 smart cities. And with 5G IoT, this is going to enable that. And will bring a lot more automation and decision-making process.
Okay, no, brilliant, thank you. So there are a couple of real-world use cases, especially in the UK, one of which I was involved in with the Highways England, and this is kind of the concept around smart highways and how you essentially embed sensors into the road. What the sensors do is they work at looking at pollution and the traffic, and the theory is that you can essentially route traffic based upon pollution readings, and you can also route traffic according to how busy the highway is. There are some other interesting IoT applications. I think some of them we've heard of earlier today, which is around augmented reality, artificial reality, but also mixed reality as well. And again, all these applications require a tremendous amount of data going back and forth. So for networks or systems that require near to real time, in terms of access to data, consumption of data, publishing of data, and communications, that's kind of where 5G comes in. One thing to bear in mind also is that speed is relative. In other words, once 6G kicks in, for example, 5G will be seen as relatively slow compared to that. So at this point in time, we talk about low latency relative to the other technologies that exist within this particular ecosystem. There's a few other use cases that were described or at least touched upon earlier today, which is around, for example, broadcast. As everybody moves away from traditional terrestrial TV to IP and IP broadcasting, you then have multiple channels that you can run. And again, these require bandwidth, not necessarily underground, but through 5G wireless networks. So I think another question I had, Faisal, for yourself was autonomous vehicles. I think, I don't know if you want to answer that, or I can do that for you.
Oh, well, that's interesting. I can actually ask. Yeah. I mean, there is, with electric vehicles, I mean, I have one, and we are seeing already it is connected with, there is a 4G connectivity in there, so there is already quite a bit of decision-making which the vehicles are doing at this stage. And now with 5G, what additional or benefits and advancements you expect it will bring?
Okay. Yeah, interesting. So a few years ago, one of my clients was actually Highways England, and we were looking at kind of what is next generation. So one interesting use case, I'm sure some of the audience may have come across, is the concept of smart traffic lights. So the use case is that you have a patient who's suffering a seizure or some kind of medical abnormality, and they require urgent care. So the ambulance is driving along, but what happens is within the ambulance, they get access to smart traffic lights. In other words, the ambulance in near to real time is routed around traffic hotspots, and the traffic is basically manipulated around them. And all that the ambulance driver sees is a heads-up display routing them in the right direction. So it's almost like a smart co-pilot. The data is being transmitted real time from traffic data that is being achieved through traffic sensors. That data is manipulated in the back end in servers, and the driver essentially sees the information they need to in order to get to the destination as the most efficient way possible. So that's a good example where you're kind of providing sensory information in using IoT devices, but application of use cases to, for example, blue light services.
This is really interesting, and I think this is giving much smarter route optimization to all the individuals and helping them, be quicker
exactly,
and bringing much better, quick time in getting things done. Yeah. That's really interesting.
So one question I did have also is because 5G essentially sits in a network of other communication technologies, how do you think 5G works with satellite technology, and how do you perceive these kind of challenges there?
Well, it has its own pros and cons, but yeah, absolutely. With satellite, so what exactly is, there are a lot of challenges with 5G, of course, which we are seeing, but then at this stage, all of the telco operators, they are doing a lot more investments in metropolitan areas, in areas where they are seeing a lot more users and which are dense areas. But then there are still a lot more rural areas, there are still industries which are out in remote locations who don't require real-time decision-making processes, but they require communications, they require connectivity, and this is where satellite IoT is bridging the gap and giving them communication and in automating the solutions. And now satellite IoT solutions are really fast, and you can even transfer images, you can even do communications. Either you are in the middle of ocean or you are up in the air, there is a lot more real-time communication which you can do. Certainly there is a bit of a latency, which is where 5G is helping us, and as you mentioned, 6G is certainly even advancing.
Yeah. No, definitely. So I think one thing which we wanted to highlight also is that there's a very real threat around emerging technology, and especially when you're merging spheres of different technology sectors. So when you merge IoT and 5G, for example, you also have challenges around, for example, cybersecurity, data privacy standards, and also on the horizon AI and machine learning on the edge. So I'm sure all of us have come across films or disaster scenarios where somebody's hijacked somebody's webcam or a child's monitor to essentially see what somebody's doing undercover. People's laptops have been hijacked, devices have been hijacked, etc. And in some cases, I'm sure I think there's a Netflix film as well where somebody's house is essentially taken over remotely because it's essentially a smart house. So these are kind of essentially real threats when it comes to the fact that if you're plugging anything into a network and that network gets compromised, essentially every device is accessible in some shape or form. So with convergence of 5G and IoT, we are seeing increased uses of alternative methods around cybersecurity. The challenge with cybersecurity also is that in many cases, you don't know that you've actually been breached until the event has happened. So it's usually post-event that you're dealing with scenarios. So the idea is that now, especially with near to real-time data processing and using AI, ML, you can actually kind of almost predict certain scenarios, and you can actually run scenarios through before they actually happen. And this is something that personally I've seen in the UK when I've worked on IoT projects such as the Samsung connected car, which is actually live in America. These are kind of some of the scenarios that we were going through, is what happens when somebody hijacks a smart device of your connected car. What does that actually mean? Can they actually write to the car, or can they only consume the data that is being fed off the data port from the car as well? And again, there's implications on that as well. This is an emerging world. As people get more and more comfortable, the reality is we're living in a more and more hyper-connected world. So these challenges are pretty real, and the threats are pretty real as well. So it's in the grand scheme of things, they're not major in terms of they don't happen that often, but when they do, it's the risk is very high in terms of the impact and the outcomes of such compromises as well.
Interesting. That is very interesting.
Okay. So Faisal, I had another question in terms of around 5G, for example. So from your experience, what are you seeing as being some of the key challenges on adoption of 5G? Because you've got a very rich plethora of clients across the globe. So it'd be interesting to understand, what is the rates of adoption 5G? Maybe perhaps focus in the MENA region first? Or?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So there are multiple different challenges which we are seeing. It's a very interesting question, Jagdeep. So one of the challenges which we are seeing is on the spectrum side, right? So with the 3G and there are a number of telco operators who are straight moving even from 2G to 4G, and some are just adopting to the latest architecture. But then there is a frequency congestion which is happening, which is becoming a very, very big challenge. How to standardize that, and all the 5G technologies are in a millimeter wave, in a much higher frequencies, which is 30 to 40, 70 to 80 megahertz, or even higher, in order to get that bandwidth which is required and to have a low latency. So that is one of the challenge here in Middle East. And speaking or looking at it from a global scale, one of the interesting things which we are seeing is US is having a complete different standard for 5G of frequencies versus Europe has completely different, and we need to standardize this. And you know, there is not a common playbook which everyone has. Everyone has his own rules, has his own governance, which is very, very challenging. And this is something that needs to be resolved in order to have that standardization. So this is one of the challenges. Now the other challenge is on the infrastructure side. We all know deploying infrastructure is very, very expensive. In one of the studies, like telco operators need to invest like $275 billion by 2025 to have a decent 5G infrastructure. So that is another big challenge in itself, you know, in getting the latest infrastructure or to cover all of the areas. And then it comes down to interoperability with 4G networks. So that is another major challenge, because there are no set standards in 5G. I mean, we are seeing multiple different bodies who put together, like 3GPP is involved in setting certain standards towards architecture. We are also seeing IETS, you know, which is another one, which is setting standards around network visualization and setting up, you know, IP, and then the third one is ITU, which is around spectrum. Yeah. So these are so many challenges, you know, which are there in the 5G. Which needs to be considered.
No, brilliant. So I think the last point we had, which is kind of some of the questions that we thought, you know, would be interesting topics to cover, is you know, what does the future for IoT look like with 5G, and you know, in terms of what's coming next in the world of networks generally. So I think one key thing is that actually nowadays you're seeing there's actually companies in the UK, for example, and Europe that actually offer you 5G in a box. So essentially this can be deployed in emerging markets, regions where there's challenges around network connectivity bandwidth, and this 5G in a box essentially gives you that ability. But the challenge here is that 5G, being a higher frequency, actually has a shorter range. So you need to deploy these, and also being a higher frequency, it's also more susceptible to interference as well, because you're working within a very narrow spectrum. But that's kind of one thing that is happening now, is 5G is being deployed in a box. As a result of that, the inevitable aspect is that all of us are now, in some shape or form, through a device connected to a network. So we are now seeing what is kind of termed ambient IoT. In other words, these devices are not active unless you're actually using them, and they passively sit on the network in terms of they can be queried for data. And an example is, for example, you know, GPS. So this sits there as an ambient IoT capability within pretty much everybody's mobile phone. Mm-hmm. It's only when you activate Google Maps that you actually it activates that capability. But in the meantime, it's passively sitting in the background. So this concept of passive or ambient IoT is increasing as well, especially when now you have smart refrigerators, you have smart washing machines, etc. in the house. They only activate or wake up essentially if they're sending data. Otherwise, they sit in passive mode if they're not being utilized, or they sit on standby. So this idea of passive IoT is actually getting bigger. The challenge is there's still data communications happening back and forth, and every device on a network is essentially going to fight for contention.
Absolutely.
And that's kind of a real world scenario, coupled with the fact that you're seeing a lot more, pretty much most of the talk today, for example, has been around software capabilities, etc., that require a lot of throughput of data, which is feeding, for example, artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc. The back and forth transition of data inevitably requires far stronger networks, and in many cases these have to be mission critical. So 5G now is also being seen as a mission critical ecosystem, or even as a backup for broadband in many cases, consumer and B2B.
And Jagdeep, I want to add one of the other interesting examples in 5G is the digital twin, mm-hmm. which is slowly adopting, but then it's becoming going forward like an industry trend in order to virtually demonstrate all, like either it's in the real estate market in order to demonstrate, the entire property, either it is factory, or it is even in an educational environment. I believe this is becoming, or in day-to-day meetings, which is enabling with the 5G. With the 5G capabilities. So I would like to ask you a question, Jagdeep, on what are the future trends of 5G IoT?
So I think what we're seeing now generally around future trends is the fact that everything is becoming ubiquitous. In other words, people are not thinking of IoT as IoT. It's the fact that it's now passively part of our habits. And that's a big trend because now everybody's assuming that you're connected to the internet in some shape or form or a network. As a result of that, everybody has a stack above the normal hardware that assumes real-world connectivity all the time. So a good example is in the banking and finance worlds where I've built e-wallets in countries. The prerequisite is that in some shape or form you need to be connected because you need a smartphone. And you can't actually deliver an e-wallet because people haven't got the capability to actually get on the internet. So the trend is that you're trying to curb the appetite for people to build above these networks systems that require a lot of throughput. But as a result of that, it's also pushing the industry generally to put 5G and equivalents out for far quicker as well.
Absolutely,
So,
absolutely.
yeah.
Well, one of the other questions I'm just thinking is, all of these benefits always comes with a lot more risks.
Correct.
I mean, we are seeing all, the fastest speed, low latency, but then, it's opening all of these IoT devices. It's opening up, all of the e-wallets and the banking sector. So, what industry really need to look at? How do we prevent from getting into, and avoid getting into in the hands of hackers?
I think being a white hat myself once upon a time, the nature of hackers is that you will always look at edge cases, and you can never cover every edge case.
Right.
In some cases, people out there who are trying to break systems or go ahead of a system that you created always means that you're fighting. It's almost like an arms race. The moment you plug a gap, another gap is found. That's inevitably in any industry. In the IT more so because you're putting more and more stuff out there. So it's a constant arms race. And all that means is that the next generation or the next version of a particular technology will have that covered as well. So I think there's no way to stop it. It's just making sure you're maintaining pace and agility to keep up with the people who are trying to break into the systems or compromise data or compromise integrity of information.
Absolutely, and I think to further add on to it, I think we need to adopt into the new technologies which are built in, like the edge computing devices, which are built in to optimize the network load and at the same time has built-in encryptions and a lot more authentications to consider all the upcoming factors.
Definitely, definitely. So I think at this stage, I'd like to open up any questions from the audience, if any. Take that as a no.
Silence is always gold.
Okay, great. Oh, yes. Yes.
I can always answer. I can answer the second part. Maybe
Okay,
you can take
great.
the first one.
Yeah, so there's quite a lot there, and I think they're all interrelated in some shape or form. So I think one point is that in terms of managing IoT and how you connect to networks and connected devices, the key thing is, as Faisal made a point earlier, is actually authentication, validation, verification. So essentially, anything that connects onto a network has to be a known ecosystem or a known device. Either it's a known asset. In some shape or forms, it has to, in layman's terms, it has to have a handshake, and that handshake has to be known and verified. So that's one way to control what actually connects onto a network, and so you have some level of control there. In terms of actually how do you get into the network onto the network in the first place. The second one is how do you actually make sure that the data exchange is in a controlled format. So for a good example would be if one API talks to another, you make sure it's done a security handshake before any data is transacted. The certificates are latest, etc., depending on what security paradigm you've used. So there's ways to mitigate that. The other point around how do you introduce AI into IoT, that's already happening. So if you look at smart warehouses, a lot of them that are operated in the UK, for example, where there's minimal human intervention, but devices are moving boxes around, logistics around. They're making decisions based upon particular parameters and business logic that has been added in. So they act on that business logic. Obviously, there's edge cases that you can't cater for, but 99% of the stuff that a robot does or robotics will do is catered for. And then the artificial reality kicks in where you allow some level of fuzzy logic, where a device has some level of autonomy or an asset to make a decision based upon key parameters or a constraint that you put in. Some cases people are using blockchain, so essentially the business logic is translated into smart contracts. And with the smart contract, you have a trail of non-repudiation. In other words, you've got an audit trail about what's happened. So you can always go back in time to make sure, especially for mission critical or commercially critical or business critical applications, you have that audit trail. Especially when you're looking at, for example, insurance for logistics and shipping, where you need to track a particular asset from the point of origin all the way to the point of destination. In between, you may be using automation, you may be using smart robots, you may be using smart logistics, you might be using tracking devices on cars, trucks, etc., to manage all that in between. So there's a level of human and device capability. And again, what you do is you predefine the parameters in terms of what the AI can do and what the machine learning can and can't do. So as people get more confident with these technologies, obviously the envelope is going to increase in terms of what these devices are allowed to do without human intervention. But I think at this stage, because everybody's still on a big learning curve, there's far more human intervention required. Okay.
Thank you, Jagdeep. And to answer your question on the intelligent IoT side, there are so many intelligent devices, IoT devices, which are being built. In fact, we are building many of such devices, which has built-in logic board in it, and that can make smart decisions, as Jagdeep mentioned, based on the inputs. So for example, if we take an example of pipeline monitoring, now in case if a pressure increases, it automatically will make a decision and will cut down the pressure. Or if a smoke alarm is detected, we have deployed in multiple oil rigs within Middle East countries, where if a smoke alarm is detected, automatically it will raise an alert, notify control centers, and at the same time will take all of the necessary actions that needs to be taken. In the past, these actions used to be taken by control center operators, and there were a number of security operating procedures which needs to be followed. But now, with intelligent IoT devices, a lot of watchkeepers' work is done by the intelligent IoT devices, which at the same time helps in network optimization, and at the same time helps in making quick decisions as and when a situation happens. Any more questions?
Okay, I think that's
Excellent.
it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. After some time, we will be having the recognition and awards ceremony. But before that, we will be having a small networking session. Like I will be coming to your tables, and we would want each and every individual to introduce yourself, your organization, and let us know, like, I mean, how did you felt? Just give us a review, like, I mean, how did you feel like coming at the Internet Conference 2.0? So let me grab a mic. Hello. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, well, I would say that we have come almost towards the end of this Internet 2.0 conference. It's been wonderful since the morning time, and today is the second day of this conference. So let me, come towards this first table and ask your names. It's just going to be a, small introduction about yourself. Your name, your designation, which company, and your thoughts about Internet 2.0 conference. We would love to hear from you. What's your name?
Anwar Abul Hassan. I just came with my husband, Talal Habib, to support him in this conference. He's the CEO of Sugista Studios.
Okay. And how did you find the Internet 2.0 conference?
Yeah, it's great. I have learned many things about technology that I don't know before. Yeah.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. And you?
Yes, my name is Talal Habib. I'm the founder and CEO of Sugista Studio, which is a gaming development studio. And honestly, I was honored to be here with you guys in the Internet 2.0 conference. And there are, then the subjects and the topics were amazing, actually, because these are the trends that everybody is talking about at the moment. And they were very insightful. The guests, the speakers, everything was done perfectly. I really enjoyed the experience.
Yes, thank you very much. And we've come towards you.
Hi, I'm Matteo Zaralli, coming from Italy. I'm the founder of Rainers. It's a new learning platform on virtual reality, on MetaQuest. I really enjoy this event. It's great. I like the organization. I think that, I feel really comfortable, and I like the connection that I created right now. And also the topic is actually, it's all the insights that right now is happening in the world, but totally gratitude for the people that are organizing and that make this event great for us as entrepreneurs, as startuppers and professionals. Thank you.
So you have come from different, from which country?
Italy. I'm coming from Italy. Yeah.
To attend this conference.
Yes. First time in Dubai also.
First time in Dubai. So
yes.
how was Dubai for you? Did you visit any places?
Yeah, we visited different places yesterday and the day before, and it was, totally unexpected because, Italy is a totally different country. Mm-hmm. It's new, innovative, and seems like, everything is running fast, and it's totally new perspective, and I like the atmosphere and the culture. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's
great then. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, for this Internet 2.0 conference, as you have seen, this person, he had traveled all the way from Italy to attend this amazing conference. I met a lot of people over here who just came for this conference, from India, some from different parts of the world. So we've come towards the second table, and if you can please also, introduce yourself. And tell me about this conference as well, and if you can share your comments, it's going to be great.
Sure. So my name is Mariam Faisal. So I just came to attend his conference, and he was winning the award, so it was really nice, exciting. I had a lot of fun, learned a lot about this IoT, so really nice.
So from which company are you?
I'm actually, I don't work, I just came to attend, yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
Great.
Yeah,
Okay.
great.
So, please.
Hi, my name is Faisal Saifullah. I'm Regional Sales Director with Orbcom, based here in Dubai for the last 10 years. However, I'm barely ever here. I'm always on the road looking after 84 countries. I work for a satellite IoT company and always traveling. Well, talking about Internet 2.0 conference is the first time I've attended, and I really enjoyed meeting all of the different leaders with amazing knowledge, and it's a wonderful platform. Thank you very much for that. I really enjoyed it, and looking forward for a session even tomorrow. All the chats, and it really brings a lot of information and a lot of new information, which is very interesting, and I believe that's the purpose of this conference. So it was fantastic. Thank you very much.
I would say that you're a lovely speaker, you know? You're very confident. I mean, I like it. So yes, I think Mr. Arpit, okay. So can you please just introduce yourself, your company, your designation, and your comments?
So hi, first of all, everyone. Very good evening. My name is Arpit, and I'm from India. Jagdishpur is near Ayodhya. And my company name is AR7X, and I run a digital sales agency, and we help business entrepreneurs to scale their business 3 to 4x through sales. I help them to build personal brand, marketing, and email management team, and this is what I do, help them to scale their business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you, please, if you can say something.
Namaste, everybody. This is Sanskar Singh from New Delhi, India. And as an 22-year-old entrepreneur, my company completely focused on to make people, recession ready by teaching them, some sort of AI and full stack web development. And I am the one who founded the world's largest community of intelligent programmers, not only in India, not limited to India, but around the world, with 5 million of followers. And at the age of 17, I thought I collaborated with the Sheikh of Oman and Saudi Arabia to help the women from Oman and the Gulf countries to help them learning Python. And currently, I am fully fledged focused on help the women of Afghanistan to not struggle with the people of Taliban. And the reason behind coming to this particular conference is to listen to legendary peoples like Faisal sir and the legends sitting just next to me. So these were the main agenda behind this particular too. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, we are running a bit, short of time. So we have to begin with the awards ceremony right now. So I think so. Okay, we should begin. So ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready for the recognition and awards ceremony? Tell me yes or no. Are you guys excited? Yes? Okay, perfect. So right now, before we begin with the awards ceremony, I would like to call upon Jan Ozarowski on stage, please. Okay, all of you please give a big round of applause to this distinguished personality. He is the creative strategist and partner at LensThat. Okay, Mr. Jan, would you like to speak something? A few words?
I'll be just super happy to shake hands with all of these and congratulate you all on your achievements.
Okay, that's perfect. So we should begin now. Ladies and gentlemen, the first person to receive the award is Amrit Kaur. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to present the award to Amrit Kaur for the organization Mantraverse. Mantraverse is a pioneering force in the digital landscape based in UK, excels in crafting simplified solutions for a complex digital world. They're receiving the award right now. It's for the Outstanding Organization Award. Congratulations to Mantra Verse on receiving the Outstanding Organization Award.
If you'd like to say a couple of words.
Well, yeah, I guess this is. Thank you very much for the award. Mantraverse is, helping design, deliver different products in banking sector and property tech, in health tech, and we've got a fantastic team behind. So I've definitely kind of done it on my own. So Jagdeep, the CTO, I think is the brains behind the entire company. So thank you very much. And, yeah.
Thank you. Many congratulations to your company, Mantraverse. Ladies and gentlemen, the next person to receive this prestigious award is Karthik. Karthik Villa Makanni. Karthik leads Nova Aurora Blockchain Technologies, a pioneer in data center grade infrastructure for the blockchain industry. Many congratulations to Mr. Karthik.
I'm Karthik from Nova Aurora Blockchain Technologies. So we basically focus on building infrastructure for Web3 and all other, blockchain-related, blockchain-centric services. So our main goal is to, innovate the sector and make the sector accessible for all the entrepreneurs. Currently in the market, many entrepreneurs are facing issues pertaining to infrastructure, and most of the people have lack of funding and all. So we want to make the technology more accessible. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next person to receive the award is Devashish Samantha. Devashish Samantha is an accomplished aerospace engineer and the visionary owner of a pioneering aerospace startup with a passion for pushing the boundaries of technology and exploration. Devashish's career has been dedicated to the pursuit of innovation and advancement in the aerospace industry. Congratulations to Devashish on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much Internet 2.0 for this leadership award. And my company name is Space and Tech Engineering. We are a deep tech aerospace company which usually do manufacturing and R&D in UAV, rockets and CubeSats in India. And I want to dedicate this award to my team, my company and my parents and my co-founders, obviously. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next award goes to AWS Ismail. AWS Ismail is a prominent figure in the recruitment industry, particularly within the realms of digital technology and financial technology sectors. He has established a significant presence in the Gulf Cooperation Council market. Congrats to AWS Ismail.
Thank you very much. AWS, AWS is AWS, so I get that a lot, but I mean, I'm in recruitment, but we embrace technology a lot. We actually specialize in technology recruitment.
Technology is where the future is at. You know, I was looking at this earlier on where it says technology meets futuristic visions, and I absolutely agree. We use technology in everything we do. We were the first agency to enter the metaverse space. We embraced artificial intelligence, and hopefully we'll be doing more in the future. Thank you for the award. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
I would like to welcome Edward on stage, please. Can we have Edward Salvatierra? Okay, the next award goes to Genevieve Scheller. Genevieve Scheller is a product owner and teams leader in Arcadis GBA Intelligence DAP team, who is responsible on implementing, learning and onboarding on products. Congratulations to Genevieve Scheller.
Greetings, everyone. I'm deeply humbled, as this is proof that leading by empathy, integrity, and respect effectively inspire and motivate teams to follow and potentially develop into future leaders to continue guiding us to our digital transformation journey within our organization. With this, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to everyone who made this possible. First to God, to my supportive family, especially my uncle and cousin who's already here, who flew to Dubai with me for this conference, to my Arcadis and Arcadis Gen mentors, co-leaders, Daryl of bestbusinesscoaches.ca, my amazing DAP team developers, AJ, Jello, and GBA Intelligence Gen Manila team, our WalkMe partners, GBA Intelligence Gen, Arcadis, and of course, Internet 2.0 conference. Lastly, a quick shout out. We are currently developing on an e-learning build for one of Arcadis products called EAM Core, a product bundle that helps manage customers' assets on costs, risk, opportunities, and services. If this is something that interests you, let's connect and I can direct you to product CSMs. Thank you so much.
The next award goes to Hamad Ash. Hamad is the service owner of data center management at First Abu Dhabi Bank, which is the largest bank in the UAE and one of the leading financial institutions in the region. With over 50 years of experience in the IT industry, he developed a strong expertise in network engineering, IT service management, business analysis, and ethical hacking. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Hamad Ash receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award at the Internet 2.0 conference.
Hi everybody, thank you for this award. I am grateful to receive this recognition. First of all, I want to thank everybody who supported me in this journey. And also one thing, and don't forget this word, don't wait for the opportunity, you must create your own opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you. I would like to invite Mian Al Saeed on stage. Mian Al Saeed. Can we have Matthew Zarali? Matthew Zarali is the founder of We Rainers, an innovative project that realized an e-learning platform app in virtual reality available on the Meta Quest Store. In 2022, he was the winner of the Fulbright Scholarship for the best program in California. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Matthew with us receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award.
Thanks so much for these awards, and thanks for all the people that has organized this event and the people that follow me since the beginning. It was a really great path, and so gratitude, immense gratitude to the people that I met, the connection we met these days, and I think that all of us have in common three things: curiosity, passion, and above all, hard work that we need to put together from tomorrow and from today on our companies. Thank you so much.
Well said.
Now I would like to invite Nilesh Kaur on stage. Nilesh Kaur. I would like to welcome Ranjit Singh on stage, please. Ranjit Singh. The next award goes to Roberto Baez. Roberto. Hailing from the colorful and culturally rich country of Venezuela, Roberto has established himself as a trailblazer in the fields of advertising, consulting, marketing technology, and generative artificial intelligence. Congratulations to Roberto on receiving the Young Leadership Award.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really humbled to be receiving this award here in Dubai. As a Hispanic far from home, it is a significant milestone. Also, this is just not just a testament to my efforts, but also to everyone at Createch, which is our company with the goal of bringing AI solutions to marketers and everyone that is willing to learn through courses and consulting. So thank you so much to my family, my sisters, who happen to be my co-founders in Createch, and yeah, the 2.0 organization as well. Thank you so much.
The next award goes to Sankar Ganesh. Congratulations to Sankar Ganesh. He is gold medal in his diploma in computer engineering. He has been working with mobile app development from 2010 onwards. He's running his organization from 2018 December onwards. He is currently doing his doctorate in the field of blockchain. Congratulations to Sankar Ganesh on receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award.
Good evening, one and all. I would like to thank everyone. First of all, I would like to thank God for giving us this opportunity to conduct this kind of events, especially after COVID. And thank you, Internet 2.0, for giving this opportunity. And I would like to congratulate all the winners, all the categories on yesterday and today, and also for the tomorrow, guys. You keep rocking all the good works. I would like to thank few things from my side, from my family. They did lots of sacrifice. When I'm doing my masters, when I'm doing my PMP certifications, achieving this startup organization for the last 5 years has been running good. So family has been doing good job. And I also like to thank my team members, because without them, I'm not the leader. I'm single man, but when I have the team, I'm my team leader. So I wish my team will get awards as a Best Leadership Awards in Internet 3.4 or 4.4, 5.4. I'll definitely put other people's also in that category and keep cheering up. Thank you. And a lot to mention that. Thanks so much, Fazan.
Thank you, well said.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next award goes to Sanskar Singh. Sanskar Singh is a man who founded the world's largest community of intelligent programmers with 25 lakh students worldwide at the age of 20. Now, Sanskar has also taken the responsibility of the helpless girls in Afghanistan, India and Pakistan to make them skillful so they can be prepared for the uncertainty.
Yeah, namaskaram everyone. And as I said earlier, I am Sanskar Singh and a 22-year-old entrepreneur from India. And my vision for these couple of years is to become a youngest rocket scientist and AI scientist simultaneously. And more importantly, I am all set to help people, to help young people to be recession ready by making them AI scientists. And apart from this, I also do help busy entrepreneurs to recognize on LinkedIn with lakhs of followers. And I am the one who founded the world's largest community of intelligent people and intelligent programmers with 5 million of followers across the internet. And my last note will be to each and everyone will be like, just don't have fun. We are chosen by God to serve the entire universe, and with great powers comes great responsibility. So, wish you very all the best. Yeah.
It was really nice to hear you, Sanskar. Wish you all the best. Ladies and gentlemen, the next person to receive the award is Talal Al-Habib. Talal Al-Habib is a visionary entrepreneur and a prominent figure in the Web3 gaming industry. Talal has established himself as a leader in innovative technology and business strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Talal Al-Habib from Sukista Studios, receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award at the Internet 2.0 conference.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I want to thank Internet 2.0 for this award ceremony. I'm really grateful. Second of all, I would like to thank my wife, my lovely wife, for the support and to be beside me all through my journey. And also, we dedicated this award for my team and specifically for my co-founder and TTO, Jassim Deshti. I would like to share a little story, actually. When I was in college with an English 101 class, and in the back of the book there was a quote that was written and said by Eugene Ware. And it says, "All glory comes from daring to begin." So in order to achieve things, we need to take actions. So my message to the new generation is, don't let fear of judgment and fear of failure hold you back. Just take the first step and enjoy the journey, and success will come eventually. Thank you very much, guys.
Well said, well said.
We would like to present the next award to Venkat Subramaniam. Ladies and gentlemen, Venkat Subramaniam is a leader with 20 plus years of work experience in the areas of program management, delivery and operations, help desk management, practice expansions, business process design, technical and functional support, and transition and transformation management. We have Venkat Subramaniam on stage receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award.
Thank you, the organizers, and I thank everyone sitting here patiently, having made it to this place. Certainly, it's been a tough journey, having faced a lot of problems with visa and all, it got delayed. So I had to come a little late here. So finally, things got sorted out and I'm here. It's been, started off as a techie, then wore different hats and got into different roles. Learned quite a lot while interacting with my colleagues and co-employees, my own team members, and simultaneously with customers. Learned a lot from them, and finally, I can state one thing is that, leadership is a continuous learning process. So, which I've learned having faced a lot of questions, queries, challenges from customers, team members, and my own leadership, and tried to come out on top to resolve many things. And then finally, I'm here taking this award. So I thank the organizers and congratulations to all the winners over here. And I wish them good luck and looking forward to tomorrow's event and many more such events wherein I get an opportunity to learn a lot from people, panelists and other participants. So thank you very much.
I would like to welcome Gaurav Sharma on stage. Gaurav Sharma is the CTO of WebLedger Solutions Private Limited. He is a dynamic entrepreneur who navigates various SaaS industries with a dedication to innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Gaurav Sharma receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award.
I'm glad to have this award. Thank you so much for Internet 2.0 to this recognition. I'm the CTO and a co-founder of WebLedger, which is a FinTech. Apart from that, as a tech point of view, I think this decade is very important for transforming and cultivate the world. And I think so much to do in this decade. So little is done. So just hurry up and let's create this world more beautiful and comfortable. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Gaurav Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, the next person I would like to call upon is Franz Allen. Franz Allen. I would like to welcome Ravi Soni on stage. Can we have Ravi Soni? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would want everyone to please give a big round of applause to all the awardees receiving the Outstanding Leadership Award. It's a prestigious award, and thank you everyone for attending this amazing, marvelous conference, which is Internet 2.0 conference. I request all the awardees to please come on stage, and we will be having a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of Day 2 Internet 2.0 conference. We'll be having our third conference tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I hope that all of you enjoyed the conferences happening since yesterday. A lot of leaders from different parts of the world, they came over here and spoke related to the topic. Congratulations to all the awardees. Smile, cheer. Thank you, everyone, and many congratulations to all of you. And thank you, guys. You guys were an amazing audience. We would love to see you tomorrow at 9 a.m., which will be the last day tomorrow of this Internet 2.0 conference. This is Sheikha FIFA, your host, signing out right now. Goodbye, take care, and ma salama.
संस्कार संस्कार खींच खींच ऐसे बोलते हुए कुछ बोल रहा हूँ मैं समझा रहा हूँ कुछ आ गया फोटो 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 4-5 जगह खींच दे